Got the decks moved over. Yep, works.
Recording in progress.
What?
Recording stopped.
Chairs. I'll take 3. Yep. Hello. Oh, okay. Got you. Oh, yeah, make sure you're counting down.
It's like you remember like the old AIs when you would call someplace and it'd be like, oh. Why are you calling?
Good morning. I'll call this budget workshop to order. If we could please rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Ms. Williams. Here.
Here.
All right, great. Mr. Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just want to hit some highlights and kind of go through this. First off, good morning. So we're here today for our first day of the city's fiscal year 25-26 budget workshop. The purpose of these 2 days is to allow City Council to get an in-depth look at each department's requested budget and to allow you all to discuss with each department head their operating, personnel, and CIP requests for the proposed 25-26 budget. And Madam Clerk, just want to confirm that Councilmember Nunn has arrived. Thank you. So first off, I want to start by thanking the Finance Department and all of our department heads and staff for their hard work and dedication putting together this proposed budget. Individually, I would like to recognize Jennifer Smith, our Assistant Finance Director, for her countless hours and commitment to getting the proposed budget document finalized. The budget before you all today does show a deficit in the general fund in the amount of $923,178, based on the current millage rate in FY25 of 3.1955. The discussions over the next 2 days will allow staff to receive feedback from City Council and allow us to finalize our recommended millage rate that will be presented to the Budget Advisory Committee on Monday, July 21st, and then once again to you all at the City Council meeting on Wednesday, July 23rd. The meeting on July 23rd is when we will need to set the tentative millage rate to be sent to the property appraiser for notice on the trim. Please keep in mind that it's a very expensive and time-consuming process to make the decision in September to go above the trim noticed millage rate. So the budget before you all still has a few unknowns that I just want to mention before we kind of get a little bit into it. Union negotiations are ongoing, and the impacts of those agreements could ultimately adjust this proposed budget. Union negotiations are currently taking place with the police department and also the supervisors unit. Another item that is an unknown currently is property and liability insurance amounts. That's typical of this time of year. We typically don't receive those amounts until we get closer later in July, and once we get into August, late August, somewhere around that time frame, we usually get those finalized numbers. So we have assumed amounts in here based on increases from historical perspective, but those amounts could fluctuate one way or the other once we get those final numbers.
And health insurance?
So health insurance, I'll go ahead and mention that now. So health insurance, we are set because we entered into the Blue Value Solutions program last year. And this year, based on a number of points that we've received, remember we had the 3 segments of how we attain points. We had biometric screening and personal health assessment, the PHA. We also had employee physicals, and also anyone over the age of 18 that was on the plan, so spouses or children that are on the plan over the age of 18 are included in that. And then a third metric, which kind of if they found something that was concerning, they would make a phone call and try to get you onto what was called a care pathway plan. So based on that, the number of points we received this year, our increase is limited to 7%. So based on what I've heard in the market, and they will have a presentation for you all at the council meeting on Wednesday, we would have expected something over the number of 20% increase this year, based on what the market is looking like and other increases that are happening across the state with health insurance. So we made a really good decision to go with that plan last year, and we are limited to 7% this year. And based on our discussions last year, we had committed to the employees that if they attain a certain number of points, that would be fully covered by the city to try to entice them and get them to participate in the plan. They did meet that metric, and we did commit to covering the full amount for this year. So if it had fell a different way, then they would have had to cover the remaining percentage, which could have went up, as high as what the current market rate is. And that remaining portion would have been their responsibility.
Was participation really good in it?
We had really good participation in the biometric PHA assessment, which that was only employees. So we did receive the full 3-point allocation in that one. In the physicals, which includes everyone on the plan over the age of 18, not just employees, we received 2 points. So we have some room to get a little better there and get another point. I know that has already been kind of a target area to try to get that 3rd point as we go into this fiscal year. And in the care pathways that was always the unknown element of getting, how do we get points on that one? So we did learn from this year a little bit, but it still is a relatively unknown on how to continue to obtain points on that. We know the process. It's just it's hard for the city to follow up with employees because we don't get shared the information that those employees have been contacted. Right. So it's then on the employee to call them back or call them and say, hey, did you call me? Do I have anything that I need to work on and things like that? So it kind of opens that up a little bit. But so that's a tough one, but I think it was a really good decision to enter that plan. And then as far as we go into dental and vision insurance, we went back out to bid for both of those this year. We had our benefits committee, which is includes a member of every department within the city is on the benefits committee. That member's responsibility is to take input that comes from the benefits committee, go out to their individual departments, share all that information, receive feedback from the employees. So that whole process with the RFP took place. We had numerous presentations from Garing Group on the different potential vendors. And I'm happy to say that committee, they 100% were the ones that made the decision. I was not involved in it. I know, it was always said in previous that when, the city manager makes these decisions, and that's one of the things that I wanted to get away from was that perception. It was not reality, but it was the perception. And so that benefits committee made the decision themselves, and it was a unanimous decision amongst the whole committee on who they chose this year with dental and vision. The rates for dental actually went down, and vision did have an increase, but vision is very nominal increase. I want to say a couple $1,000s total. So it wasn't anything major, but it's a smaller account that did have a percentage number based onto it with an increase. So you'll get all that information at Wednesday's meeting. They'll be here to present all those. And once again, the benefits committee made the choice, the recommendation to you all. You all have to kind of accept the decision on Wednesday if you so choose. And it will include a change in carrier of health insurance and vision insurance. We currently have Humana. We will be going to, the proposal right now is to go to MetLife. So that's the proposed right now. So that covers the health and dental insurance with that. The next item in regards to an unknown is the employee retirement. We've had discussions on this individually and then also in our meetings, but we're still trying to balance, kind of what we can do. What you have in your budget right now, and we'll get to it when we get to non-departmental, we do show that withdrawal liability already in this budget. And we do continue to show the standard 9% retirement amount that we were contributing for the employees, for general employees. Mr. Stewart, our Chief Financial Officer, he's been working heavily with the Florida League of Cities retirement arm of them, and kind of looking at our options there. Once initial evaluations went across numerous retirement options, and then that option kind of rose to the top. So we received our actuarial report on Monday. We had another meeting with them late yesterday afternoon. The percentages are a little high right now. It's higher than what we have budgeted. It's closer to the 16% range per employee, and that's with contributions from the employees. So we're currently evaluating that. What we may have to do, and it's all going to depend on where we end up with the millage, is, we have two options really, three. We can continue to contribute to the CWA. Our second option is we can begin to contribute hourly employees to how we handle salary employees with Mission Square. Or the third option is to develop our defined pension plan through the city, which would kind of align with what we do at the police department. They have their defined pension, police officers contribute 8% of their salary to that pension plan. And then the city does have our contributing factor in that as well. We could do that for the same, for this side over here as well. It's just going to involve, an increase in what we currently have allocated. So that's where we currently are with that. Like I said, I wanted to mention that as an unknown. We just got the information yesterday, or Monday, so we had a meeting again with them yesterday after we had a little bit of time to review it and get some answers. But that's where we currently are on retirement. The last item that we were made aware of yesterday, we got a notice of intent to proceed from Florida East Coast Railway for doing rail work on Barber Street and Schumann Drive crossings due to deteriorating conditions. The proposed budget does not include funding for this, and based on agreements dated from 1984 and 1959, the cost of the crossing maintenance is the responsibility of the city. The proposed cost for Barber Street is $232,818.12, and the proposed cost for Schumann Drive is $90,548.30, with a total proposed cost of $323,366.42.
Deteriorating, they just rebuilt them all less than 2 years ago.
Correct, and that was our discussion. I know Lee kind of got on this once we got the notice yesterday. He's already spoken to them on this. We've requested copies of the agreements. However, their explanation yesterday was in regards to the concrete panels that are in between the tracks and more of the road traffic that goes across, not necessarily the railway. And so when Brightline was doing their work, they were concentrating on the railway and doing the apron entrances, but this is more along the lines of the area on either side of the railroad ties through that area.
I thought they replaced those as well.
So
I
they
think
could have on one side, but I can tell you that they do a monthly evaluation on this, and we can fight this, and we're going to. We're having communications with them. We're trying to get copies of the agreement. But at the end of the day, those agreements are in place, and they even made the statement to us that, we don't have to share the agreements with you, but I'll see if I can get it to you.
I mean, those agreements didn't include an extra, 30 trains a day that they've created and are making money off since then.
Correct.
I know it don't matter, but it should. Those
Yeah.
agreements don't include the current rail capacity that they've decided to put across
It's a
this.
federal law issue. The
Yeah.
federal government in the 1800s gave the railroads carte blanche
Oh,
on
yeah.
everything.
They can do anything they want.
Carte blanche.
Now,
So-
would that be
Power than the government does.
320 one time or 320 every 5 years?
No, so we have an annual expense that we typically have for maintenance, and it ranges, I think it's around $10,000 that we annually pay. And however, this time they're hitting us this year for $323,000 at the current time, and these are proposed. If they get out there, it could be more or less. I doubt it's going to be less, but one of those things. So staff has already started looking at how we can possibly fund this. Looking at some of our other options with funding so it doesn't hit general fund, potential usage of either local option gas tax or discretionary sales tax reserves. One of those probably is our better option on this, but I just wanted to make you all aware. I mean, I've got the notice right here dated July 15th. So we got the notice yesterday on Barber Street. And just so you know exactly where we're at and trying to get this, and it says that they will commence work on Barber Street August 3rd. And we got the letters dated July 15th.
Georgia.
I mean, they could play hardball because if we refuse to pay it, they could say, okay, we're closing that railroad crossing down.
Correct.
We couldn't do anything about it.
Correct.
So-
The other option is if we don't pay it, they can close the railroad crossing down.
Right, and we don't want that, so.
I'm gonna talk about what the old government policy used to be on drugs. Just say no. Well, the interesting thing is what kind of bill the county's gonna get on that.
Oh, yeah.
How many railroad crossings are actually in the unincorporated county?
Because we have,
Three of them in Sebastian.
yeah, we said we have 3 or 4.
We have 3 crossings, but Main Street's a little bit of a different element, because the road was there before the railway went through. So there is some discussion on that part. We've received no notice of work being done there. But we did receive Barber and Schumann, which are our only other 2 crossings at the current time. So just wanted to give you that bad news that was a shocker yesterday when we got that information. So Just want to make sure you're aware of that.
So based on that, that means our shortfall now goes up to about $1.2 million.
Correct.
I mean, because this, if we consider this is not a manageable $320,000, our shortfall, budget shortfall, and there's not any other fund that we can pull money out to do this other than the general fund.
We're looking at our options with DST and local option gas tax. We are looking at those options. However, you'll see as we get into our budget in those areas, you know, local option gas tax is really tied up. DST, we probably do have a little bit of wiggle room there. And the question on that is whether it's eligible funding for that. So that's something that we're working on right now based on our information we received yesterday.
And how much did you say you had budgeted for that a year, right now?
I think it's less than $10,000.
Oh, wow.
So it's a $310,000 overage.
Yeah, I mean, I'll identify it whenever we get to that point in here. But it's less than 10,000, I can tell you that.
Not much.
So now to get a little bit more into the numbers, the estimated certified property values provided by the Indian River County Property Appraiser for the city of Sebastian in FY '26 is $2,494,261,853, which equates to an 8.4% increase in collections of ad valorem taxes. Any increase to the millage rate would be in addition to the 8.4%, just for clarification. So if we go above the 3.1955, that would be in addition to the 8.4%. So what I provided to you all today, and I will give you an updated document here to replace one. I had mentioned a little earlier, but we had issues yesterday. The state's trim website was down, so we were unable to do the calculations. So we had tried to do some paper calculations, and that's what initially I had given you all in one document, but we can get rid of that one, and we'll replace it with this new one. Mr. Stewart was able to access the stuff this morning and get these updated numbers. So what we did was we took a look at the millage rate options. You'll notice when you get on that chart, the first option is keeping it the same, which is 3.1955. The second option is the rollback rate of 3.0148. The third option, and we just kind of keep going down these options here. The third option is 3.3305. And what I want you to pay attention to is over on the right-hand side, the increase in collections. So the 3.3305 gets us, an additional collection of $761,000. However, it's going to be shown, I don't know if these percentages are lining up perfectly with what it is with the numbers, but 10.47% would be that increase. And then as you go down a quarter mil, 3.4455 would get us an additional $1 million and $38,000, which would show us a 14.29%.
And you said 3.1955 is rollback?
3.1955 is existing current.
What's the rollback?
3.0148 is rollback.
I didn't write that down.
It's the second one. It's the second,
Okay.
yeah, right there. So I just wanted to show these as presentation areas here. Obviously, we know where the deficit currently is showing without the railroad portion in there, but $923,000. We've done quite a bit of cutting. It's no secret, and I've discussed with you all that we started at about 2.4 million, and we've been able to reduce a lot of our operating costs and cutting things that, quite honestly, you'll probably hear a little bit of it today that is needed. But I did, make the decision that those were areas that probably needed to see a reduction in the amount we were spending in those areas. And one of those areas was, going to hit a few departments pretty hard in certain areas. So I don't want to sit here and say that, if we go to a higher millage rate, that's going to mean we can get all this extra stuff done. It's really going to mean that we can continue to operate and function the way we have the last 2 years. I mean, I feel like we've gotten a lot done. We've been able to get a lot of projects going and working on getting those completed. But I think that kind of behind the scenes, the road work that our road guys are doing, our guys in parks are taking on additional responsibilities, and getting those things done is really where we're seeing the biggest bang for general fund dollars. So you've got the millage rate options there. That I just wanted to present that to you so you could see it. And then it did account for a collection of 96.7%, which is historically where we're at in those collections. I also, on the top chart, you'll see I took, and this is a difficult one to kind of figure out because remember, our general fund, we don't separate our ad valorem taxes from the rest of our general fund. So our general fund has all of our revenues that come in from franchise fee, from state collections, to utility fees that come in from some utilities. All of those things combined go into our general fund. So whenever I tried to break this percentage down and show the police department's portion of the funding, I basically just laid it out evenly across the board that the entire general fund was treated exactly the same. So whenever I did this, it may not be perfect on the percentage of the millage, but it's relatively close. So if you look at that, you'll see what we highlighted was our total general fund budget, and then we highlighted the police department's total budget. General fund, and police department, I want to clarify what that includes. You'll see in your budget document, it includes administration, investigations, patrol, code enforcement, dispatch, everything that's included in the police department is included in that number. We didn't separate any of that out because it all is considered police department expenses. And that's only for general fund. They do have, some capital items that are funded out of DST, but that doesn't include here because we wanted to make sure we could kind of pull out a percentage of the millage rate.
So the point here is that rollback, we're $1.5 million short on covering the police budget with ad valorem, right? Because the police budget in 26 is $9,077,000, and our rollback generates $7,719,000.
Correct. If you just take that as a specific number off of ad valorem tax.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure because
Yes.
when we talk about ad valorem tax impact, then we have to recognize that we have to come up with money to run our police department from other sources if we reduce the ad valorem taxes.
Correct.
Not only that, we have to lose things we're going to do that are non-police department.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
And that is a good way to look at it too. If I know there's a lot of talk in the state, about what, property taxes and all that stuff. And, quite honestly, if you eliminate property taxes from this budget, that basically eliminates a good majority of your funding with the exception of the police department.
Yeah.
Everything else pretty much goes away unless because you're showing nine million there, you would still have a couple $1 million to function, but that wouldn't go very far when you look at how that breaks down. So then you've got a general fund millage rate where it has been over the last 4 years. And then, like I said, we took the percentage of the general fund that was expended for police department and then calculated a portion of the millage rate that shows what that millage rate is. And then the final column shows you the total general fund percentage expended over the previous years for the police department. So I wanted to make sure you all had those numbers in front of you. And then the other chart that you also have kind of equates over to our millage rate options and how that impacts a homeowner. So with that, we took it, what we had done last year was we had increased our home values in our evaluation on this. And so we continued with that this year in looking at a $350,000 home, a $400,000 home, and a $450,000 home within the city. So you'll see in rollback, their tax payments to the city would decrease about $31, a little bit over $31 for a $350,000 house, and going up to $42 for a $450,000 house. If we keep the millage rate the same, you see an increase in their tax bill of about $28.76 for $350,000 house, all the way up to $38.35 for a $450,000 house. That is an obviously annual tax bill. And then I gave you the options of additional numbers here based off of what the other rates that we've kind of shown you all here and what those increases would kind of showcase on a tax bill for the city's taxes.
So at rollback, that's $28 a year on a $300,000 house.
So at
$350,000.
rollback, it's a deficit, it reduces at 31.65.
Yeah, 31. At the current millage rate, it's a $29 per year.
Increase at the current
Not
millage
per
rate.
month, but per year.
Per year, yes, sir.
Want to make sure I don't know if anybody's watching this or not, I just want to make sure they,
Yeah, they might
they hear that.
watch it after the fact, or hopefully we got some people watching it
The
live.
state's push to force us to go to rollback went away, right? That got dropped.
I mean, there's still, I mean,
still-
I don't, they can't force us, but they, they've made it out there in the media that they would like to see, places go
I thought they
rollback.
were trying to pass a state law to force us to go to rollback. There was a discussion about it at some point, but
They did not. You've also got to remember,
good.
nothing happened this year, but it's all gonna come back again next year in the legislative session. Potential to increase, the homestead exemptions. So those are all things that we're looking at into the future that would greatly affect us. With an additional $50,000 increase or even $25,000. Those numbers start to creep up on our ad valorem tax amounts. as we
The
go
only
forward
state
with that.
thing on millage is that if we increase our millage more than 20% above the rollback, then we have to have a unanimous vote to do it, as opposed to a majority vote to do it. Which 20% above our current rollback would put us at 3.9 something, so it's well above what these numbers are.
So that kind of highlighted, where we currently are. I did also give you all, two other documents. I know we've had numerous discussions in the past about our R&R funding. That's something that we allocate $275,000 annually out of the general fund to cover unexpected expenses. And it's always been questioned, well, how much are we really spending out of that? So if you look at this document, you'll see typically, and this is a really good example of this, these funds don't get expended until we get later in the fiscal year because we typically have funding available early for even unexpected things. Then as we start to get later in the year, which these expenses started in April, you'll see things that weren't budgeted that fall underneath that R&R funding mechanism. But currently we have expended $74,173 out of R&R this year. I would expect that'll go up a little bit as we go through the summer months with, potential of AC things and different things that are happening, but that's where we currently are with that funding. So I know that's always been a question mark.
How did you do the tariff increase on the 4th of July out of R&R?
So you'll see that on the other document, on the general fund reserves.
Okay.
So on the general fund reserves, this is where you all have allocated funding throughout the year to come out of general fund reserves.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong one, sorry.
Yep. So out of reserves, if you look at our unrestricted ending balance, that is what comes from our CAFR, that 10.7 million. But then, we hold out things from that so that they can't possibly be expended to cover R&R account, 275,000. Employee payouts, which was something that was added about 2 or 3 years ago, because that was always something that was kind of unbudgeted, that we always hit reserves for. So we budget now a percentage based on years of service and where things are, how it's kind of looking. So we budget that number in there as a $389,000 number. And then, assigned funds is $892,514. So that takes that unrestricted down about 1.5, a little bit over 1.5 million, to begin our restricted ending balance. And then that's where we've utilized a few things. So you'll see re-encumber project transfers and re-encumber funds for POs. Those are projects that were started the year before. A PO was opened, but they didn't finish it by the end of that year. And it's only projects. We don't let staff take out of their operating budget. It has to be a project account in order to roll over to the next year. If it's just an operating expense, you lose it at the end of the year and it goes back into our fund balance. So that's where you'll see at the end of this fiscal year, this number will continue to go up a little bit because we're not expected to spend 100% of our budget this current fiscal year. That happens due to employee vacancies, employees choosing different types of insurance. We budget for a certain type, and then if they happen to use a different one, those are savings there. And then just operating budgets, don't typically get expended at 100% because it kind of, those numbers move around a little bit on that one. So I just wanted to make sure you all were fully aware of where we were in general fund reserves. And that shows you, I know that Councilmember Dodd had asked where we showed the tariff increase coming. That is shown there, June 10th. We allocated $7,000 out of reserves to go towards that. And then if you notice the adjustment to close accounts, those are positives back into the fund. Those are projects that were completed, came in under budget, didn't expend the full amount. That goes right back into the reserve account. Any questions on that? So those are just, really those are documents I wanted to, that helps with kind of our discussion as we go through the next 2 days and highlights where we really are within our financial situation. If you remember, we changed our finance policy to require we hold $7 million in reserves last year. It went from $5 million to $7 million. So we are substantially above that. But just wanted to make sure we gave kind of accurate numbers and you could really see the picture from where we currently are as of right now in this fiscal year. So back to it. So with the current economic situation, our revenue estimates are very conservative based on how funds are coming in this year. We have seen a drop in our state allocated funding that comes down from the state. We've seen drops in those. So you'll see we very minimally show increases in a lot of that revenue side of things. You'll see within the budget document that we do show some of our revenue areas decreasing, including state share revenues and some franchise fees. As details to continue to come in over the coming months, we will continue to evaluate these projections. The proposed FY26 general fund budget is proposed to increase by $734,691 compared to the amended FY25 budget, a 3.9% increase. The budget includes no new positions compared to FY25 and does include one full-time position reduction in the city clerk's office due to reorganization. So no new positions are funded in this budget. And in the general fund, we also currently have no reclassifications. So no new positions and no reclassifications in general fund. And no new positions across all funds. Once we get into some of the other, well, I'll take that back. Building department does have one new position that actually is starting in this fiscal year that will carry over to next year, but it's a reclassification of a position. But when we get to the building department, we'll discuss that one. So within this budget, we continue to try and recognize the hard work and dedication of our employees. Staff continues to do a great job and continues to move the city forward with the vision that has been set forth by City Council within our newly adopted strategic plan. Quite a few of the requested increases in the operating portion of the general fund are directly related to the objectives identified in the strategic plan. Once we get to those individual departments, I'll allow those department heads to have those discussions and showcase what increases are due to objectives within the strategic plan. Staff continues to apply for as much grant funding as possible so that projects continue to progress with as minimal impact to our general fund budget as possible. I provided you all a document today that you can see the grants we've applied for the last 2 years, and also it identifies the ones that we have been awarded and are pending review. And I do want to highlight, you all have probably previously seen this document. There were 2 grants that we were denied. You know, we have discussions on this and we talk about, you know, a grant writer for the city or continuing to use our third-party grant writer. One of the things that our third-party grant writer that I really want to highlight is their costs are associated on the second column on the left. That's their cost over a 2-year period for us for grant writing services. But it includes the grant packet, which are very detailed. It includes, they handle the grant or coordination once we get awarded the grant. So all the reports and everything come through their system. Currently, in the past, we were always using our finance department to do all of our grant reporting. And we currently still continue to use our finance department to report for FAA and FDOT for the airport. But then also, if we get denied a grant, it includes a free submittal the following year when that grant comes available. So 2 grants that we got denied last year. The FDEP Urban and Community Forestry Tree Inventory Grant, we were denied. We resubmitted that one in December 21st of 2024. We were just notified this week that we got the award on the second opportunity. So we got a free submittal a second time from them, and they do change
Is that
those.
on here twice, that particular grant?
It is not, I
Okay,
don't believe.
all right. I'm
Which
sorry.
one is that, Brian?
The second one, the FDEP, you'll see up there denied, and then we get
Second and
awarded.
fifth.
Yeah. Right.
Yep, and then also the 5th one, which was the Florida Boater Improvement Main Street Boat Ramp Grant. We were denied, we reapplied, we got notice 2 weeks ago that we got the
So
award.
it does show it out here in green
Yes,
on
sir.
the last column,
Yes, sir.
okay.
So,
Okay.
you know, that's one of the really good things, and they don't submit the same exact packet. They change it, we learned from the previous times. And one of the things I can say about them is they do grant writing for many agencies across the state. They know the agency, the federal and the state agencies, they have contacts there. So they typically know what they're looking for. I mean, we've had pretty good success, if you just look at all the number of ones that we've been awarded. And we've got quite a few that are pending. Some of those are due to funding, cancellations of meetings, and they just haven't had the reviews of those yet. But we do have some of those that are continuing to move forward, and hopefully we get some good news on some of these other grant applications that we have currently.
That's actually pretty good, $5,500, and they got us $250,000 worth of grants.
Correct.
So, that's a pretty good percentage. A lot of grant writers get more than that, so I think that's a pretty fair and reasonable amount.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the list, I mean, we've been awarded, you know, a large amount right now. It's somewhere in the ballpark of around $5 million, and it's cost us $107,000 for them to apply. And that does include 3 grants we have not applied for. I want to highlight those, the last 3. They are due September 1st and September 29th. So those haven't come to you all for approval yet, but we went ahead and included them on here just because I wanted to highlight, we're not just looking for park grants or, you know, things along the riverfront. We're also looking at stormwater pond dredging, and doing another enhanced tank conversion grant application through FDEP. And then the final one is a new one that they brought to us. So they also bring us grants and say, hey, I think these would be good for the city. They brought us a new one this year that said, I think you qualify and you should apply for this infrastructure grant that we could utilize dollars for roads and swell work.
We need that one.
So those are things that, but that's all part of it. I mean, we get a monthly email from them, and anytime that there's grants coming up, they're like, hey, you guys want to apply? What are you looking at? And they communicate with us very well. So just wanted to highlight that because I know it's been discussed.
We couldn't hire somebody to do this work for that.
Oh, no,
And
100%
It's
we
less than 2% of the total amount of grant dollars that we've received to pay the cost of applying for those. So it's a good dollar amount. I mean,
Correct.
we could-
Yeah. Brian, how does that, the Upper Stone Crop, does it affect that project that we have going on over there or anything in the future by being denied that portion of it?
No, it doesn't involve anything currently that's going on. We're applying for another grant on that same project again going forward. We're going to probably change the scope of that work a little bit, just based on our experience with the current project. I don't know that we had initially thought about in the grant going for and doing mats all the way up that Upper Stone Crop area. We're not going to do that. We're only going to go for the road crossings and the roadway pipes and enlarging them, because I think that gets us the end result that we need and not necessarily having to armor all of those ditches all the way through there. And plus the impact on the residents in that area, I think it's not something we should continue to go, because those are a lot smaller ditches than the Lower Stone Crop project we're doing now. But yeah, being denied, we'll reapply again, but then we also do have another one. We've applied for a hazard mitigation grant. If you look down here, almost to the bottom, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth one from the bottom. Yeah. We've already gone for another grant for that same project.
Oh, okay, I see.
And you'll see that across all these grants. We sometimes try to overlap grants and try to bundle them together, because we can utilize other grants for the matching dollars at times, which then reduces, the amount of DST dollars we have to fork out or things like that. So we work with them to be creative and go after as many as we can, and we've been, they've done a great job, been pretty successful with it.
Yeah, no doubt the grants have been saving us, helping us quite a bit, so.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And don't want to discount the work our staff does on these, between Richard, Lee, Alex, Karen. They do a lot of work on these, and Also, remember, these don't include anything for the airports. We've gotten a substantial amount of funding through the airport as well. But just wanted to highlight that.
I want to clarify something on grants, and I always hear people say, well, that's still tax money. It is tax money, and here's the reality. If we don't apply for these grants, another city or county will apply for these grants and get that money. And guess what? At the end of the day, we're all paying that tax money back, so we may as well benefit our city as much as we can.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So that's kind of the beginning, the overview of where we currently are. I know it's a lot of newer information, but I wanted to make sure you all had as much detail as we could kind of pass out to you today in regards to the budget. And so now going forward, do you have any questions on anything that we've discussed so far?
How many, I do have it's an understanding question. We're talking about on the employer retirement. How many of our current employees are covered by the retirement plan that is physically in trouble right now that we may have to bail out of?
I don't have that number right now, but I will get you that number here as soon as staff can get it
I'm just
together
trying to
for
see
me.
what the complexity of that
Yep.
is, so.
I'll get that number and have you an update here
And
during one of our breaks.
We'll talk about that when we get to HR, or what department will we talk about that under?
So my plan, it really doesn't fall under any individual department. I wanted to make you all aware of it.
Okay.
It's something that we will have to discuss on a council level depending on how, it really is gonna come down to the decision that's made next Wednesday, in all reality with the trim notice as to what we could potentially do.
Okay, so
I'm just letting you know right now that we budgeted the amount to pay out, started that process. You'll see that in non-departmental, which I'll discuss here next. That amount is shown in our budget already. It's $297,000. That is the withdrawal liability that is due for 20 years. We currently still continue to fund in this budget as shown 9%, which was our contribution rate to the CWA for hourly employees, general hourly employees, and also 9% for salary employees that goes into Mission Square. So those are currently still shown. So we're still showing that 9%, and we're showing the $297,000 withdrawal liability.
So are we gonna do the non-departmental now?
We're gonna go city manager to non-departmental, but I can do
Okay.
I can do non-departmental first if you want.
No, whichever one you wanna do, that's fine. I was just trying to make sure that I knew where we were gonna talk about that. Yeah. So okay, so
Stay on your notes, Brian.
No, we're good.
do city manager now, it's fine. I got my page numbers written here, I just need to know what page number to go to.
So,
I got it, I've written them down.
all right, so 17, you guys have gotta get like tabs in these things, I mean,
Can't afford it.
oh, that's true.
Yeah, we can't afford tabs.
We reuse them. I'll work with staff though to get you the total number of employees currently in our hourly retirement. And I know quite a few of them are watching, so I'm sure one of them's gonna, pull it up for me in the CWA.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so now going on to the city manager's office. The city manager's budget has an overall decrease in the budget this year of 0.3%. So it's 0.3%. However, in full transparency, and I don't know what we'll end up deciding to do later on in this budget cycle, but I just want to bring it out. That does not include any salary increase for my position as discussed at the last council meeting. So just want to make sure that is fully aware, and that is, but it does have a current decrease of 0.3%.
I mean, I may be speaking out of turn, but I think that we can assume that at a minimum that the charter officers are gonna receive the same increase that the standard hourly employees receive, which means that we should probably anticipate some percentage in there.
So my preference, is let's just hold off. I would just really like to hold off on plugging that number in until we get all the way to the end, because if, I'll just be honest, if it comes down to me, making a decision on something else or making a decision on me, I'm probably gonna go with the something else. Just because I know how tight our budget is, I'm just being honest. So let's just I would prefer to just hold off, and I know we had that discussion the other night. I just think it's, at this point, let's hold off until we get a little bit later in it, before we start, adding to.
Yeah, I respect that. That's good.
There are no capital requests for next year in the city manager department. The operating budget saw an increase of $2,450, which is shown on page 17. You can see down in the city manager budget summary. This is due to a new budgeted item for the proposed Citizens Academy, which is a strategic plan objective. This is a very minimal budget request for this to get the program started in the amount of $2,500. So if you remember, one of our strategic plan objectives is to start a Citizens Academy. Initially and in discussions, Karen is the one that's handling that process for me. And a budget request, we've reached out and kind of looked at citizen academies across the state. There's quite a few, that are up and functioning and get really good feedback. I know a few of them have been highlighted by League of Cities. We've reached out to them and their budgets range anywhere from, $5,000 to $50,000 for citizens academies, because they give those residents, swag and things to participate. They feed them at the end and different things like that. Realizing where we are, we have to be a lot more controlled on what we can do. So I think kind of getting this thing kicked off and getting it started, utilizing a lot of our internal resources, and then identifying a budget of $2,500, and maybe that causes us to limit the number of participants the first year to a smaller amount, and just knowing what we can expend per participant with $2,500 kind of helps us, and maybe just to get it kicked off in this next fiscal year, a smaller program would be very beneficial for the city and get us kind of through the lumps and bumps of that. So making sure that we're on top of that. So that's really where the majority of the increase comes from, but I am going to identify there's no additional staffing changes, no staffing requests, within the city manager's office.
Where's Karen's time accounted for? Still under there's no department for city engineer or for special projects department head or anything like that. So how do we?
So personnel services, if you look on page 18.
Yeah.
Special projects director and city engineer is funded completely out of city manager.
Under city manager, that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So under my department, just so we're clear on that, because we did do some reorganization 2 years ago. Karen Miller is special projects director and city engineer, falls directly under the city manager. Avery is the communications and social media coordinator. She actually now reports to Karen. And so Karen oversees that position, and then Kathy Testa is the senior executive assistant. So that is the staff that compiles the city manager's office.
So in Karen's role as city engineer, are you back charging some of that back into the stormwater department or the maintenance department or streets department?
We do not. We keep it all specifically under here, because if you remember, stormwater doesn't have a ton of funds.
I know, I understand.
And so we are allocating 100% of those funds out of general fund.
Okay.
Going to page 19, I'll kind of go through all of our operating. So personnel services, those are things that you'll see in every single department, so I might as well discuss them here so they don't have to. Salaries, then you've got FICA taxes, deferred compensation, which is retirement, group insurance premiums. That is very dependent on which insurance policy the members take, whether they take individual, member plus children, member plus spouse, or member plus family. Those are different options that they have in those plans. Employee assistance program, and then workers' comp. That all comes out of personnel services. Those really don't, they change, the numbers change, but they don't, waver in what we're requesting in those on an annual basis.
So on the numbers you're showing here, the numbers you're showing here, there are no contemplated raises included in those numbers?
So you got to remember on these that we had an employee leave my department last year. Margarita left. So her salary and Kathy's salary were a little different. Then also you had her payout when she left. That's included in here. So yes, there are increases allocated, but it doesn't show that here with this. Then as we go down to operating expenditures, I'll just highlight pretty much all of those. Travel and per diem were reduced due to budget cuts of some conferences and training. We did also Actually, to Councilmember Dodd's point, there were a couple conferences, and I'll talk about it, I think, in dues and memberships and stuff. There were two things that Karen participates in that only benefit stormwater. They are stormwater conferences. And so that funding does come out of stormwater. So I'm sorry, her salary doesn't, but some of the expenses are out of stormwater strictly due to her conferences and travel come out of stormwater.
Let me go back to Chris's comment about salaries.
Yes.
You indicated, of course, that you're willing to forego a salary increase based on the budget, but you have three other employees in your department.
Yes, sir.
Should you not show some potential increase in salaries between 24, 25, and 25, 26 for those individuals?
It is shown. What I'm saying is, you got to remember in the 24-25 budget, that amount accounts for
Okay, so you're saying the
payout.
difference between Margarita's salary and Kathy's and the payout on Margarita actually covers that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's probably what your answer was to him. I just didn't, it didn't register up here.
That's what I got.
So,
Cell phone and office equipment saw minimal increases totaling $155. Promotional activities increased by $3,000. This is $2,500 due to the previously mentioned strategic plan objective of the Citizens Academy, and also an additional $500 for sympathy arrangements due to current trends. I'm not sure, sympathy arrangements, that those have increased a little bit in cost, but we have had to purchase quite more of those this year. We've seen a big increase in the number of those that we've had to purchase out of our budget this year, to the point this year that we're, even a little bit over budget in that area due to the number that we're having to purchase. Departmental supplies reduced by $550. Gas and oil reduced by $300 due to current trend of usage. Uniforms reduced by $250. Dues and memberships increased by $6,375 due to a new project management software in the amount of $5,000. And our ISSU subscription, which is ISSU is our subscription for our monthly digital newsletter, that cost increased by $1,800 on us. So that one went, that cost went from $600 to $2,400 on that subscription. And that's due to our amount of usage and what we're, how we're utilizing that software for that thing. But I think when you think about it, a monthly newsletter that goes out, it's digital, but $2,400. If we were to try to do anything print or anything of that nature, that cost would greatly exceed that. And then, like I said, so the $5,000 for the project management software, that is something that Karen and I have had numerous discussions on. So we currently manage or oversee all of our projects through Excel, which isn't, it's really good. Excel works, a lot of functions. However, we have Excel that keeps track of all of our expenses and everything. But then if we want to really dig down and see what those expenses are, we then have to go find the electronic version that's stored in a different file, where project management software would help us be more efficient. It would have all the details in one location for every single project, and it would be something that we would, share with council and have access to that, so that you could kind of go in and see exactly where we are in projects and be a better tool for us as we go through project management. Training and education reduced by $3,855 due to some budget cuts and also moving some training from Karen to the stormwater department, since those trainings only benefit that department. So those that were moved was Florida Stormwater Association courses, ICWMM Water Modeling Training and Conference. Those went, and the Stormwater Association Conference. Those went directly, only benefit stormwater, so I felt it appropriate that those expenses come out of that account over there. Obviously, and no capital within our budget, no capital request. Any questions or comments, concerns? All right, we'll move on to non-departmental, which is going to be page 92. So non-departmental accounts saw an increase in the proposed budget of $83,190 or 4.3%. The largest portion of this area which affects the increase in this budget pertains to the CWA pension withdrawal payment, which is $279,005. This continues to be something that staff is working through in regards to the general employee's retirement. However, currently at this time, we do plan to move forward with withdrawal from that account. And I think, that basically is shown in this budget. I think it's probably the best use, best for our employees and the best usage of our dollars and not paying into an account that, it's been very clear that they are on the downturn. And when you look at what our withdrawal payment is and our contribution annually is somewhere in the range of $350,000. And we're one of the top contributors to the plan. That's not a good sign when you look at what that plan entails. So that $279,005 is shown within this budget, and I'll show you exactly where it's shown once we get to the line items.
So even if when we withdraw from this, we're still gonna have to pay that money every year for 20 years?
Every year for 20 years. It is a
Almost
withdrawal.
$300,000 a year for the next 20 years.
Yes, sir.
So between the contribution and the withdrawal, we're gonna be spending $619,000 between the contribution for the new plan and the withdrawal.
Correct, because we will still continue to budget. Currently in this budget, we have that 9% that we typically would give to CWA.
Yeah.
We still show that in here, and depending on which direction we go, that's where we're currently at, was with that 9%.
Yeah.
But, if you all don't want us to pull out of that plan, we can continue to contribute. I want to be clear on that. However, the factor on that is 1.000. It is, they get every couple months, they're getting notices in the mail that it's a failing retirement system.
Yeah, it's not good for the employees, I don't think. to
Right,
stay
and
in.
it's not a solvent plan anyway, because
But
when we pull out, others are pulling out, it's done.
And we have had numerous discussions with attorneys, in regards to this and what our options are. And it is a federally mandated requirement that we have to pay this to get out of this fund.
Yeah.
We don't have an option to just say, nope, we're just pulling out. That it's a federal law that we have to continue to make these payments. And I think this is, if we hold off any longer, my fear on this is that it would only go, our withdrawal liability only goes higher, because the moment other people start to pull out as well, then our withdrawal liability is gonna have to cover additional as well.
And the current
It
employees who are currently,
Well, it is.
who are currently collecting from that plan.
Yep.
Will continue to collect from that plan.
Correct, and what we, in discussion with the plan's attorney, their liability will still be to anyone that's vested.
Right.
And anyone that's collecting. So they still will have that liability. Now, if it completely fails and goes under, I don't know those mechanisms of that, and how that works.
It goes to the federal government.
Yeah,
and
the
they
federal
come up
government
with-
step in and
Correct.
back them up.
the federal government normally pays out roughly 60% of what your current, so if you're collecting $1,000 a month, the federal government's gonna typically pay you about 600 if it turns over to them. But so when you say vested, so at some point in time, once we make this switch, then we're gonna have employees who are gonna be vested in the CWA plan, and will be moving forward for their work time forward into the new plan. And then, so they're gonna, however mechanically it works out, they're either gonna become automatically invested or have to go through a vesting cycle in the new plan. But they're gonna be potentially collecting retirement from two plans once they retire. Once for their vested amount in the CWA amount, and then once for the amount in the new plan.
Correct, so depending on how we go forward, if they are vested in that plan, they get service until the end date, whatever that cutoff end date is.
Right.
They don't accrue any additional. You
Right.
can't duplicate. So then from that point forward, if we go to a new defined pension plan, it's gonna have a vesting period as well. It's more likely gonna be 5 years. So starting October 1st, 2025, if that's the route we go, they wouldn't be vested for another 5 years.
And is it negotiable for us to pay for that vesting for those people who are currently vested to become vested at the end of a year as opposed to 5?
I don't, so I've seen the numbers and we definitely can't afford it.
We can't afford it. Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt, there is no way.
Okay. And
There is an option, so there is an option that, for instance, salary employees could buy back years up to 5, but I've seen those numbers as well, and those numbers greatly exceed, what, I feel as though it greatly
this
exceeds
is
the
a
numbers.
defined pension plan.
Correct. But we got three options. We can stay in this, we can do a defined pension plan, which would mean we would have to budget additional funds, or we can, do a Mission Square account similar to what we do for salary employees now.
401k style plan.
Correct.
Okay.
So those are
Mission Square is
really our
the
three
manage it, right?
options.
Yeah.
I don't think we have.
Mission Square would be currently what's in the budget right now. Defined pension, we can, it depends on how the parameters are set in the account. I can tell you that what I've seen, what we discussed with them was kind of a moving target, because we didn't want to have employees with a little bit of shell shock that all of a sudden, yay, I get a little bit of an increase, but now I have to contribute 5% when they never have. So it'd be a sliding target. So the factor number, if they contributed 0%, it would basically be a rollover from their existing plan. They wouldn't tie together, but you would only have a factor of 1. If you contributed 1%, you go to 1.25, 2%, all the way up. If you contribute 10% of your salary, your factor is 2.75. So it was a sliding scale that the employee has the choice of the amount that they can contribute. So, employees that don't want to contribute, well, you still get the same factor as what you have in your current plan, and it doesn't change from the city. What does change is the city's contribution. Our contribution would change with a defined plan, because we obviously 9% doesn't work in the plan they're in now for funding it. We would have to, our contribution rate would average about 16% is what we'd average.
Yeah. I mean, those are great numbers, but the typical employee doesn't even think about that kind of stuff. All they think
Correct.
about is, my God, I got a new 5-year vesting system in my plan, or how much am I going to make per month when I'm 62 years old and I retire? That's what they want to know. When you start getting into the actuarial stuff, you lose 90% of them. Well, maybe 88% of them, but you lose a ton of them when you get into
But
that.
we would have to have a vesting period. If we didn't have a vesting, the numbers would greatly increase on what our contribution rates would be. And fiscally responsible with the budget, there's no way we can fund it. And I can tell you that I'm probably on the very small group or only person that is being as tight in looking at this, where I think, yes, we should take care of our employees, but also have to look fiscally what we can do and what we can afford. And what's shown right now is only the payoff amount, the withdrawal liability, and 9%. So in order to do that defined pension, we would have to come up with another 7%.
What's that number?
I'll get that number for you. I don't have it off the top of my head.
I don't think staying with the existing plan is a viable option. I think we should not even discuss that as a sensible option down the road. It's a losing option.
Well, we're already losing over
Well, we're already losing.
$300,000 a year anyway.
Like you said, if we,
It's gonna end up in the hands of the federal government, and the people who are invested in it are gonna end up losing money.
yep.
I mean, it's
So
that simple. It's gonna end up
I think
happening.
we're already in a bad.
And there's no way that we can salvage that. And the federal government's gonna bill us the same withdrawal fee.
Yep.
Probably into their system, so.
Yeah, we would enter into an agreement with them, and it would outline the withdrawal liability. It would have to come to council for you all to approve it. So all
My
those
biggest
things are
concern
things
in
we're
the process is understanding the financial impact of trying to protect currently vested employees in the transfer some way or another, or at least try to protect people that are within 5 years of retirement within the transfer. Because if you throw a 5-year vesting plan on somebody who's planning on retiring, they're 59 years old, and they plan on retiring in 3 years, you're reducing their ability to collect from the new fund, period,
Well, I know one of the things, and I thought of this last night after our discussion, and
We
Brian's
have somebody
here.
back there who's saying, yes, that's me.
So I've had, I thought of this last night, and I was gonna reach out to our actuarial guy, or have Brian reach out to him today. Is it an option for an employee to elect to go into the plan or not? And using this as an example, we have a couple salary employees that, and you'll see it, the discussion happens when we get to a certain department about succession planning, that, well, I know they are retiring in 2, 3, 4 years. They will never, they're not gonna be here for 5. It's not gonna happen. Do they have the option to just stay with their Mission Square account and we contribute 9% as opposed to going into this new plan? I don't know if I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if, League of Cities, their retirement arm, if they allow that to not be 100% upfront and they give those employees that option. Those are other questions that I have, but that could be a solution that solves that problem for those employees that we know are retiring within 5 years. Well, we'll contribute this amount up to 4 years. Once you get to 4 years, you don't receive it anymore, or something of that nature, to where they can't just say, well, I don't want to go into it, and they stay here for 10 years. We're not going to pay that amount for 10 years. We're only going to pay it for 4 years, or whatever that number is.
I agree with Chris that I don't think there's any reason where we wouldn't even consider continuing in the new plan, in the old plan. But I do think we need to make sure that the options that we come up with protect those people who fall in those little categories, or we stay with Mission Square, period. We don't do defined pension.
Correct, and that's an option as well.
And the option is that that's kind of typical of what the business world is going to. They've gone to 401k style retirement plans. I don't know, has the state done that transfer yet?
Yeah, they switched to individual investment, yeah. After 2011 or somewhere along in there. I think
the old one.
Yeah, so, it might be that the reason for doing that is because we have X number of our employees who are falling in this little window in which getting a 5-year vesting is gonna really be dramatically impacted them. So, I would expect when that comes to the council for approval, which it has to.
Yep.
I would expect to hear those kinds of options so that we can make a decision based on what's best for the employees.
Well, the state also increased the vesting from 6 to 10 years.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Do they do partial vesting from 6, you get 80% and 9?
No, you have to be vested fully, so.
Fully,
Yeah.
okay. So you lose the entire thing. Well, you don't lose your matching, your contribution, but you lose their matching part, right?
Right, but you get that money later when you're retired from the system.
And Brian, I don't know if you heard that discussion, but can you go back and kind of look at the differentiation of numbers of 9% to get us to that 16% that we were kind of looking at yesterday, the 16.45% number? Can you see what that in a dollar amount for the hourly salary contributions would be? And then also if you can get with Jen on the number of employees that we currently contribute to CWA. 76. 76 employees we currently contribute to CWA for. 76.
Yeah. So we've got a decent percentage of our employees that are caught in that cycle with CWA that we're gonna have to.
Yes.
We can't do anything for them for the past. We can only try to do something for the future. Yeah, this is being recorded.
Oh, yeah,
This
come on
is
up
being
here, Brian.
broadcast, so you gotta use a map, use a microphone. Sorry. Or come up
Come on up here and take a seat in the
and
comfortable
turn that
chair.
mic on.
We won't bite hard.
Thank you.
So yeah, been in the middle of this. All kind of options are open. You had mentioned if an employee were close to retirement, what would that happen? Well, in discussions with the union's pension plan attorney, they will not accept anything less than what's currently being done if we continue to contribute. So picking out employees to continue with them, they talk like it was not even an option. You either continue like you're going with a separate agreement with them, or you terminate.
You talking about the CWA?
The CWA's attorney that we've been in contact with, and we've had several meetings with.
Right.
So they were not entertaining anything different than our current setup.
Brian, do you happen to know if, I don't know if you had this discussion, it's one thing I thought of last night that we probably could ask Chuck or even Jeremy. If we go into the defined pension plan and use the League of City, their municipal pension trust fund, does it have to be 100% participation, or can employees who are retiring in less than 5 years opt out and we continue to contribute to Mission Square for them? Because I know there are some salary employees that would fall into that gap.
I can't answer for them, but they have been the most lenient, and anything you want to do with your plan, they were like, yeah, as long as it's legal, you can do it. You can set up your plan the way you want
They
to.
just
We will
actuarially
just
rate it.
administer it and invest your funds
Yeah,
for
they
you.
just actuarially rate it, whatever you want
And-
rated,
and-
they rate.
Yeah,
So,
they-
I mean, that's another option too, that solves that problem. It doesn't solve the funding problem, but it solves that problem.
Yeah, and now you're, like I was saying, your employees that are close to retirement, you know, if we have to cut them off of that and bail them out of that plan and put them into a new defined benefit plan, then they will still get those benefits as long as you find a way to ensure they're vested. You know, if you say, okay, if you've done 20 years with the city, and you jump in here and you want to retire in 2 years, and you've got a vesting period of 5 years in this new plan, you could say, all right, you give us your 2 years and we will assume you're vested, and then but you only get calculated actuarially for the 2 years you've put in, then they will get the 2 years at that same 1% plus what they've already earned at the 1%. When you put them together, actuarially, it's not going to be a whole lot of difference. So there's a lot of options out there to get the plan on board.
Right. Yeah, I understand actuarially that they can play all kinds of games. I just want to, just the important thing in my mind is that there's a large number of our employees who, when you start talking about all that actuarial garbage, you lose them. What they want to know is, am I vested? Will I be vested? And how much will I get when I retire? And so we have to make sure in this process of transition that we protect those people who are going to fall in that window. And I don't know how many of those 76 people or whatever are within 5 years of retirement or not, or how many are, don't want to do that. So it's just something that we need to consider. When it comes back for approval, right now it looks to me like we're going to end up having $619,000 plus in our new budget, because we're going to be covering both of these, the withdrawal and you got 340 in there for the new contribution. So we're looking, that's going to be in our budget, the new budget.
Yeah, so we already have the 9%
Right.
plugged in, number plugged in.
Right.
Like I said, and that's where we'll start to round off our decision as we get over the next week or so, leading into next Wednesday, based on what the recommendation is on the trim. Then we know what we have to work with to try to go from there. That's where we will then start to really round out our decision on which way we can
And this
go.
switch
which way
has
we
to
can
happen
afford to go.
October 1, right?
So it doesn't, well, yes, we need to do the withdrawal liability. Honestly, the withdrawal liability has to happen, relatively by October 1st.
Right.
That'll have to happen. We'll have to have another system set up and ready to go. In discussions with, the league, they probably can't get that program set up and functioning by October 1st, but we can have a reversal date back to October 1st. Even if it's not set up until November.
All I'm saying is that there's a smooth cutoff, October 1, old to new, basically.
Maybe. So in discussions with the plan attorney, they thought that we could already possibly be withdrawn from the plan if the union has already dissolved. So it would have to be determined if the union has been dissolved, when they dissolved, and from that point forward, all contributions, they would have to refund.
I thought it was decertified already.
Exactly. And so that's something that's up in the air right now. But under our assumption, we're still continuing to contribute. In our assumption, it'll end September 30. Okay. But legally, they may come back and say, okay, all of this.
When were they decertified?
October,
Did we receive
November.
a notice of decertification?
We received a notice
yeah.
from PERC that they were no longer recognized.
Okay, and
yes.
has our attorney not written a letter back to them saying, as of this date?
What's happening now is the CWA attorney, so it was never clear that the CWA agreement had to be based off of a union contract. You understand what I'm saying? So that now that they've came back and said that, we either have to have an agreement with them or we have to withdraw.
Have we challenged that?
So we can enter into a new agreement from the city with them, but I don't want to
No.
enter into an agreement if we're
No,
going
I'm
to
saying,
withdraw.
have we challenged the fact that they're decertified, therefore we have no agreement? Have we not said that?
It was yeah, we did. We brought that up to the CWA, and they look at it as kind of a three-prong. It's kind of a three-prong thing with them. Yes, we've had discussions with the
Because
CWA.
you have to realize, the CWA employees have no skin in this game. They're probably, their pension plan's probably with somebody else. They're gonna get paid till the day that union falls apart and the day the federal government takes this plan over. They have no skin in this game. They're playing procedural games with you. Our employees have skin in this game. We need to take a stand. This is just my opinion. And we need to put it in writing. This is where we are, bam. As of this date, you were decertified. As of this date, boom. I mean, if we play passively with them, it's our employees that potentially suffer from that passive state.
Demand a
Yes,
refund.
we didn't dig into that specific thing very deep. We just got their opinion on it, and,
Okay.
but no decision was ever made as to whether or not we have already withdrawn or not.
Okay. Always challenge a negative opinion. That's legal.
We didn't
But
say
I think
anything. We
kind of
just
This
listened.
is how come people take us, the people who do the appeals and challenge everything are the ones who ultimately make everything last forever and win. I mean, we need to, we need to take a pretty hard stand because we've got employees who get caught in the middle on this. That's just, I mean, that's my opinion. You guys can
I
kick in on
agree.
this.
You should take the certification date and demand refund from everything since
Yeah.
then and let them argue it. Let them.
Well,
argue
they
it.
will. Their
yeah.
attorney is the one that told us they
yeah.
refunded. They're
I know,
not
but
questioning that point.
We're running up to an October 1 date in which everybody said what will and what will and what will. We don't have anything finalized and in writing about what we're gonna do. And it seems to me this is an extremely important thing. I know it's part of the budget, it's not part of the budget discussion possibly, but it is part of the budget discussion.
Well, we just got the actuarial report Monday.
Okay.
So that's why we haven't advanced even further. We just received it on Monday, and we had a call with them yesterday at 2:00 to discuss it, so we had less than
You
24
mean
hours.
actuarial from Florida League or?
Well,
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, through Florida League, they were on the meeting and everything.
Okay, so, all right. So I'm just saying we need to not be passive on this.
I don't think we are. We're just trying to stay on top of this and go from there.
Here.
So when it was decertified, Brian and I, we got a letter from their attorney, and the assertion is that the union, while it may have been decertified, since there was a valid contract in place until,
September 30th.
correct, and there's a lot of authority on that. I can provide you a copy of that if you'd like. Because we thought immediately, no more union, they're decertified, how can you negotiate or be in a contract if you don't have a valid legally, established not jurisdiction, but entity. But we did get a rebuttal from them on that, and after looking into it, it appeared to be in line.
So as of October the 1st, we're out of it.
Right, but so management made a decision to go ahead and honor that until the end of the contract as well, based on that.
So as of October 1st, we're out of it.
Yes.
We have to have in place on October 1st as a replacement for that.
Or a continuing agreement with the CWA.
Well, that's not tenable.
Right.
I mean,
I agree.
I don't think that's a tenable solution to even,
Just a solution to present
They're
to.
gone. They just haven't admitted they're gone. I mean, they've been shot 25 times and they just haven't died. Okay? So.
I know we're not making decisions today, we're just having opinions, but my opinion is that's not an option.
So,
We need to
it's
find-
not the decertification, it's the contract that drives us to October 1st, but we certainly have to have something in place on October 1st to replace that. And in order to make sure our employees understand what's happening to them, we're on a real short timetable with that.
The
Yes.
state should have covered that on their law when they changed the union. They should have covered that when they did that, but of
And,
course.
and we are working towards it, we've been working for the last couple months on this, that coming up with solutions. We will have a solution, and in our discussions with the League of Cities, it may not be 100% active October 1st, because it's gonna take them 60 to 90 days to get all the
But it can
paperwork and
become
everything.
effective on
But it can be
October 1st.
effective October 1st.
That's
Because
key.
ultimately, it's our plan. They are just,
The only
Overseeing.
hangup in that is employee contributions from October 1 until when it's the law, because this is an ordinance, when you put a retirement system in place, it goes into your ordinances. So, you know, it has to sit on the table and such as that. So that's the biggest hangup is what do we do for employee contributions from the October 1 until the time it is passed and made retroactive? You know, do we want to collect from employees? Do we want to forgive? And just from that point forward, go forward. So those kind of options are out there. But we still have time now, if we make a decision quickly, to get the ordinances in place and everything by October 1.
I would think that we would want to do that, that we want to have it all in
Yeah,
place
now,
so the employees understand what's happening.
Jeremy with the FLC said, right now we have time. If you wait another 2, 3, 4 weeks, you're probably not going to have time to get everything in place. You can still do it, but like I said, you'll have the employee contribution issue.
Don't wait.
Like to see that on the
I
agenda
know
coming up.
you have a whole lot of number one priorities.
So let me be clear on this, though. We don't currently have the funding to do that.
That's what I was about to say.
Okay, you don't currently have the funding because it's not, you don't have, it's in, the funding's in this budget, not our current budget.
We only have 9% budgeted.
Right.
In order to do the defined plan through the league, we're gonna need 16.45%.
And what's
Which
that dollar
dollars
amount?
That dollar
is-
amount.
Do you remember?
I don't, if you can look that up for me.
I'll have to look on the.
What does the 9 come up to?
Yeah, but so you gotta remember those, the 9 is gonna not be an actual number because the 9 is only for the 76 employees that are in the CWA.
And
If we're gonna do
general
this,
employees.
we would do the salary employee, all the general
All the
employees would all
salary.
go into this. So that's where the number starts to vary.
So that's more than 76.
Do you have any idea roughly what that rough dollar amount is?
Roughly.
I don't want to throw it out right.
He'll go back and get it. We'll be here all day so we
We
can.
need that.
Well, but I
can
mean,
have
that's
that.
what we're talking about
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. We're talking about budgeting.
Right.
And we're talking about, this
We-
is a big item that
Right.
increases this budget, which increases the deficit.
We will put it tomorrow in the finance department discussion tomorrow. We will be prepared to have that discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
It'll be in the parking lot for tomorrow. All the
It'll be
ones that
a late night, Brian, but we'll have that
miscellaneous.
discussion tomorrow.
We'll do it.
We
I've
can
been
get
doing
some-
this since
yeah.
February since I walked in the door, so.
We can get a couple cots for you.
We'll be
Yeah,
here.
after the employee's hearing this, you may need protection, so.
No, it's going to be a good thing for employees.
I agree 100%. This is the best thing we can do for the employees, is to get this mess cleaned up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Run.
More questions than answers. Thanks a lot, Brian.
I'll be listening.
I have a seat for you.
All right, so continue to move down non-departmental. So you look at group insurance premiums, group health insurance premiums, that decreased, reduction in $2,765. What that is actual retirement, premiums and things that are required underneath the police department retirement account. So the reduction in that was a member dropping off of that because it's only for 2 years. And so that's where you see that reduction, down to $7,000. Health savings account shows a reduction of $46,085 as we were working to firm up the cost estimates for an annual year. If you remember last year, we made the change from HRA to HSA. We made some assumptions on how that all would work with new employees and trying to get all those numbers factored into there. Well, based on what we had budgeted last year, based on what we're projecting this year and going into this fiscal year, we're showing a reduction in that budget of a little bit over $46,000. Unemployment shows a reduction of $1,000. Additional compensation shows a reduction of $1,500. And the CWA pension withdrawal payment, you will see that allocated right here within the non-departmental budget. And that's as we've just mentioned and talked about. Other contractual services going down to the operating expenditures. Other contractual services decreased by $6,974, as this is the recommended budget from FDEP for the monitoring area at the old Public Works compound. So that was taken out of this account. Telephone services increased by $2,690 due to contractual increases. Postage and electric show minimal decreases in alignment with current year's usage. Water and sewer shows a budget for a 5% increase. Insurance shows an increase of $25,817 based on our estimated increase in insurance rates. This is still unknown, so we do have preliminary numbers plugged in. I don't expect that number would hopefully go up. I would hope that it would come down a little bit, because I would hope that our estimates are a little high on that. But still, it's only $25,800 increase, so it's not like we'd see a really big decrease in that budget amount.
Yeah, some of the counties and cities are going through their insurance stuff now, or saying the insurance companies are hitting them because a lot of people on the GLP-1 weight loss drugs, and they're getting hit pretty hard with the cost on that.
Yeah, so just to clarify, this is property and liability insurance. But in our group health insurance stuff with Florida Blue, the Blue values, we do expect there'll be some changes coming down from a lot of those insurance carriers. Our rate is capped at 7% increase this year. It can't go up any higher, but they could be looking to do some changes in regards to those GLP-1 drugs and stuff.
Our insurance company should not be approving payment for GLP-1 unless someone has a
Diabetic or
A1C
something.
rating of 8 or 9.
The state stops.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Unless you have the A1C.
Yeah,
The state
and
stops.
Florida Blue, I mean, we've got a set
sorry?
rate.
Florida Blue stopped for the state paying
Okay.
for it unless you have the A1C.
Yeah, I mean, they won't
Yes.
pay for it. They shouldn't be paying for it. Is the way
So I can't state, I'm not aware of
Well,
that
no,
situation, but
yeah,
that's
that's
an
fine.
answer we can get from, I'll have them prepared to hopefully have that answer for us
Here's
on
a
Wednesday.
30-year-old drug that costs $9 a month that you can take if your A1C is less than 8 and knock it down to 6.2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be simply a diabetic medical issue and not, I don't want to tell anybody what numbers should be, whatever, the medical system can decide that, but it shouldn't be a weight loss. Shouldn't be a weight loss discussion payment.
That's the thing that they need to deal with their doctors, their providers, start prescribing that stuff mass, and it's time for the insurance company to have a long, hard talk with the doctor.
But I can tell you that our rate has no effect on that.
Right,
We're
'cause-
7% regardless what drugs or anything that's covered, so we are not seeing that
Right,
impact
well, that's
on
good.
that.
That's what I wanted to bring up earlier. I missed that, but thank you for that information.
Yes, sir. 4th of July, reduced the budget by $500 by eliminating the purchase of new float decorations. I just had to do that one, just for you all.
Thank you.
Just had to do that. And candy. I eliminated that too.
You eliminated the candy?
Yeah, you gotta bring your own next year. Bring your own bucket. No, we did reduce the budget by $500
Well,
there.
that's good.
Just so you know, we gave out every bit of that candy.
Tell you what, I'll chip in and the city could buy the candy. How about you just dividing by 5 the cost and we'll chip in?
You know what? You missed it this year. We had
know.
plenty of candy.
Yeah, you missed it.
I did
Well, we
miss it.
might not have made it to the
Well, I don't
end
wanna
if
say
it was
plenty.
there with the candy giving.
True.
It doesn't matter how much I personally buy, I never make it to the end, I just throw too much.
And the float, everything went well with that, reason we're eliminating that is, we did expend, have some funds this year, but we're gonna do some, changes on the decorations to make them more of a permanent solution as opposed to just being temporary as they were this
Right.
year. Special events budget reduced by $1,475. Employee events budget increased by $5,000. This is mainly due to a new venue for our annual awards banquet. Departmental supplies, and that was that was something that was requested by, employees looking at the venue that we have our annual awards banquet, and kind of we were getting close, we were outgrowing that facility. And so we have selected a new one this year. So we have increased the budget on that. Departmental supplies budget increased by $1,670 due to badge printing and supply costs. Dues and memberships increased by $330 due to an increase in Florida League of Cities costs. So that highlights the non-departmental budget. Any questions, concerns on that one, other than the retirement?
No, it's just sad
I'm
that we
surprised
have
you
to
have-
pay all that money though for 20 years.
I'm surprised you only have $4,000 for, that's police tuition reimbursement, okay.
Yeah, so we have you can see, look at the historical trends.
That's for their academy, right?
No, that's for, like, someone going to college.
Okay.
We offer tuition reimbursement up to a certain amount and only for a certain number of hours.
Okay.
So historic trends show that number is sufficient.
Was that 120 hours? 120 hours or something like that total? Or 125 bucks a month or something?
Yeah, no, so we will reimburse based off of the public school, the state public school rate, for hourly, per credit hour. So we do reimburse that amount, and it's based off of the grade and everything like that.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Does anyone need a break?
I think we're gonna take one. We
All
should
right, let's
take
take
one
a
until
5-minute break.
Lee comes in, right?
We'll come back at 10:35.
And then we get Lee?
Lee's up next. So, welcome back. We'll get started. We'll move on to Stormwater Utility Fund. I've got Lee Plord here, who's the director, and he'll get us started with stormwater, and then we'll go right into, roads and fleet. And, to start us off with stormwater utility, just a reminder that, we did, increase the stormwater utility assessment fee last year. The amount is now $14 per month or $168 per year. That was done via resolution R 24-41. However, I think that these funds have been utilized very well. If you go around, you'll see, our staff is in the ditches. They're clearing ditches. We're doing it on a much more efficient and frequent basis, and getting things done. And I know Lee's got some things he wants to highlight that they've gotten accomplished this year utilizing the funds that are in stormwater. So I'm gonna turn it over to Lee. And I do just want to highlight that we are showing, right now, the, a deficit in the 26 budget in stormwater of $160,773. But if you look at the amended 25 budget, we showed a deficit of $102,000. We're projected to end up from this fiscal year currently to have some funds that'll go back into the stormwater reserve. And so then this year we are currently over budget by $160,773. But I'll turn it over to Lee and let him kind of go through some things with you all and discuss the budget numbers, and we'll have answers.
Page 106. 106.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council members. Thank you, Brian. Just want to go over a couple of accomplishments over the year. Over this last year, it's been a great first year here with the city of Sebastian, and I'm honored to work for the city of Sebastian and for you guys. And thank you for your support throughout the year. Throughout this past year, we've completed 23, 24, and 25 projects, pending projects, utilizing both staff and outside contractors. We did 23 road crossings. We did a total of 10 slip lines, which was a CIP project as well. We had a total of the 5 new hires that the positions were filled throughout this year. We had 13 new hires this year total, due to staff coming and going. We were fully staffed at 100% for about 6 weeks. We currently have 3 vacancies in stormwater, due to 2 most recent, 1 termination, and then 1 person left, and then we had 1 other person that was supposed to start, and they declined the offer last minute. So we currently have 3 of those vacancies.
And I do just want to highlight, Lee and I have had this discussion in regards to the current 3 vacancies and how we're looking at a proposed budget right now and a deficit going into next year in 26. Our decision has been made to not fill those 3 positions this fiscal year. So that helps us kind of build up, and put more money from this fiscal year into reserves. So we have frozen those 3 stormwater positions the remainder of this year, and then we'll look to start to refill those as we get to October 1st. But just trying to realize that we are showing a deficit for next fiscal year, but we are trying to reduce our expenses this year to fully cover that.
How are those 3 positions going to negatively impact the goals for the year?
So currently, and I'll give you kind of a roadmap on how I laid out the work for this past year, is we hit the ground running pretty hard as of October 1st. And you saw that I was before you several times in council for purchases and different contracts and different scopes of work throughout the city. And I wanted to push that work out to get done earlier on in the fiscal year so we can be at the point that we currently are at, just doing maintenance work. Our budgets are pretty much exhausted at this point. All our contract work is completed, to include other departments as far as roadway paving and stuff like that as well. But sticking on stormwater, all our staff currently now, we have 3 crews in ditches, just doing maintenance and storm preparation. And that was my goal from the incentive, is to get all our contract work completed earlier on in the year, so when it came hurricane season, we can focus all our efforts on that and just do all the preventive maintenance stuff going forward to take care of the city. So that has come through fruition, and that's not at my direction, only my direction. It's the staff that has adhered to the plan stuck to the plan and diligently worked hard to maintain that. And it takes everybody's buy-in to make that work, and it did. And I'm honored, and I'm very pleased with the staff that put that together. So we have our GIS tech, Ross, that's been diligently working throughout the city, documenting vast departments as far as parks, cemetery, stormwater, roads, doing all the catch basins, ditches, baffle boxes, road crossings, cemetery plots, all our city-owned streetlights, putting those into the GIS system under Esri. Completed our drainage ditch zones 1 and 2. We're currently in 3 and 4. Stone crop project is at its final restoration phases now. That should be completed here within the next month. North Central, curbing, sidewalk, paving, and drainage was an extensive job there down North Central and Davis Street. Some of you guys came out and visited that. We did 1,100 feet of pipe, did about 6 catch basins there. That was a big undertaking. That road always flooded notoriously during any rain event, no matter how big or how small. And now I'm happy to say I visited under the most recent rain events, and it's dry, everything's flowing properly, so that's been a big enhancement there. New Public Works site, we have 2 new staging areas, one behind Public Works and one to the right. The old Clearspan building, Clearspan area by the airport, that's our new staging sites there. We're no longer dumping or doing anything at the airport. That is all taken care of, that's all cleaned up. And out of this Friday will be the last trucks exiting out the topsoil that's in that airport area, so that's completed. So we turn that over to Jeff, the airport director, and that'll be all his. All 3 stormwater pumps have been serviced and rebuilt. That was a big undertaking. Thank you for your support on that. I know that was a large budgetary item, and I know we had to go into some reserve funding on that throughout the year, but that was well needed. I can rest easy at night that I know that they work, and we can move water as needed. And we'll be keeping an eye on those, and you'll see some line items in there for maintenance costs, but they're minimal. Just to pull one of those pumps is roughly $4,000. Just have the crane come and set up and pull it. So those will be on a 10-year. We'll keep an eye on those, but roughly 8 to 10 years they'll have to get pulled and rebuilt. But if there's anything that we have to do with those going forward, we'll do that. Barber Street drainage has been completed. All that pavement's completed as well. Thank you for your patience on that. I know there were some hiccups on that earlier on, but those are all been corrected. And all that drainage is complete. Fiscal 26 goals, we're going to continue on the roadway repaving and drainage improvements, completing zones 4, 5, and 6, drainage ditches. We're going to expand the field maps for GIS. We do currently have an intern working with us, with Ross, helping out. That's been a big help for Ross, not only to do the cemetery work and all the plots there, but he's also doing some future plans for drainage improvements for the 26 roadways. So that's all getting plotted out currently ahead of schedule while he has the intern here. We're going to expand our field maps. We're going to continue our stormwater action plan. Slip lining, we're going to continue that as well. We have identified areas already. We've exhausted that budget. They're going to be back out in September to do 2 more areas, and there's one other identified area that we have that we don't have funding that we may have to push that to next year's budget. I'm in discussions with that with Brian already. If we can make that happen in September 1, we will, but currently we put that one on hold. Ditch and canal tree trimming, we put that one on hold currently, but that is one of our objectives as well. Now we're going to entertain that. Barber Street Sport Complex drainage, that's going to be the tulip area. We're going to divert water there to help that significantly. So that'll be a large CIP project. We have that budgeted for approximately $50,000. That'll be all done in-house. That's not contract. That's
Getting water out of the sports complex.
Yes.
Is this stormwater ponds that are there?
Tulip.
It's an overflow.
This project will take water, if you notice the Tulip Pond project, it's off of Tulip Drive, just to the west of Barber Street Sports Complex. That ditch comes to an end right there at the road right there at Barber Street Sports Complex. Based on the stormwater master plan, and a lot of these things are results of the stormwater master plan, it should be connected with the ditch that is on the east side of Barber Street. So this project will take it and will underground pipe it all the way so that we get a connection point so that we can stop that choke area right there around Tulip Pond, Tulip Drive, and right there in that Barber Street Sports Complex area.
Underground the actual ditch for the Tulip Pond out to the Barber Street and then under Barber Street.
Correct, we'll just connect those points there. There's already a pipe from Barber Street, underneath Barber Street, there's already a pipe there. We'll just do all the connection points from there and stop the
That's
choke
an area
area.
that potentially floods.
It floods every time it
Every time.
rains.
Yeah.
And then we're looking at 512 alleyway drainage improvements there. That's a troublesome area. We did some enhancements
You
there.
drive that alley after a rain and it's always.
Yes,
holds
there's critters.
water. Critters.
So we've done some enhancements there this year, minor enhancements, but we are looking at to do some extensive work there in
Brian, is
26.
that alleyway there primarily to support the businesses along 512 to be able to get trucks?
I would say businesses, but then also, patrons of the restaurants or the businesses as well. Because a lot of people, instead of coming back out on 512, they'll use that alleyway as the area to avoid having to go on 512. Because realize if you want to go west, you go the alleyway. If you want to go east, you go 512. So it kind of works both ways. It supports both of
I'm
them.
just wondering if that would be a candidate for a special taxi district to pay for that work, some of the businesses on 512 as opposed to out of our general fund dollars.
Potentially. But I gotta look and see where we're funding that project out of. I know we did some fund reduction, on that and kind of looking at how we were doing that project. So I'll have to go back and look into, when we get to projects here, we'll see how it's allocated.
I can only think of actually one house that sits off that road, and that's all the way at the end next to, where it comes out by
Past-
Winn-Dixie.
There's
That-
backyards.
That very last
Cumberland,
house.
past Cumberland Farms all the way down there, when you
Yeah,
get to the
that
end
last
there,
house,
there's
and
a
I think
house.
their house actually faces that street.
Yeah, the front side of the house.
Yeah, the
The
front side,
address
that's
side
the only
faces the
house, though,
street, yeah.
I think that faces that street is that one. The rest is all business traffic.
I think a lot of your overage in here, is that all due to the aggressive nature of us catching up with the 23, 24, and 25 maintenance on our stormwater projects overall, including culverts, driveway, because we had to do a lot more driveway than were anticipated.
So I'll say a lot of the increase is that, implementing the stormwater master plan. Because if you notice, we're either meeting or exceeding the elements of the stormwater master plan. So we didn't just take that and recognize that, hey, we got a master plan. Well, our work is to exceed it. Like when you look at completing drainage zone 4, 5, and 6 regrading, well, the master plan says we should do it every 5 years. Well, if you look, we're doing it, we did 1, 2, and 3 recently. We're gonna be on like an every 3, maybe 4-year worst case scenario, plan on that. So that, and then staff. I mean, a lot of the deficit, to be quite honest, is we've had the discussion on increasing our maintenance worker, their salaries. So when you look at their bottom line on where their starting pay is, bringing that up to a higher number, that's going to affect the deficit there. But if you go back and look, at, like I said, last year's amended budget, you look every year, we've kind of ran a deficit, but this year is projected that we're going to put money back into the reserve, and that's where we will utilize that next year. And once again, this 160, we know we won't be full staff for 12 months out of the year, but we can't, we know that, but we also can't budget that that's not going to happen, because Lee's going to work. He's going to have things set up. He's not going to stop the hiring process. We're still going to have it out there. But your interviews and things like that will put them so that they start after October 1st, so that we have those funds, is how we're looking at it.
So just to kind of give a snapshot, last year we projected 5 roadway crossing pipes. We did 23 this year. Just to kind of give you the volume of work that was done. Slip lining, we did 10. We exhausted that budget. There was $180,000 in that budget. We exhausted that budget in slip lining. So there's been an extensive amount of work that's been done just on that alone, let alone the driveways, culverts, swale work, et cetera, that was
Yeah, I
tied
know,
into
and
the
we
road.
appreciate the work that was done, because those are the pushes that we've had from this council is, we've had a lot of flooding in our city, and we're moving forward with making sure, to try to ensure that we alleviate as much of that as we can. So I really want to thank you and your staff for doing excellent, going over and above what we've asked to do, so thank you.
They're doing great work, so.
In the last 18 months, I think you've caught up on 2.5 years' worth of stormwater work, which is, that's good, that's commendable. And you know, if it only costs us $160,000 in this budget, it's well worth that $160,000.
I
To
concur.
do that, yeah, so, not that I wanna give Brian's money away, but.
So I'll give a little bit of an update on the revenue sheet on page 108. So that outlines, you know, you'll see charges for service, stormwater utility fee. That's what we're estimating will be the revenue brought in from stormwater utility fees this year. Delinquent stormwater fees, that's typical of looking at historical projections of what we'll bring in there. Miscellaneous income, you'll see some changes here, and you'll see really increases on this, not pertaining to the projected, and I'll explain that here in a minute. But you know, our new Brian has started to invest our funds in different classes and different areas, and that's where we're seeing, you see the Florida Trust, Florida Class, those investment increases are shown there, and that's where we're estimating our investment income to be over the next fiscal year. The one difference you'll see is miscellaneous revenue. That was a development that that made a payment to the city for some work that needed to be done on that. So that's where you got the miscellaneous revenue coming in there at $65,000. So that was kind of a one-off thing there. But you'll see our total stormwater revenues are a little bit over 2.8 million. As the budget is proposed today, you are seeing a $160,000 usage of the stormwater utility reserves, which there is the funding there to easily cover that $160,000. For a total budget of a little bit over or almost $3 million is the request in this fiscal year. So going down, you'll look at personnel services is obviously our greatest increase. And I made that clear that was kind of one of the things that we were looking at. And then also insurance costs, health insurance, 7%. And then when you look at, you know, minimal increases in dental vision, but all those kind of go into that, as well as retirement. That's included in personnel services. Operating expenses, Lee will go through all of those here in a minute, but that increase is requested at $161,583. Capital decreases due to no capital equipment requested in the stormwater operating budget, but you will see some capital expenses that come out of DST and those other areas there. And then non-operating is a projects fund that we have there for $85,000. So I'm gonna turn it back over to Lee to kind of go through his capital and then also his operating budget for you.
Brian, before you get to that, the delinquent amount in the stormwater fees, is that as a result of the 96.7% ad valorem?
So yeah,
That's that other part of that 3.3%?
Correct, the people that are late on payments, and so it's kind of like a catch-up thing. So typically those come in from the previous year on delinquent accounts and things like that are additional charges on top of it.
So I just want to touch on, thank you, Brian. I just want to touch a little bit on personnel before I go on to capital outlay. There is some succession plan that's going on in stormwater right now. There is some senior staff there that are going to be leaving probably within the next 2 to 3 years. So there's some succession planning and there's some training that's going on. We do have several operators. We have 3 operators total. 2 are very senior that can go at any moment. And those are our key vital staff that do a lot of the ditch work, a lot of the swale work, et cetera. So there is some training. As we get into the line items, you'll see the training increase in cost. That is because we're having skilled operator training on specific machinery. We used to wait a little while to set staff in, put them in seats of the loaders and the excavators. But now we're putting them in pretty much a month or two on the job to get them, put them in a hot seat and get them trained up. But we're going to be putting them through a rigorous course that we found, and multiple municipalities are utilizing it. So to get them properly trained on this equipment, so we have more operators out there. I don't want to be caught behind the 8 ball, staff leaving and not having skilled operators. So you'll see that coming up. I just wanted to make that a note. Going over capital outlays, we have slip lining. We decreased that to 160 from this year was 180. All of these line items and budgets after the capital outlays are extremely conservative. Barber Street Sport Complex, 50,000. I told you that's all going to be completed by staff. That is the drainage improvement tulip connecting to Barber. Mini excavator for 58,465. A zero turn mower at 17,590, and that is going to assist with some contract work. We currently have out to bid now for ditch and right-of-way mowing, but the city is looking to probably substitute that with staff to reduce that cost as well. So those are the 4 that we have for capital outlays for this upcoming year. We do have a future years for 27, 28, a new brush hog, flex wing, rotary cutter. That is to outfit a tractor that we had a sidearm that we purchased this year. So we took the old sidearm, we sent that out to Gov Deals to sell it, but the tractor is still usable and good. So we'd like to put a brush hog on that to have that instead of just having to waste that tractor. We'd be able to repurpose that tractor. So we put that to future year for purchase. Under Stormwater Utility Division to be funded out of DST. We have a dump truck, 4-wheel drive dump body for 89,000. We have commercial clear span shelters. What those are, that's 450,000. That is to protect the equipment at the Public Works compound. There's 2 separate shelters. There's one that's going to be in the back area for the larger equipment, and there's going to be another shelter for the regular vehicles. That'll be directly behind the building, to the left of the lunchroom or the break room for the staff. Staff can pull their vehicles under there, and they'll be out of the sun, and all the heavy equipment and all that will be in the rear of the Public Works on the gravel area. So that 450,000 is a conservative number. Those are preliminary estimates. Once we go into contract with them, they get engineering plans, drawings, footings, et cetera, for that. But that's for those 2 buildings, footings, foundation, and then to set up the building, the shelter itself. And it's a 3-sided shelter. Vacuum trailer. This one is 126,000. This is a preliminary estimate that we received earlier on. We had the company come out and do a demo for us, and it was found that the demo that they quoted us was inaccurate. It's called a Jetvac 550. They weren't transparent. There was no jetting machine attached to it. Once I got a new quote from them that had the jetter attached to it, that price went up another 111,000. So went back, got another solicitation. I spoke to another contractor. They were out this morning. That bid came in at 165, and I have that for you here as well. And that's from Southern Sewer.
So while Lee's looking for that, I just want to explain this one a little bit. So we bought a brand new vac truck this year. And based off of our recommendation from the Stormwater Master Plan, they suggested that we have 2 vac trucks. So we still have our current vac truck. However, our current vac truck is averaging being up for use about 1 to 2 weeks a month, and then going right back to the shop. We recently, within the last 2 months, have spent somewhere in the range of about $35,000 to $40,000 repairing it. So the most recent time, we put an end to it because we couldn't continue to put that amount of money into this older, vac truck. It has historically had issues on, a lot of the mechanisms, the hydraulics, and so it's constantly been in the shop, at least for the last 2 years. So we purchased a new one. It's supposed to be delivered later this summer. Our plan for this other one, and if you remember in last year's budget, we had shown in a future year to refurbish the old truck for $175,000. However, in speaking with staff, they feel as though they can get away with one full-size truck that'll work, and then we can have a vac trailer that serves kind of a similar purpose. It's not as strong as a vacuum mechanism, and really the biggest difference isn't necessarily even that, it's the storage capacity. Obviously with the trailer, it's gonna have a smaller storage capacity, so they are gonna have to dump it more frequently. But when you look at what we paid for our vac truck was about $480,000. We can get a trailer for a lot cheaper, and it'll serve the same purpose, and we'll have the 2 units that were requested by the Stormwater Master Plan.
So are we looking at this $126,000 going up to more like 150?
To 165.
So this would go up to 165.
And it is out of DST, and there is funding in DST, and Lee and I had this discussion yesterday, and I just requested that he bring it up in front of you all today, with this. But I think that this will really, really help us, because then we'll have two machinists.
On the CIP plan, this is really 165.
Yes.
So I want to make a note also, Southern Sewer is the person that we probably would go for this back trailer. And they're looking into possibly, we could send our vehicle out to Gov Deals, but they also buy old vac trucks. And they're looking at giving us a price for our vac truck to purchase it from us to discount this price. So I'll have that for us as well.
Yeah. But I mean, no matter which way you go, it's going to be in the 160, 170 price range, you think? Okay. Which means that CIP budget now goes up further.
Correct, under DST, yes.
Correct.
Under DST, which we're already, go back to schedules, we're already impacting DST's reserve down to less than $1 million, or right at $1 million in the budget. We're going from like 5 with what we're using out of DST, and next we're going down to about $1 million in reserves in DST. So that knocks another 40 grand out of that.
Yeah, but I think that you gotta remember, this fiscal year was the big hit on DST. This fiscal year, we hit DST for over $10 million. So next year, we're only requesting currently a little bit over $5 million in DST. So this current fiscal year is the one that hit DST the hardest. Page 188.
Yeah, I gotta go down to schedules. I'm not in schedules. Okay.
So if FY '25 total expenditures were a little over 10 million, that this current year was the year that hit it hard. Next year, we're expending less than we're bringing in, actually.
Well, current year annual expenditures out of DST is $1,319,000.
You're looking in CR, that's.
Oh, that's the wrong one, that's.
Yeah, page 188.
I had DST marked here, local option, gas tax.
Right there, no, go back. No, go back a page. Right there,
Yeah, right here.
this side.
Right, here. Yeah, okay.
So if you look, we are actually increasing our cash on hand at the end of this year at the end of next year from this current year. This current year, we're only carrying over $1 million.
$1,043,000, right?
And then at the end of next year, we will have $1.155 million. So we're actually increasing the cash on hand next year.
Yeah, I mean, we start out with a,
So this current fiscal year is the year that we hit it hard. We hit it hard for $10 million this current fiscal year.
yeah. So we start out with a $5 million revenue line and an expenditure of okay, so 888 is the total, okay. Ending fund balance, the ending fund balance drops from 1,004,000 to 889,000. And then the cash on hand goes to 1,500,000.
I don't understand where's,
All right, okay. I'm fine with that.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to, I just don't want it to be that we're this is typically where we happen to be up on DST in 24 because we didn't have any real road repaving. And then if you look, I mean, we only spent street reconstruction of 333,000.
Well, I mean, we
And
started
in fiscal
with,
year 25, we spent 3.6 million.
Yeah.
So that's where we started to hit DST with the street repaving hard the last year.
yeah, I mean, our beginning balance in DST in 24-25 was 6,200,000.
Mm-hmm.
And we hit it with $5 million or $10 million worth of expenditures. We increased the revenue by another $5 million. We ended up with 10, we ended up with $1,043,000.
Correct.
And we carry that forward to beginning fund balance to $1,491,000 into the 25-26. And it drops down to $1,155,000. So we pretty much stay the same in the balance.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have the quote from Southern Sewer, and I also have the initial quote from Jetback and the new quote from Jetback showing the disparity, so, which is why I went with.
Okay.
Are there other advantages to having the trailer too? Can you get into different areas that you can't get into with the truck?
Smaller areas, it's a little more convenient, it's
Right.
easier, it's quicker.
Was it like a gooseneck trailer or something?
It's just a regular trailer.
Just regular flatbed?
Well, yeah.
That's not the one we're getting, but it's very similar.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know, I've seen those all the time, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
So moving over to stone crop upper stream drainage, I know Brian had brought this up earlier, for a grant match, 77,500. And that we're just, I don't think we're gonna be doing the armoring, as Brian indicated earlier. I think we'll do drainage, culvert pipes, underground drainage. I think that'll be sufficient. Pond dredging, we're gonna push that out to 26, 27, but we're still working on that. That's supporting a smart, sustainable growth. That's goal number 4, objective 10 under strategic planning. And that's gonna be the Easy Street pond dredging. That's our preliminary, like our test site, to see how it looks like, what we're gonna get for nutrient reduction and stuff there.
Yeah, and that's one of the ones that we're applying for the FDEP water quality. So if we happen to get the grant, then these funds aren't really net, because it doesn't require a match. But we needed to show, whether we get the funds or not, we want to do a pilot program, because it was identified in the stormwater master plan that we needed to start dredging some of these stormwater ponds. And we need to do a pilot program to see what's going to be the best solution for us, and nutrient reduction. And one of the things that we've dealt with numerous vendors, and not gonna, we haven't chosen anyone, but just trying to kind of work and see what's gonna be best for our dredging operation as we go forward. So we'd like to have a pilot program initially.
So we have everything to go out to bid for it. We just don't have the funding to put it out to bid. So I worked with Jessica. So everything's prepared and ready to go. We're just waiting for funding for it.
So is it normal, standard, to be having those stormwater ponds dredged to get all that, those nutrients out? I know we haven't done that for a long time, so that I know of. So.
You want to reduce the nutrients level going back into the Indian River Lagoon. That's the key. That's the point.
So if it keeps building up, we've got to get all that out so it doesn't outflow into the lagoon or anything.
Correct.
Yeah. We're also gonna need to dredge all the canals.
Correct.
Well, that's
Another big,
right.
about 100+ million.
yeah, that's huge.
And one of our goals with the pond dredging is to get some solutions that possibly could work in the canals. That's why we want to highlight a pilot program to get that started.
And then there's a Barber Street storage, stormwater storage grant match that is under the Barber Street Sport Complex. Karen's working on that along with Brian. That's going to be an underground storage tank that will retain water and then flow out into our storm drains.
Yeah, so on this is an interesting project that Karen and I have kind of had on the radar, and it came from Karen. She was initially brought it to me, and in looking at this year, what we're doing with the piping is a solution. It works, it will work. However, it just continues to move water from one place to another. what we were looking at with Barber Street Sports Complex was an interesting concept of developing a stormwater storage facility underground. So doing it underneath the football field, so the piping would continue to run where it is. However, it would flow into a storage area for nutrient reduction and storage capacity underneath the football field. And then it would outfall back out to the ditch east of Barber Street. And it's kind of one of those projects that we look at, and that's why you see it's out to it's fiscal year 28. It may never come to fruition, but it's something that we want to look at and try to make happen, grant funding and an interesting concept to increase that, because we know that that area is a major flooding area within the city, that whole Tulip corridor there. In any way we can alleviate that, because the piping is going to move the water, but then it's going to continue to move the water, and once it gets to capacity, it will continue to back up. But the stormwater storage area would be something that would help alleviate that as we go forward in a larger project for that.
Yeah, I've been to some of those conferences where they talked about those storage under, that way you get to use the surface there. If it was just a pond, you couldn't use it except for a stormwater pond. But if you put those storage tanks in there and then cover it over, you can actually use that area. There's even businesses that use it under parking lots and all of that. But the cost was so high on those things. I don't know if the costs have come down on those since there may be more of that out there. I'm not really sure, but I know the cost was very high when I remember hearing that.
We do have businesses in Sebastian that do have them.
Do we?
Mm-hmm.
And the cost is still high.
Over on Indian River Drive, it's in the county has it, but the
Which one?
certification from the people that I talked to, said that it's not really capable of removing the nutrients before it gets in the river. So they certified it, but the negative nutrients are not going to get cleared out before it gets in the river. So they do this all over. Broward County requires that you maintain your stormwater on your lot. So they actually put these underground retention facilities for things like condensate off air conditioning systems, gutters, all that kind of stuff. So, and it increases construction costs dramatically by doing that. But that's their requirement. They can't let people who live that close to their waterways down there just dump stuff all over the place. So they require it. But it'd be a good pilot project someplace, maybe not on the scale of the Barber Street complex, but it certainly would be a good pilot project someplace to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the area we're talking about is one football field area. The underground probably wouldn't cover that entire area. So I don't think that it's a huge, like the whole complex is going under. But it is something that we kind of have identified, and being able to do it underneath the football field.
Yeah.
So that would be an area that we could accommodate that. But like I said, it is pushed out to 28. We'll have a lot of grant work and prep work to do before that.
Aspiration.
But yeah,
Okay,
so
with the
it's
grant.
something that we can look forward to.
But it also fits into Sustainable Sebastian as well.
Sustainable Sebastian and Stormwater Master Plan.
Another dump body, two-wheel drive, that's pushed out to 28, 29. That's just, wear and tear and replacing old vehicle. Moving along into the regular expenditures, operating cost, professional services, $12,000, that's for engineering, and for engineering services we put down to zero. We're going to cover most of that under professional services, grant funding. Administrative services by general funds, it's 133,218. Other contractual services, 5,230. Permit fees, pest and weed control from aquatic vegetation is our current contractor, and they will be our current contractor through this year as well. They're the ones that do all our spraying of our areas, our canals, and our ponds. Contract mowing, you see an increase here to 646, 750. That is currently out to bid. We expect an increase there.
Lee, let me jump in here. So one of the things, and he may discuss it with you later, or he might just let it go, but so he had requested, and I think it is something that's needed. I just don't know that we can necessarily fund it. A fifth ditch cut from our contract mowing services. So currently, we only cut the ditches 4 times a year. The problem we run into is late in the summer that we have no cuts left. And it's just growing. So we had discussed a plan to increase it to 2 to 3 cuts during the summer, springtime. That would be that 5th cut. However, what we did do was I didn't give him the full amount of funding. I reduced it down and gave him about $50,000 out of that 646 for a 5th cut, so that we can do a kind of a test ditch area, in an area of $50,000. But that'll give us an area to be able to showcase to say, hey, this was the result of a potential 5th cut before we go doing that 5th cut all the way around the city. So I just wanted to make sure and highlight that, and then also that our contract mowing for ditch right away and stormwater park is out to bid right now, or I think it goes out tomorrow maybe. And that staff is looking at taking on some additional responsibilities for some of the right-of-way areas and vacant lots, cutting those areas in a staff area so that we can reduce the contractor cost on this. So those are areas that I really cut, and I kind of pulled back on a little bit, but I just want to be sure that you all hear that from me on this one, that I think it's best for us to do a smaller 5th cut area. And obviously, if the numbers come back on this bid that's out there a little bit higher, then we may have to eliminate the 5th cut and put it all towards the 4 cuts. But at least have a little bit for that 5th cut so we can do a certain area within the city. And we would be sure to let you all know where that is and take pictures and showcase that.
When is the 4th cut typically done?
Yeah.
Currently, right now, they're in there, they have 2 cuts left right now.
On this fiscal year, they got 2 left?
Oh, well, that's perfect.
Not 2 cuts.
Not 2 cuts, they do zones.
Okay, they have
2
2
zones
locations.
left.
They do zones.
Okay.
2
Okay,
zones
okay.
left. Yeah, correct.
So they
So
go
going
by
into
zones.
storm season, they are towards the end of their 4th cut for the year.
Correct.
It won't start their first cut for next year until
October.
late October, November timeframe, which means they're really out of the hike. So if we get a September, late September, mid-September storm, the grass in the ditches is relatively high compared to where it would be if we do a cut closer. Okay.
Correct. And then you get residents calling, complaining that their ditches are overgrown, or
Yeah, well,
especially the ones that are closest to the
There's no
house.
way you can stop that from happening.
No.
Is there some other way to manage that? I mean, because we know that the summer months are the time that it grows the most, the grass, to maybe prevent some of that. I know they've done a great job so far. Everything is going, but the summer months is when we get all the rain. If you have that, it overgrows, then we're going to back up.
Yeah, you'll start to see towards here, when we get towards the end of the summer, like right now, they're on top of it. They're doing their final cut. It'll take them a little bit of time. But you'll see as we get towards the end of the summer this is when it will start to overgrow and it won't get cut. There are areas now, if you go right around the city, and you'll see the overgrowth from the previous cut, but it's happening very quickly now. And so that's where we've always allocated to 4 cuts. We've changed the schedule in the last 2 years to push it more towards the summertime, but it still isn't enough. And that's where we think that the 5th cut would be the solution. But at the current time, we don't have the funds for it. And 2, I'd rather do a small area first next year, just to see how that impact is, and then how that comes to fruition.
Well, they can't get their equipment during the rainy season.
Yeah, there's certain
They have
times
to get their
that-
equipment in there,
correct.
so, August timeframe, in the 1st of September, they're probably not gonna be able to get into most of the ditches to cut, so.
Yeah.
So
And they do a lot of weed eating, honestly.
Yeah.
If you go around and watch them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of this stems from, we haven't been in ditches for a long time. They haven't been maintained, but now we're maintaining these, and we have 3 crews actively in ditches. So I think going forward, we'll see some positives on this. I think the residents will be a little happier. I've gotten positive feedback from residents, even from contractors, so.
I can tell you, the ditch behind my house, and I have one of the medium-sized ones, it seems to be taken care of pretty well, both by city staff and by the weed-eating team.
Yeah, I mean, I live on a canal, they're doing a much better job than they have
I
been.
think as you're in there, some of them cleaning a lot of that muck, which is making the stuff grow a lot faster, so there has been a difference.
Right, so I think, collectively, with city staff And I know Brian has talked to me about, managing their cuts and when they're cutting. And I think he's 100% right, We'll have that discussion with this new contract that comes out, and we'll manage that a little bit better. moving
Hopefully the
forward.
same company gets the new contract, because they've done a really good job.
Yeah.
Guess we'll see what happens, because, I remember a couple years ago, that company that got it, they were awful, so. I hope the same company gets it. They said they've done a really good job. See how it works out.
So I'm glad
You hear
that,
that?
It's a bid, so.
Is out the bid, can't talk about
I mean,
it.
no, they're not, oh, that's right, sorry, yeah. Thank you.
so I'm happy Brian brought up that he did reduce that. I did state in the beginning that this is a very conservative budget. So thank you for emphasizing that, Brian. Travel and per diem, 4,800. You'll see that's up a little bit because we are sending staff. We have those 5 additional staff in stormwater. I do want to get them out to training. And then I do want to get those heavy equipment operators as well. Cell phones, internet services, those are minor increases, again, for additional staff. Postage, electricity, water sewage, trash and hauling. Trash and hauling, you'll see we have a reduction if you go all the way back to 23, 24. We're pretty status quo there. Last year, we were up about 5,000. I do want to emphasize, we are recycling all our concrete that we're pulling out, with the exception of the one that has rebar in it. That still has to go to the landfill because it's contaminated. The majority of our stuff that's going to landfill is the asphalt, or any like pepper trees or stumps and stuff like that we have to bring to the landfill. We don't get charged for vegetation, but stumps they do charge us for. Concrete they do charge us for. Asphalt they charge us for. So that's what those fees are for. But I want to emphasize, you'll see in another line item in another budget that we have a piece of equipment that we're purchasing to break down the concrete so we can repurpose that for riprap. Insurance, equipment and leases, 20,000. That was vital this year. We utilized that quite a bit. Our vac truck, when that went down, we had to contract out for equipment to have people come out and contractor to come out and suck out pipes for us, and then use equipment to work on our back lots that we for some grading purposes. R&M vehicles, office equipment, and operating equipment, 60,000. That is an increase. We do have a lot of equipment. We did get a lot of new equipment last year, heavy equipment, but we do have some older equipment that is costly to repair. I know we're not adding staff. Should I talk about this now or? Okay. I do want a heavy equipment operator, technician, under fleet. And I can talk about, I'll touch base on that here because this is the most vital portion because they have the most of the equipment. We do have a staff member that works on roads, that's been very vital this year. He's a heavy equipment operator by trade, technician. He's certified. He's worked on equipment, and he's saved the city already, probably in the last 6 months, over $20,000 in repairs on equipment. Cylinders, hoses, you name it. He's just recently worked on our vac truck this week, along with changing the cylinder on our backhoe. That saved us thousands of dollars. So just food for thought. I just want to throw that out there. I know we're not getting positions, but that's one that I did request. That didn't make it to the board. So
He's a current staff member?
yes.
And you're talking about recategorizing him?
Yes.
Okay. Which that's not actually adding staff, that's a decision that you guys make.
Yeah, it's a reclassification.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Legal ads, departmental supplies, computer supplies all covered by MIS. Small tools and equipment, it's 5,500. Increase, and that's just increase on cost. I'll just give you, for an example, saw blades are $400 a piece now for concrete saw blades. So those are just the handheld ones, let alone the larger ones. They can be about $800. I think we got a concrete chainsaw blade that was, I think $350. So they're quite expensive.
Tariffs. Tariffs.
Gas and oil, uniform and shoes, all minimal increases. Safety equipment. I do want to emphasize here on safety equipment, we need to purchase a shoring box. We have done several road crossings, as I mentioned earlier this year. We did 23 road crossings, and we currently do not have a shoring box, and we need to get one for our staff. So I just got quotes as of yesterday.
And you can't put people in those holes without putting something around it to protect them.
Correct. So I received quotes. I'm still shopping on them, but they're roughly around $7,000 to $10,000.
Yeah.
For an aluminum shoring box.
Yeah, one workers' comp claim because of a.
Yeah. So I do have 2 quotes for those already. I'm still working on those going forward. So sod, we did an exorbitant amount of sod this year. I had to request additional funds for that this year.
Now, the sod and the, you haven't gotten there yet, but culvert pipes, is that primarily because of the swale work we're doing related to road paving, or is that separate from that?
So we have 2 different line items we had, one was tied to a project for roads repaving, and that was our Ferguson. We had $170,000 for swale pipe we utilized. We exhausted that already. And then we have our roadway crossing pipes, which comes out of this fund here.
Okay, so this is the roadway crossing pipes then? Okay.
Correct. And we exhausted that already this year.
Yeah.
And that's why we increased it. As we look and we go through the city, we're finding that we're getting failures on road crossing pipes.
Yeah.
And then, we came across a couple on, they're doing a lot of boring through the city, and if we don't catch it, they're boring through our pipes. We found one that we're trying to pin either on FBL or AT&T currently right now. That cost us an absorbent amount of money to get. We couldn't even pull that pipe. We had to get it slip lined.
Yeah.
So culvert pipes, 90,000. Memberships and professional fees for APWA, et cetera. And training and education, that again went up more. I stated I wanted to get those heavy equipment operators trained up, so those are additional funds there. For total operating expenditures of 1.284593.
Any questions on stormwater?
Well, I mean, just as a general comment, I know you're showing with these items $160,000 deficit, and I think that we've gotten such good work out of that department, and I would personally be definitely in favor of funding $160,000 out of our reserve account if we need to, rather than trying to cut $160,000 on this expense line items. I think it looks pretty tight to me, and so. I mean, rather than cut money out of there, I just assume personally that we think about pulling money out of the overall reserve account to cover that cost.
And I would appreciate that. I can tell you that,
I got the smiles between the two of you when he was talking.
there have been some hard cuts on this budget. Things, and I mentioned at the very beginning on things that, we see progress and we want to keep going, and we see things that, hey, we can continue to do this and continue to do, even better in certain areas. And hey, all the credit to Leave with what he's done with the stormwater staff. I mean, they're hustling and they're getting it done. But at some point I have to measure, fiscally versus, reality of what we've kind of got going on. So, yes, there's been some difficult discussions on this one, and I'll continue to work with Lee on this one. And we'll come back with something, in the final budget time that, represents us continuing to work on these numbers, and see what we can do when we get to the end. But, I'm comfortable with kind of where we're at with this one, and I can tell you there's not a lot to reduce in this budget.
And then one last comment on reclassification of employees. I understand you guys, we don't deal with that kind of issues, but I will tell you that sometimes the cost of reclassification totally outweighs the impact of having to replace that person.
Correct.
So you have to really, really strongly consider what will happen if that happens to an individual. So from a reclassification point of view, if it means some budget change, it might be well worth that budget change.
And we've had some discussions on this one, and that's one of the positions, and I know that's why you brought it up, that I know is something that greatly benefits us. It saves us in the long run. It saves us from having to go outside. You can go over there, and those of you that were on the float, you know, that trailer didn't come with any sides or barriers on the sides. He fabricated all that and did all that himself. So those are things that, you know, he's saving us cost on those things, and he's working on the heavy equipment. So those are discussions we're continuing to have, and, you know, as we continue to work through this budget process, and that's a position that I know is a need, but it's something that we've got to weigh, once again, the financial numbers of it.
And I know you're going way over the requirement to try to make sure that you begin to better reward the people in the staff at the lower end of the pay scales right now. So you're really, you know, there's some things I know being done to help that. So
correct.
Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Dodd. I think I don't have a problem with us funding that. I think it's because of the direction that the city has been going. I think everybody that pays any attention to what's happening in the city residence-wise could see all of the work that's going on. And most of us ran on that stuff, making sure that we get this city up to speed and not be behind like we were before on all of our drainage and do more to protect our water bodies and all of that. So I'm definitely in agreement with Mr. Dodd on that. So
the reason we got to where we were 3 and 4 years ago was because they decided not to spend the money to maintain and to keep it up. And we're caught up, so we need to. And stormwater is something that the residents see. I mean, they see that little flood. We could potentially, if the weatherman's right, in the next 24 hours, the 48 get 6 inches of rain here. I mean, they're saying it's 1 to 3, possibly up to 6. So we could potentially get 6 inches of rain here. And we have areas in the city that would have flooded 4 years ago relatively badly at 6 inches of rain that aren't going to flood right now at that, potentially. So, I mean, people see that. It's important.
And I gotta say, it's the stormwater staff that are really, they've taken it, challenge accepted. They've taken it and ran with it to the point that I'll mention something once to them, and you know, I was talking to Keith yesterday, and he said, hey, when you get a chance, make sure you go out to stone crop and make sure they trim that back. He was like, boss, it's already done. Yeah. And that's the kind of responsiveness that they're doing. Yeah. And it's challenge accepted. They're enjoying it, they like it, they're hungry for it, and I don't want to stop that because they see the fruits of their labor, and I know many of you guys have been out to see them on the job sites. I encourage that. They like it. It's what's needed. You know, it's the transparency, it's everybody understanding what they're doing.
Yeah. No, kudos to your staff, seriously.
They're hitting out of the park.
Yeah.
Mayor, you have anything to add?
I mean, it's all been said. I mean, anybody doesn't see the work that's being done, and then the comparison, like you mentioned, the rain, if 2 inches come down in 15 minutes, we used to be flooded, you know, so you definitely see it, because we've had a couple of heavy rainfalls, and, you know, the ditches fill, but they move. I see nothing but moving water when I see it in the ditches, as opposed to just sitting there.
yeah.
All right, we'll move on to the roads budget, and I'll let Lee take this one. Obviously, you all are fully.
67.
Page 67, yes, sorry. Page 67. And roads and maintenance budget is funded out of general fund. So I will turn it over to Lee.
All right, just gonna cover some fiscal year accomplishments from 25. Concrete removal, city staff, all the concrete sidewalks that you've seen throughout the city, city staff has been the ones removing it, disposing it, breaking it down, and utilizing that as riprap throughout the city. And then we have contractors forming and pouring to reduce costs on that. We completed the Barber Street sidewalk extension, Indian River Drive repair and replacements, North Central sidewalk curb and replacement and gutter repair, Main Street sidewalk replacement and extension on US 1, the North Central on the Main Street side replacement, DeVita dialysis retaining wall on Indian River Drive. We shored that up and redid that sidewalk. ADA mats on Barber Street, Schumann, and along Indian River Drive. Collier Creek sidewalk repair and replacement, including shoring up the wing wall and the improvements there. And also we did curb and gutter installation on that. The curb and gutter installation on Barber Street prior to them paving on that corner, because that was always a washout area. We cleared a new dump site at the airport, and then we degrubbed the butterfly garden and topsoiled that area on Barber Street. Going into fiscal 2026, goals and objectives. We're going to continue the roadway and pothole maintenance repair program. We're going to continue to inspect and assess all city sidewalks for tripping hazards and safety concerns. Continue repainting stop bars in highly trafficked areas, widen roadway approaches and aprons, ADA mat replacements as needed throughout to maintain with MUTCD standards, take over contract mowing to reduce cost for the vacant lots, and we're not going to take over all of it. We're just going to take over, I think, 2 zones we're looking at tentatively. I don't want to say too much because that's out to bid. Pave roads as needed. We're going to continue our bridge inspections and repair bridge walkways throughout the city. And then also we're going to be doing our PCI this year under CIP, and then our 26, obviously our 26 road repaving plan. Under personnel right now, we're down 1 staff in roads, 2 staff in roads currently. We have 1 staff that's starting next week. So we're down 1 after next week. And I believe we're still waiting on something to do with his physical.
When you talk about empty lot mowing, what do you,
Vacant lots.
I mean, vacant lot.
Vacant lot mowing.
What are you talking about?
Just the easement, the right of ways.
So basically, that's the city
roadway
code
swell.
5-foot hangover kind of thing within a 5-foot boundary of the lot boundary?
Whatever the right-of-way easement is on that specific
Okay.
property, which is gonna vary throughout the city in certain areas. But it is just to maintain that roadside area, with those.
Do you have any access issues to get back in there? So you might have a vacant lot in the middle of a block and you've got fences that potentially infringe on the right-of-way that we have a right to remove, but we really don't need to do that kind of stuff.
No,
So,
at times we'll have to, if we have to get, like if there's brush, trees and stuff like that in the way, we can get some,
okay,
we clear that.
okay.
That's it.
All right.
Not typically. If
But
we
we
have,
do have a code that requires that people maintain a 5-foot boundary on a vacant lot from infringing on their neighboring lot. So-
Yeah, so I'll just give you an example. We just recently, Rob, who's the road superintendent, notified me of a road, or actually it was a resident notified me of a road, over here close to City Hall area. And the trees were hanging over the roadway. So then we send code enforcement out there. They cited the homeowner or the property owner, and they actually got the trees cut back by a contractor. But we had sent our staff out there, I'd sent Rob out to take a look at it to see if it was something we could easily trim back and just get it, presentable, and then they had to do the rest of it. But it wasn't, it was all large oak trees and limbs and stuff, so they had to go out there and they actually had to get a contractor to come out and do it.
So when we encounter something like that we can do we do a code enforcement process so that we can bill that back to the property owner?
So if we would have been able to do it, it would have been something really quick that we could have taken a pole saw and went down quickly and drug it to the side of the road.
Okay.
So it wouldn't have been like major expense to us. We will not hire a contractor to deal with private side stuff. So that's when code enforcement goes out, they cite them, they have to hire a contractor to come and do it.
If we have to get access to a ditch, and it's our right of way, and we need to get access to a ditch, and we have to clear it, then we'll contact a contractor to clear that out, to get access to it, but that's the only time that we do it.
Yeah.
We do that.
And so that's something that we potentially would,
If it's a code
Use a code
enforcement
issue.
measure that goes before the magistrate, we will get reimbursed for that, or they'll have to pay it to the city.
Yeah.
If it's something really simple that our guys just go by and quickly do, that's not something that we go after.
So under staffing, we will, after this new person starts here next week, we'll be down 1 staff. We do show a clerical assistant that's not filled because we have 2 administrative assistants currently. I did request a GIS tech to assist Ross. That was not approved. But I'll be continue to advocate for at least a temporary position or part-time position for Ross due to his increased workload. Moving down to be funded out of general funds, road and maintenance division, we have a skid steer, breaker hammer. That's what's breaking the concrete up to reclaim. We're using it for riprap. What we currently had done, we rented a machine to see if it would actually work. It did, so we were going to purchase the same one for our Kubota. Mid-block crosswalk, we're looking at purchasing one of those here for Power Line Road. And then sidewalk repair and replacement, we have $120,000. That's an increase from this year, but that is a capital improvement project. Excuse me. Yes. For our sidewalks and repair and replacement throughout the city. Going down to what's getting funded out of the gas tax, local option gas tax, is roadway PCI. Currently in contact with 2 separate vendors, and I have a meeting with one tomorrow morning to finalize that, and hopefully that will come under budget. Street preservation, I did get quotes for that. I'm in budget for that, for all the preservation work for 26. So that will be able to start hopefully in October, right away, for all the preservation work. Moving
that's where you jumped ahead and did a lot of swale work this year.
So what we're gonna do for next year's street preservation, what we're finding out in this year, with a lot of preservation work that was done, we had to change the method because a lot of the roadway edges were failing. So we had to mill and overlay a lot more than we had on preservation. Stuff that were allocated preservation got switched to mill and overlay because the roadway edges just failed. So after talking to several contractors, just not our current contractor, which is currently out to bid, I'll make that note. It's currently out to bid right now, so I'll be cautious in what I say. But I've reached out to several vendors, and to include the pavement management companies, and they highly encourage doing preservation on curb and gutter roads only, due to the failures of the road edges. And from what we saw on Winbro and Stonecrop area, a lot of the road edges were failing, just for the deterioration. And then, so we switched those to mill and overlay. So next year I'd like to try our curb and gutter area. We've got a lot of complaints over in the Kildare area, Schumann area.
Now, that's primarily the area, the original area off Schumann where they put the Miami curbs in.
Correct.
Okay, so that, you're talking about that, which those streets, a lot of them still need a lot of work done.
They're very rough.
Yeah.
So I've already drove all those streets. We have assessed all those streets.
Okay.
So those are the ones that we're marking for 26.
So all the swale areas, we're talking about full-blown restructuring, maybe even grinding down to the material.
Mill and overlay.
Mill and overlay. Mm-hmm. But a lot of them don't have enough asphalt on them currently that you get into the sub-base when you start pulling it off. Right? Usually,
most of the roads are an inch and a half, and you're hitting you're hitting base, you're hitting sand.
Okay.
And then
How
the
much
base,
of those are gonna be full depth reclamation?
once we get we do have a PCI index from 3 years ago. But we're seeing as we're getting to roads that has expired, so we're going out to get that done this year again, or for next coming year. I'll have a better assessment for you on that once that report comes
Is
back.
it more expensive for the FDR versus?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
double.
Okay.
But as we get through that process, the next time, which will happen, you know, not as far in the future as we might think, you can really do an overlay, a mill and overlay as
Yes,
opposed.
typically on an FDR road, you get 20 years.
Yeah.
Typically 20 years, and then you can mill and overlay from there. So our roadway PCI assessment, currently working with those vendors now. Street preservation, covered that, we're within budget. Street reconstruction, got our budget for that. Made some minor adjustments to that yesterday. I'm in line with that. I just have to be sparingly on my swale work and driveway culverts. So I'm in discussion with Brian on that, on what that's gonna look like for next year.
And just a reminder, we are out to bid for paving, so these numbers, you know, are taking some things into account with that. And then also, we have had a discussion, and I've discussed with each of you about how we're gonna continue to proceed with swell work if it's necessary. But then in the areas that it may not be 100% necessary, just reducing it down to the swell line, but then doing the driveway culverts as well. Because when we see the breakdown of our costs associated with swell work, it's substantial. And then when you look at, you know, the properties, you go right around the city now to swells that were done last year, they're already seeing some areas of concern. So that's where when we go with the mill and overlay, we probably will mill a little less and raise the road height to help continue to get that sheet flow off the roadway. But, you know, it's been a successful program so far, so don't want to go wholesale changes at this point. But residents we have code enforcement out. Code enforcement, they have an idea of the roads that we're looking at for next year. So they are beginning to address culvert pipe failures and swells in areas that are going to be planned for paving next year. So that is one mechanism we're going to start using. And ensuring that happens. And then obviously when it comes time, you know, Lee and I have spoken, driveway culverts are a priority for these projects, because ultimately if you have a blockage under a driveway, that stops water from flowing. Just because your swell is a little bit higher doesn't necessarily stop it. It keeps flowing. So that's where we're going to prioritize our work as we go forward and try to get as much road paving and road work done as we can with this, with the budget that we have.
Yeah, I've heard concerns about some of the newer properties being higher than some of the older ones, but even at that, shouldn't the culvert pipes be at level? They're showing that some of those are higher than the other. Then if this culvert pipe is higher here, the water's not gonna run through there to go to the other side,
So the benchmarks are the benchmarks. The elevation of the property itself, the water, I mean, that's our code. So the code has changed over the years. But the elevation at the pipe, at the driveway culvert, that is the benchmark.
They're supposed to be inspected.
Correct.
And before CO is provided, and they're supposed to inspect that culvert to make sure that it is at the appropriate level for the water flow. I have personally seen culverts driving down Easy Street in Carter Creek Estates, in which the culvert is 3 or 4 inches higher, which means that somebody fell off the mark there, because that shouldn't have passed inspection. And I hate to say that.
You might have some settling or something like that
well,
over time.
they may be planning on it settling or whatever takes place, but that is a potential issue. But the thing about it is when I can remember the council's conversation several years ago, and we talked about doing this swale work along with the street work, was to make sure that the residents understood that once we do that work, we're not gonna come back and do it again. They have to take the responsibility and maintain those swales. And I think maybe using the code enforcement action is a good way to let people understand that has to take place. You know?
And we do put placards and and have notices for everyone on every resident on these roads that are being paved. Yeah. They get notices on what their responsibilities are. Right. So that does take place, because that was something that you all had requested us to do. And that was part of the postage that portion that's shown either in stormwater or roads. I don't remember which department it's shown in, but that is part of that process as well.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out that the PCI index, that's maintaining fiscal responsibility, that's goal number 6, objective 12 on our strategic planning, that our PCI falls above 68%. Another one on DST is our debris glut truck that got pushed out to 26 and 27. So what that is on smaller events and smaller storms, we can have, instead of sending a backhoe and a truck, we just have the claw that picks up debris. And that can be used in multiple departments, stormwater, roads, and Parks Department.
That's what they call the clam.
Yep, the claw truck, yep. Thermal striping trailer. This has been in discussion for several years. We pushed this out to 27, 28. Currently, right now, we have our contractors that are doing all the road repaving. They're doing the thermal striping on our little thermal everything. We're paying them to do it. If we would purchase this ourselves, we can have staff do it, but I just want to stress that on roads like Schumann and Barber, our staff won't be, you're better off contracting that out and then having 1 or 2 staff. You just have to, it would just take too long. It wouldn't be. Yeah. They were doing most stop bars, crosswalks, tails at, stop tails on smaller streets.
Because you've already lost one employee from there through retirement, right?
Yes, we just did.
I've seen some the county did where they did it themselves, and like when they did Roseland, it looked awful. Just they weren't experienced with the amount of experience it takes to make a line straight, and it was
it's an art.
It's hard. It's not.
It is a Monday morning.
Yeah, people think it's so easy, man. It's a lot to keep that line straight.
No, it's an art. So to do small tails and crosswalks and,
that's fine, yeah.
and stop bars, those are
intersections
and turn
when
signals.
It's like 20-foot stripe you put there before the intersection leading to the stop bar.
Right.
Exactly.
So that's what we'd use it for, and that would significantly reduce the workload, because you'd have to, we're supposed to be painting twice a year, and we just don't have the manpower to do that. Thermal striping, you can get 5 years out of that, or greater. Any questions so far? Moving on to operating expenditures, engineering services, we took that out. Contractual services went to 19.9, and that's for grants and grant writing. We're looking at applying for grant Safe Streets for All, and then also looking at some grants for to get funding back for previous road preservations that we've done. And we can go back, I think, 3 years. So we're looking at doing grants for those. And we'll be applying for those as of starting right in October. We're currently going to be applying for some in July, August timeframe as well. Cell phones, internet, postage is minor, express mail is minor, electric, street lighting, that's out of our control. That's something that we have to pay the county.
That doesn't include the lights that we have, that we own?
Yeah,
The
so it
street
does, it
lighting?
includes the ones along Indian River Drive.
Okay.
But then it also, we have an agreement on signal maintenance and stuff from Indian River County that's included in this, amount.
That's the majority of that amount. Trash hauling and pickup, minor there. And that's, you saw a reduction in there because we're reclaiming all the concrete. Equipment and leases, 8,800. R&M vehicles, repair and maintenance, 15,000. Office equipment, 1,700. Operating equipment, 23,000. R&M sidewalks, 21,000.
That's a $10,000 increase on
For sidewalks?
operating equipment, yeah.
Yes, and that's just older equipment failing. A lot of the stuff that we've received is stormwater. Most of the roads equipment, it's getting older. We're gonna
It's
need
getting a lot of use right now too, so.
It is. Legal ads, departmental supplies, computer supplies. Just found that for you. And then gas and oil. 32,000. Uniform and shoes, safety equipment, road materials and supplies, that's our quick patch.
What happens if you run over on your fuel? And that would be for Brian, for overall for the city. Because as you know, there's things that may be happening in the near future with certain tariffs and everything that may definitely
Yeah, I mean, we
increase the
always take a
fuel
chance,
cost.
we always take a chance with gas and oil. That's always one of those that we go a historical perspective, and minimal increases. However, the departments are instructed that they're to cover any overages in any of their operating expenditures with other operating expenditures in those accounts. So you'll see late in the game when we start to do budget adjustments, on operating expenses, a lot of departments do go over in gas and oil. It happens. I remember in parks, it would happen almost every year because we never funded the total amount we should. So then you have to take it out of R&M operating or some other account there that has to fill that gap at some point.
It's that particular department would have to come up
Yes.
with it from their budget, not come back and go.
Correct.
Right, but if we have a real deficit, we're gonna have to,
Well,
as
if
a
we-
city, we gotta step up because we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
the police department, all the other departments that are
If we
required
see
about
something
fuel.
that is lining up all the way across in every single account, all of a sudden gas prices and oil prices go through the roof, then yes, we'll have to come back and say, hey, this was unexpected. This wasn't anything shown in historical, wasn't anything in our projections. That's different. But on an annual basis, you will see, and what happens at this time of year is they're all looking at every one of these line items and they're all seeing, hey, I need to hold off because I'm potentially gonna have an issue in gas and oil. It happens at this time of the year. But they can't move it from personnel unless they have approval from me. It has to come out of their operating.
So road and material supplies, that's asphalt, cold patch, et cetera.
And I will say they're doing a great job on patching potholes. I'm amazed at how many new asphalt patches I see on all these roads all over town.
I was gonna say, did we do the ones right down Main Street?
Yeah.
So
Those are,
we, that was contracted.
okay.
So I kind of got proactive on that as far as I'm seeing where we had these roads planned out to get paved. And like Angler and Main Street, they're not planned out for a couple of years out.
Right.
And I saw a lot of alligator happening and then I kind of wanted to get ahead of it.
I was gonna say, those are some of the best patch jobs I've ever seen. I mean, they're almost seamless from the ride perspective. It's very, very
So
good.
You'll
that
actually
is-
drive over the patch.
Yes,
The one in the alley is good too.
yeah. Yes.
Signs and marking supplies, 34,000. That went up a little bit. And it's just Brad's utilizing and multiple departments are utilizing his services to make additional signs and, parks, community development, roads. I mean, we're keeping up on everything there. Dues memberships, training, education. So a total of 452,860.
And I do just want to highlight, I know he had a couple big increases there, but overall in operating expenses, it's less than last year. And that's one of the things that I pushed every one of these departments. So you can see, I mean, his operating expenditures from the amended 25 budget, or 25 budget is a reduction of about $17,000.
So, yeah, on the signs and marketing supplies, I've noticed that there's an increase there. Obviously, there's a lot of old signs within the city that had to be replaced. We have stop signs, even something as simple as the dog park sign, and all of those things that have to be replaced. So is that reflective in this increase in this number?
Yes. Those are the ones that he's the one that makes them.
This is your sign department building stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So signs is in roads
Yeah.
and GIS as well.
Yeah.
So any other questions on roads and maintenance? All right, so we're at 12 o'clock now. Do y'all want to take lunch and have Lee come back and finish fleet after lunch? Or do you want to do fleet and then take lunch? Take a break? All right, so we'll take a break and we'll come back at, how long do y'all need? 45 minutes?
45 minutes is fine for me.
Then we do fleet management when we come back, right?
Yeah, we'll come back at 12:50 with fleet management and then go right into the golf course.
I gotta go to the kids' doctor here at, I got 2 o'clock.
Go.
Up here it is, we're good. All right, so we'll reconvene the budget workshop for July 16th. We are currently going to move forward to the Fleet Management Division, and I'll turn it over to Lee.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you, Brian. Just going to go over some under fleet for the fiscal year 2025 accomplishments. We managed auction sales of all the obsolete city property. Currently, we're over $200,000 in sales on gov deals. We went through the asset tracking, asset management, overhaul, tracking, and maintenance program of the entire garage and fleet management. We went over and upgraded the fuel management and inspection of the underground storage tanks, and vehicle lift inspections, garage door inspections have been completed at the garage and at the Public Works compound. For 2026 goals and objectives, we're going to continue to update and enhance the work order and asset management system to its fullest potential. We're going to enhance and utilize the work order system to track life cost cycle of the vehicles more efficiently and effectively, and utilize new fueling station preventive maintenance tracking system more efficiently. Heavy equipment technician that we're soliciting, and hopefully to get that approved to service all our heavy equipment instead of outsourcing that to local vendors. Automate scheduling of all required vehicles and equipment requiring preventive maintenance, and implementation of Flex Hose program. You'll see that in one of our CIPs to in-house fabricate all the hydraulic hose lines, high and low pressure hoses, instead of getting those at a local vendor. We're getting them at a fraction of the cost, making them in-house. And again, to reiterate, the heavy equipment training for a potential new hire. Moving along into fleet, the budget summary.
So let me get started.
Brian, before you get to that, let me ask you something real quick, because I put a mark by this, but utilize the new fueling station's preventative maintenance system tracking a system more efficiently. So it was not efficient as it was, so you're seeing some issues, and this is what that is?
So we had issues with the reading of it and the alarm sensors on it. That is now since corrected, but that was an ongoing issue. That has been corrected as of a month and a half ago. That was a bone of contention. We had to get replacement parts, we had to get tested, and then we had to get approval. The county had to come and inspect it, and we passed all our inspections for that fuel system and for the tank storage and monitoring of that.
Cool.
So we had a hard time. We had our alarms going off, sensing the levels of fuel on it, and a lot of that was moisture, and there were some boards that were corroded, and then the signaling issues over the years. So it's never operated accurately, and this is the first time that whole entire system was tested, and it went through the rigorous testing that we did this year since the implementation of that building.
So I'll just give a quick little budget summary and then turn it back over to Lee for more specifics. But so personnel expenses increases due primarily to wage and insurance cost of about $26,560. That's the largest majority of the increase in this budget. And just to kind of highlight, this is one of the higher, or it's the tied for second highest increase in the city budget-wise at 17.21%. Operating expenses went up $6,414, and in capital outlay $14,460. And I'll let Lee kind of go a little bit more detail into the operating and the capital increases.
So what's before you? In previous year budget, there was some things weren't added into the line item budgets as far as contractual services that were needed to be done, i.e. the tank inspections, lift inspections, garage door inspections throughout the Public Works building and in the garage itself. We had solicited contracts for those this past year. We got those put in. They've all been done. They've all passed inspections. So we added that as a reoccurring cost throughout the years, upcoming years. Under capital outlay, we have an AC recovery unit that we have currently in-house that's reaching end of life, and it can't support our current needs. So we have to purchase a new one. That one's $6,435 for a new one. And the high and low pressure hose assembly, that's $8,025, and that's so we can create our hoses in-house. Now, that is just for the unit itself. That's not for the materials to create them. Obviously, that'll be an additional cost, but that'll be on as needed basis by department who needs it, and then we'll just price that as, bill that out as accordingly. But for the most part, what we're paying for a hose assembly, I'll just give you a rough idea. A small hydraulic line, $250, we'll make it for $50 or less than $50 in-house. Starting on with operating cost, operating expenditures, contractual services, $64.50. You'll see an increased cost there. Last year was $150. I was not involved in last year's budget. I was just coming in. I sat before you last year. This budget was already prepared, so we had made some significant changes. We had a lot of shortfalls this year. We had to request additional funding just to maintain operations in the garage. I think to date, they've exhausted the majority of their budget currently. Environmental services, $4,500, that's for used oil and waste. Travel and per diem, very minimal. Cellular phones, $1,800 minimal increase there. We took out internet access. They were utilizing tablets, or not utilizing the tablets that they had. They just rather work on the workstations. It was easier to input their data, so we did away with those as a cost savings. Moving down to R&M building, we left $500 there just for an event. There was something that needed to be repaired that were outside of the facilities budget. R&M vehicles, there's currently one vehicle for the garage. We transferred one vehicle this year to Public Works. That's $1,400 to maintain that vehicle. R&M office equipment, $5,130. Operating equipment, $7,000. Departmental supplies, you see a significant drop fall there of $1,295. That is a significant reduction from the previous year, and that might end up hurting me as departmental supplies also includes their inventory. So I may have to look into that further. I'll have some discussions with Brian on that aside, but we'll leave that alone as it is. MIS covers MIS covers computer supplies, small tools and equipment, $6,800, gas and oil, $3,500, uniform and shoes, $820, safety equipment, $400, membership and professional dues, $1,800, and training and education, $2,350. And the majority of that funding, Chris has gone to training this year, so he's up to date. Jonathan will have to go, and then if we get a heavy equipment operator, he'll have to get some updated certifications. For a total of $43,795, so that's an increase of last year of $37.
So you're talking about that's recurring for them, and the person is not already going to be certified in that when you hire them, or?
They have the annual certifications, or some of them are biannual certifications.
Yes, so they'll have to go to some training classes in order to upkeep some of their trainings and some of their certifications that they have. They have to go to training and stuff. Any questions on the fleet? All right. Lee, anything else you want to add before I bring up?
Greg's here.
Greg?
I do have a breakdown of the heavy equipment technician of the repairs that we did in the past 6 months and the savings that we had. So roughly, if we had it done by the vendor, and it would have been $23,650. Out of pocket that the city paid was $3,150, having Charles doing all the work.
I love it.
So significant savings.
Nice.
Definitely amazing.
Find a way to make that a permanent situation then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Lee and I had a quick discussion. during our break a little bit about it. And it might be something to where a lot of that heavy equipment is in stormwater. So there might be something we can do from stormwater to increase the transfer to general fund, because obviously this position is in general fund. And kind of looking at utilizing, because, I mean, I would say 80% of our heavy equipment is stormwater. So then that funding could be utilized for an additional cost from stormwater, and kind of looking at the stormwater budget. So we're going to have discussions after this, and we'll look and see what we can do with that position.
I do have a question about it.
Yes.
So if you have somebody that's not a supervisor and the supervisor leaves, and you have somebody that steps up to that supervisor position temporarily until you hire somebody, they typically, after a certain period of time, receive a pay increase while they're in that position. Are we doing something along those lines for him at this time, or?
30 days or more, right, is it?
So that's a little bit as part of contract with that. So I don't want to speak and misspeak on that one, but currently, no, we are not. But I will say that is something that we're going to look at following these meetings going forward as we get to October 1st.
Not saying we're giving $30,000, but I feel like we should compensate him for stepping out and doing something that's not typically his job and saving the city a ton of money doing it.
So he is a new employee, and I'm glad you brought that up. He is a newer employee, and we did promote him to a maintenance worker two as soon as he was eligible. So he applied, and we promoted him for that. So we recognize his abilities.
He's obviously going to be a benefit to us. So.
He is. So, and that's what we're doing we have another staff that came on board, and we're already cross-training him in different venues throughout stormwater. So
cross-training is the keys to success.
Yeah, so we're doing a lot of succession planning between stormwater, roads, and fleet, because we identify we do have some older staff that have been here. Their tenures have been here for several years, and they can leave
Right.
at a moment's notice. So
All it takes is that day they said, you know what, I've done this long enough, I'm ready, I'm done, let's go retire and go fishing or something.
So nobody's holding the keys to the palace. Everybody's trying to cross-train people and educate them. So that's the pathway to success. And the succession planning is a big component of what we're doing, and that's what I expect from the supervisors, and that's what they're doing. They're carrying that out. So
I know when you came to this position, it was a little bit out of your wheelhouse from the work experience, but obviously your ability to manage and handle people and all of that it shines through in what you've done in the job, and you've done an excellent job. So,
well, it's a people business.
It is,
and that's what I like and I enjoy it. And I think you just communicate with the staff what your expectations are and treat them with respect, and it comes full circle. But that goes with everybody at this table. I appreciate your support.
Yeah.
And if there's anything that you need from myself or my staff, please just ask, and we're here to help.
Stuff can be learned. That can't be learned as easy. So, good.
Yeah, but it's important for the succession planning, and I think that was one of the biggest things from our strategic plan, right, is to have that succession planning, and that is great to hear that all our departments are moving in that direction. So.
You'll make a good city manager one day.
Lee, I think you're done here.
I'm done, sir.
It sounds like you're done.
What's wrong with Chris Ed?
I'm just giving Brian a
I
hard
don't
time.
know, man. I don't know where he came from.
I've worn my welcome.
Thanks, Lee.
And now the golf course.
What page is that on?
Greg, come on, 120.
Yeah, 119, 120. So.
119, 120.
Hey, Greg, how are you?
How are you all?
About Fred's golf game.
I saw your post on social media this morning, all about how great shape the golf course is in come play.
We really are in phenomenal shape right now.
Beautiful shape.
We really are.
Hear a lot of compliments on it.
I will say, most everybody is in great shape right now. If you're not in good shape now, you're in
Turn your
trouble.
mic on, Greg.
Yeah, you're never gonna.
You're on.
Yeah, you're good.
You are in trouble. There's a couple courses though that did have they did catch a fungus, even right now. So they have some grass that's not real happy, on the greens. But it does happen.
Yeah.
It does happen. I don't know if anybody saw any of the Scottish Open last week, but that was the whole week. Granted, they're tour players, but they were complaining about those greens, and they weren't good. They were not good. They were a little bumpy.
Yeah, but they want them perfect.
Well, of course, that's why, you know,
Like a
they are
practice
tour
putting
players.
green, they want them.
But as Chi-Chi said, it ain't bowling. So I say that every day. It's, you know, being out in the environment, you get a lot of curveballs that you may not expect. You just got to be ready for them, for sure.
All right, so we'll kind of get started here. As you all are aware, we did renew our golf course maintenance agreement this year, so we have those numbers plugged into the budget, which is a good thing. We're not guesstimating on that. And then I'll just kind of start the discussion off on revenues. Page 119 kind of highlights that, and looking at what we have proposed in this year's 26 budget, we do have revenues exceeding expenses for this fiscal year in the amount of $15,203. However, I do want to highlight that, you know, we had the discussion last year, and I think we need to continue to have the discussion on an annual basis of working to build a fund at the golf course for capital projects. If we just continue to get by and make $15,000 a year at the golf course, we're going to be in trouble when it comes to capital things. And capital, you'll see, I think we've got, you know, when we get to the capital discussion, a new golf cart building in the future. But then also we've got to start looking at what we're going to do, especially with the front 9 greens, and looking at some of those improvements to the golf course. Don't want to get caught with, you know, just continuing to get by with the conditions we currently have. And I will say, I mean, I've been out there recently the past couple weeks, and on the course myself, actually kind of checking it out a little bit, and the greens are in good
job
shape.
description, right?
It's public relations, but the greens were in good shape, really good shape actually, and just checking out the whole course. So I do want to, like I said, highlight that. I think that Greg, you know, one of the things he's probably going to mention today is, you know, the rates that we charge. We had the discussion last year. We increased your daily rates. We also increased the membership rates and things like that. But I think we still have to consider looking at those compared to last year. We were kind of held back a little bit because surrounding courses didn't raise their rates as much as we would have liked to seen. And now I think that they're probably more willing based on the economic environment and some of the expenses they're going to be seeing. So I think now is an opportunity for us to increase them. And remember, we're always trying to get that happy medium with number of rounds versus revenue, because an increase in rounds doesn't always mean an increase in, well, it increases revenue, but it also increases expenses because the wear and tear on the golf course. So there's kind of a happy medium. We've got to get somewhere in there to where we're charging rates that are good enough to support our operations, but also limiting the rounds that are played at the course and not just always going for a new record on rounds played on an annual basis. So that's the gist of my discussion. I'm going to highlight general fund revenues are projected for 25-26. We are projecting about a 3.8% increase. Depending on what we do as rates, we could potentially go a little higher than that. And then as we get over to our expenses, when we look at that, we are looking at an increase in expenses of $27,172 in the proposed budget, which amounts to a 2.77% increase in the budget. And I will let Greg take it from here and go through each of these. And once again, that is in the 2.77 is in golf course administration. I'm going to let Greg start there. He'll go through administration, then greens, and then cards. So take it, Greg.
Okay, with that, speaking of rates, there's one for you. I did type up a little.
Here, I'll pass them around.
Yeah, I'll keep one there. I did go through each season. Of course, since fall and spring were the same, I combined those two. It just indicates what was made during each season. And then under that, I just threw out the number 5%. If we were to increase each rate that's listed, what additional revenue would be brought in? So you see that for fall and spring, of course, winter. if you go to, and of course, on page 2, and Brian and I have already talked about annual memberships and whatnot. Not so sure we should touch those. Obviously, we raised them last year. Probably the first few there, the annual memberships, club rental, club storage, discount card, all those I would probably think should stay where they're at because they did have an increase last year. So we just don't want to keep hitting people up, year in and year out. But now if you go to page 3, it does show, I've done a little comparison. Obviously, everybody has their summer rates posted. And this is a good example for the entire year as well on rates with, those are all the immediate area courses that's listed. And you can see for the most part, we are the least amount for most every category. And like I said, that's kind of an example that would carry over into the fall or even the winter. So there probably is some room, once again, to just go up, especially for the golfer that's coming off the street, so to speak. There is probably some room for some increases. I venture to say that somebody on that list right there, somebody will probably hit the $70 mark this winter. That would be tax included. Probably maybe the most northern course that's mentioned on that list. It might be them, and then again, it may be the most southern course that's mentioned on that list. Obviously, all of us golf pros and managers, we don't get together and determine what the rate's going to be. Obviously, that's not allowed, of course, but like the course that's mentioned, that's the most southern course on there, just south of that golf course, the rate, and of course, Brian lives down that way, the rate really starts going up a lot once you cross St. Lucie County into Martin County. And of course, St. Lucie County golf courses, they know that. And like I said, I do think we may see somebody hit $70 this winter. I really do between everybody lists. Obviously, I don't think it won't be us. Our peak season winter rate, which is on the I think first page, was tax included again, was 58. We probably have a little room on that for sure. I think our closest competitor, wintertime again, will probably be more like the mid-60s this winter.
Is the rate of difference, let's just take, for example, use Sebastian and Sand Ridge. If the rate of difference on our summer rates, it looks to me like that, we could almost literally go up to or very close to the Sand Ridge rates on the summer rates. Is there similar levels of difference on the winter rates between us and Sand Ridge, do you think?
Yes.
So if we were to kind of adopt maybe the low even dollar break on the Sand Ridge rates, like for summer rates, instead of going to 37.45, go to 37. If we were to adopt that, would you think that would drastically reduce our play?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't, simply because of supply and demand.
Okay.
What would your recommendation be, Greg, for $1? I know you put a percentage increase, but $1 increase, looking across standard.
Just across the board?
Or 2.
Yeah, I'm saying $1 amount, so.
Oh, no, okay.
I was thinking more along the lines of $3 or $4.
Oh.
But.
$3 or $4 increase?
Yes.
Increase.
Okay, from like 34 to 37?
Correct.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm
Or
thinking.
34 to 38, knowing
Right.
they're gonna increase this.
Well,
These
if I
numbers
understand the
aren't
conversation we had earlier this year about the winter play, is that we were basically getting too much play.
We did. The month of March, I'm not one to keep records like this, but I venture to say the city of Sebastian broke a record for rounds March 2025.
Right.
Flat out.
Yeah. So if we were to approach Sand Ridge's rates and that reduced our play during that high period from last year, that would be really beneficial to the course.
It would. It would reduce a little wear and tear, but the
It might
revenue
cut-
would still be there.
It might cut the increase in revenue that we would anticipate if we kept the same level of play, but then that increase in revenue, because of the play damaging the course a little bit, that just converts itself to maintenance cost. Mm-hmm. You know, so.
Definitely.
I would certainly think that we should try to get ourselves as close to Sand Ridge as possible. You know, I mean, I don't know that we can compete. Maybe we can compete with some of these guys, but with all of these courses, we can compete.
Sure.
I mean, the course is as good as any of these, except Sand Ridge is a little bit fancier. Mm-hmm. You know, got more sand traps and some stuff, but.
I don't think it's a matter of just competing with anybody. These are things that we're gonna have to look at because we know that we need a reserve fund there. And we also know that we need to limit some of the play so that our course stays nice. So I don't think it's necessarily us competing with anybody. We just need to do what's beneficial to us here. And I think beneficial for us to increase the rates some. What that number is, that's up to us to decide as a unit. But I'm definitely in support of increasing those numbers because I think we need them in order to maintain that course in good shape. So.
Well, we have two big budget constraints on the golf course, not counting all this other stuff. The big budget constraint is the debt to the city and then building a capital improvement fund. So those two things don't complement each other very well right now.
No, they do not.
There's a large debt to the city, and if we concentrate on paying that debt back, then that's going to make it impossible to build a capital improvement fund.
Right.
So the question is, do we concentrate on paying the debt back, recognizing that a year from now or 2 years from now or 3 years from now, we're going to have to borrow back from the city to do the capital improvement that's needed? I don't know whether I don't think we can write off the debt to the city, but there might be some mechanical things that we can do to reduce the impact of it on an annual budget. Brian would have to deal with that, whether that's possible. But I don't personally see how you can do both of those two things. Create a capital improvement fund sufficient to cover the cost of some of this stuff and pay back the debt to the city. Mm-hmm. I just don't see how we can do both. So we have to either get very creative with this debt, or we have to recognize that we're going to concentrate on paying off the debt and knowing that we're going to end up blowing the golf course money again to do capital improvements. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think those are the only two options that we really have when it comes to that, because it's just not enough financing. Raising the rates is going to generate some things that might slow some play down. It's not going to generate enough money to pay the debt off or to build a $200,000 or $300,000 capital improvement fund.
Sure.
Unless you really raise the rates.
Right. Right.
So.
But at some point, we had to start this. There has to be a starting point for this. They didn't have anything for many years.
Yeah.
So it may take many years for us to get to the point where they can do that. And I don't know, the capital improvement is talking about the cart barn and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Where are we with that? Does it look like we have more years in that? Do we have to move forward within the next couple of years with that project, or what?
So we're showing the cart barn replacement in 27. So 2 years from now, is where we're currently showing that at. And I can tell you, I mean, that building is showing its age. We need to look at the electrical. So there's a lot of components, not just the building shell itself, but a lot of components that are gonna come into play with this, that's kind of reaching its lifespan on that cart barn.
Yeah, and then we do have the carts coming up in a couple of years here.
Correct. That'll be 2 years or
summer of 2027.
Right, so we had a couple of years out from the golf carts as well, so.
We might be able to extend that a little bit. We certainly don't want to do what happened with the
No,
last
we
fleet.
didn't.
We don't want to try to extend it 2 years.
No.
But I mean, maybe 6 months or so. But I don't know if that would really help anything or not if we just delayed it 6 months.
It probably wouldn't be wise to delay that. We've already experienced that before, and what that took a toll on us here, so.
Yeah. And of course, you never know out on the even this week, one of our main pumps started squealing like a pig. And fingers crossed, we have a tech coming tomorrow. Hopefully, the worst thing it is just a bearing. So I'll keep Brian updated on that. But yeah, so you never know sometimes. You just never know what may happen with some of the big ticket items out there. Okay, getting back, okay, so we're on the expense.
Yep, so I just want to be clear, we'll bring back to you all later this summer the resolution in regards to raising the rates for the golf course. Our opinion, staff's opinion, is to really concentrate on the daily fees and leave the membership rates alone this year, because we did raise them last year, but we will come back with a proposed increase on the daily rates going forward.
I mean, 10% would put our current rate 5 cents lower than Sandbridge's current rate at 10%. So if they're going to raise their rates, we would be in pretty good shape if we went 10% and they did raise their rates.
I can assure you they have to raise theirs.
They're going to raise theirs. They have no choice but to raise their rate.
They have to pay for that new clubhouse.
Well, they planned for it already, but I think they have money in there, but.
Yes.
All right, cool.
All right, Greg, we'll start with golf course administration.
Okay, cost of sales golf shop, that, we did go down just a little bit on that. I deal with a closeout, sales rep extensively, from Orlando, so he can really save us a lot of money on, apparel, shirts, hats, jackets, wind shirts, all that. So we got a little reduction there. Going on down, obviously there's a six-figure number for the, what the general fund charges us. That's a big number there, almost 148. You'll see that there. Couple nominal, contractual services, pest control, getting back down to some larger number. The internet number is fairly set. Postage is extremely nominal. We don't have to use a lot of postage anymore, especially thanks to online things and texting and emails and whatnot. We don't get hit too hard with postage. Electric is a fairly set number, but that's a big number, and the more we get a little bit of rain, boy, that could really save us a lot on FPL when you think about it. When you've got two 50 horsepower pumps running all night long, if those don't have to run even one night, that's a fairly substantial savings. So, boy, it sure would be nice if we got a little more rain than what we're getting. Another six-figure number, of course, is the airport rent. That's on there. That's a fairly, I don't want to say a set number, but it has stayed fairly consistent through the last several years. Insurance as well. R&M buildings, trying to hold it down there to 5,000. There's a lot of things going on in that clubhouse. There's 5 basically residential air conditioning units keeping that building cool. So you just hope that you don't have a problem with one of those 5. They're all, they all get service. They're all working very well now. It wasn't too long ago that we got the one replaced that basically takes care of the entire west side of the clubhouse with a golf shop and restrooms. So I think we'll be pretty good there. We've kept office equipment down to the bare bones. Don't really have to worry about that too much. Departmental supplies, same thing. We've kept that number fairly consistent. Cleaning supplies, that just kind of mysteriously keeps going up and up. Cleaning supplies go up itself, but I always say those are the busiest bathrooms in the city of Sebastian. And I've seen it. I've seen a roll of paper towels start out brand new in the morning, and by the end of the day, it almost needs replaced already.
Make it a pay toilet.
Yeah, quit selling beer.
Of course, obviously, all the the restaurant patrons are using the restroom facility too. Yeah, so we've got our share of cleaning supplies there. So, I don't, I'm not sure if there's any other questions
Was
on
the doors in there, the new doors added in, was that this past budget?
Yeah, that was this past year. It was a
This
capital
past year,
project,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
I do just want to go back, and I know we mentioned it, but we did budget capital outlay, to be funded by golf course on page 123, the cart barn in 27 for 200,000. Any other questions on administration? All right, we'll move on to 125, which is Greens Division.
Let me ask, let me go, non-operating expenses. The transfer to building department is a repayment of the loan from building department, and the transfer to general fund, what is that, Brian?
That is for a general fund loan.
That's a general fund loan?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the balances on those two? Do you know offhand?
I thought it was. I will get those for you.
Because I remember the budget review committee, I believe it was last year, there was a discussion about the possibility of the city forgiving the general fund loan and writing it off, and then use those funds to begin to build a golf course capital improvement fund, recognizing that the option is either pull another loan out of the general fund or building department or do something like that, so.
So just for clarification, so the general fund loan, prior to this fiscal year, which we haven't made the transfer yet, was 500,000. And then the building department is 559,684.
Because we can't take any action on the building fund since it's an enterprise zone.
Correct, they have to make that.
We can't do anything with that, but we could do something with that general fund.
And we did have the discussion last year. It did come from the budget committee to look at getting rid of that loan. We had the discussion last year, and you all made it a priority to bring that discussion back again this year.
Yeah.
And just said, until a decision is made, continue to either make the payments or we can forego the payment. And then, but the loan's still there, and then eventually, whatever you all decide, whether they build up enough fund to be able to fund it in future years. But last year, the decision was to forego the payment. We're bringing it back now, and whatever decision you all make this year, that's your choice, so.
So we're showing that we did, actually, just doing the 24-25, we have the $100,000 in here, but you say we haven't actually done that transfer.
Yeah, those transfers typically happen at the very end of the fiscal
Okay,
year.
I'm saying that, so given the fact that we did decide last year, then in 24-25 cycle to forego the payment.
Well, you decided to forego the 23-24 payment.
23-24 payment.
Correct.
Not the
And then you said to
24-25.
revisit it on an annual basis.
Okay. Right. All right. So, I mean, in my mind, if we really want to get serious about the golf course enterprise fund being responsible for its own capital improvements, then we have to do something to provide the opportunity to build that capital improvement fund and basically say you have to live with that fund. You're not going to get more money from the city. You have to live with that fund. The only way we're going to be able to do that, I believe, is to forgive this $500,000 loan. Mechanically, you'd have to deal with how to do that. I mean, I think the council can actually vote on that and do it. And then start putting money, starting with this year's budget, start putting money into a capital improvement fund with projects defined, just like we have in our 5-year capital improvement plan for the golf course that has to be allocated out of that fund.
Right.
It doesn't get done if it's not in that fund. So, I mean, I would think.
I'm glad you're switching your stance on that, because before you were like, I don't know about that,
I know,
right?
I know.
But it makes perfect sense from
Yeah.
what we
Well, I mean,
spoke about
yeah.
earlier, right? They can't do both of those things that
can't
we're
do
talking
both,
about.
yeah.
Right.
And still do what we're asking them to do, is get this reserve fund up unless we do something to help them.
They say a good politician changes their mind every once in a while.
Yeah, there you go.
But the flip side is,
Yeah, I said-
is that, we do this, but then 5 years from now, they don't have enough, and the sprinkler system goes, which is $1 million. We gotta borrow that money from somewhere else, and then you forget, hey, we forgave it before, and, because there's a lot of people who don't play golf, and they wanna see that money is,
See, I see nice, attractive things about that too, because that's our only option. Either we continue to pay back the general fund, recognizing that we're gonna be making loans out of the general fund from now until the end of time, to do capital improvements at the golf course. And can we control the capital improvement dollars by creating a fund out there and basically say you can't do, you're 100% right, we cannot not fix the sprinkler system for $1 million if it completely falls kaput, just because they don't have $1 million in their capital improvement funds. We're gonna have to fix it with general fund,
So I was gonna kinda, I agree with, the mayor on that. You know, your answer was, well, if we forgive it, then whatever's in that fund is what you have. But essentially, that's what we have right now. Because whatever you have for money is what you have unless we take a loan out. So a loan is another discussion, but if we just forgive the loan every time, then the golf course isn't living on their own and it's living on the general fund. My other problem is, say we forgive the other 100,000, now you just added another 100,000 to the money we have to make up in our general fund.
So are you prepared to make the $100,000 transfer from the 24-25 budget?
Correct. We are planning to make that transfer because that was the direction that was given.
Right.
In this current fiscal year, at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, so, and then if we approve that transfer in this budget, then you'll do it at the end of next fiscal year again.
Correct.
But we will not, and then.
But we'll have the same discussion next year at this table. Because
Well,
your direction has been to bring it back every year. I mean, that's what has been told to me.
So we're looking at, however, we're looking at next calendar year, next budget cycle, we're looking at a $200,000 cart barn replacement, plus any other major things that may come up. Now, the replacement of the carts themselves is not part of a capital improvement, that's part of your overall operating structure, right?
Right.
Yeah. So.
I just don't think we're in the financial position right now to do that, in my opinion. That would be my, I mean, I get it, I get the idea of building up a fund, I just don't think, in our financial situation right now, I don't think we have it. We're already gonna have to make up a $1.2 million deficit roughly. Yeah. And we still have to think about the retirement plan that we haven't even funded yet. I just don't think it's the time. I don't think we can put the golf course before general fund right now, just my opinion.
No, it makes sense. And they've already started this year, right? You have some monies that started your general fund?
So.
15,000 or so, right?
Yeah, I mean, so what you'll see, sorry, let me just get back to the page.
119, I think.
Yeah, so what you'll see is obviously we're gonna have, projected revenues on the amended and projected, we're a little bit down based on amended. But once you look up at the top, kind of looking at that, we will be over budget, we will still have $15,000 in excess with next year's budget. But that doesn't include everything. I mean, obviously we're holding, let me go back to the go back to the golf course fund, and we do have some resources there in regards to unrestricted balances that carry over. So our estimate this year at the end of the fiscal year is to have $225,000.
How much?
225.
Where's the 225 coming from?
Yeah, that's back on your, that's gonna be back on your back schedules on page 194. That goes further into detail on the specific accounts. So page 194. So our estimate at the end of the fiscal year for 25 is to have 225,703 in there. And then obviously with making the additional 15,000 next year projected, we'd be at 240.
So, and I mean, are you saying that we could do the cart barn with the current funds that are in there?
Yeah, I mean, so what you'll see is, and I don't know, this might have been, we might have made a change and we've missed it in one spot or the other, because the back balance on this page 194 shows the cart barn in 27, 28, whereas in our budget sheets, we showed it in 26, 27. So I have to go back to finance to have that discussion with them.
Yeah.
Because I don't recall that specific conversation in our discussions. But either way, we would have that 200,000 to come out of this account. So even if it is 26, 27, we would have the 200,000 budgeted right now as it's shown in here.
24906 is the one?
Correct.
And that's including the $100,000 repayment.
That's including the repayment, correct.
How do we balance this?
Yep. So does that make sense that we're using golf course funds for that $200,000? It's all shown in here.
Right.
As
Yeah, because
we
you
go
see where
forward.
it drops from 238 to 38 the next year.
Yep.
So why are we, if we have $240,000 in the 25-26 budget cycle, based on the schedule, why are we postponing the cart barn project, which we know is gonna cost us 10 or 15 or maybe even 25% more if we wait a year?
I think it was just our effort to push it off, so some of these things, if it isn't something that's in dire straits right now, we'll push it off and we'll show it in next year's budget, and we'll reevaluate it in next year's budget. And then if, hey, can we get another year out of it? I mean, some of those things happen on quite a few things you'll see here.
I know.
And in talking with department heads, we push things. And it may not happen next year, it might be pushed to the following year. So that typically happens as we go through our CIP. We always want to have it there, but on an annual evaluation of it, if it isn't in dire straits to have to replace it this year, we typically will push it off, unless it's a life safety concern of that nature. And that was probably our Greg, you correct me if I'm wrong on that discussion we had. But we had the discussion about whether it was this year or 27 or 28. And if I remember correctly, and I don't have the sheets in front of me, I think it might have been initially in 28 and we bumped it up to 27. If I remember correctly. I think, so that's where I think the mistake is happening here. It wasn't updated in this balance sheet. But in our budget meeting, he had it at 28 and I bumped it up to 27.
Okay.
So I understand your reasoning, saying that prices are just gonna increase. But I think, based on the design and the cost estimates he's gotten, there's enough built into here for future years.
So we're looking at at $100,000 a year, we're looking at a 7-year, 6.5-year repayment schedule on the $500,000 general fund line.
Yes.
With interest. I mean, assuming we put some
Well,
interest on it.
so for general fund, we don't necessarily have to charge the interest.
Yeah,
And I
so-
think we had that discussion last year that we
5-year.
would just go with just the principal on that one. The building fund, they do have to pay interest on that one.
Okay.
That's
All
required.
right. Then I think we should continue with the $100,000 a year repayment to the general fund. I don't even think we should look at it on a year-to-year basis anymore. That's up to the council, as a group to decide, but I would support just saying, let's just do it at $100,000 a year until it's paid off.
Okay.
I would love to get it off my shoulders one of these days.
Well, that's gonna be the key to you actually being able to really build a fund.
Of course.
Account, yeah.
And probably get the cart barn done. Because also, it goes up in cost. I thought there was a savings too if we do it.
Yeah, I mean, Greg got quotes, he got a cost estimate on the cart barn already.
I was amazed at the price that I got, but then the company sent a letter because of the tariffs.
I know.
So maybe if the tariffs get relaxed again.
Okay, let's recognize that the fall of this year is when the tariff impact is gonna hit us as an economy. Not gonna hit us till then. It's starting to hit,
Right.
Inflation was up last month.
They just announced
Okay,
that, right?
starting to hit.
You're right.
By the first of next year, it's gonna get worse, because this flip-flopping is gonna continue for 3 years.
Right.
So we might as well accept the fact that that's gonna happen. And if you're getting decent quotes now, and if you can figure out a way to lock in the tariff increase as a percentage by saying, I'll sign a contract with you, but I'm not gonna pay you more than a 3%
Right.
tariff increase or something like that. it might be worth thinking about doing. It's,
We will, Greg and I will get together, early next week and evaluate it and do an analysis and see what the cost is currently.
Just out of curiosity, what kind of a percentage increase did they throw on for the tariff?
I had originally gotten it was about a $65,000 price, just for the shell.
Just for the show?
And then that jumped to 80,
Okay.
once I got the tariff letter.
and what were they charging, what were they gonna charge you to upgrade all those charging stations and all that kind of stuff in there? Or you, I mean, that, you have in your cart barn, you've got charging stations and stuff, were you gonna be able to use what you've got, or were you gonna have to replace all that? You weren't gonna be able to use what you've got.
But we will have to run, and part of the reason for this budget is all new electrical.
wiring
Obviously, we
and
can use the charging.
And while you're at it, you might
adapters.
increase the amount of power you can actually run into there, so forth. Okay.
Correct. So all that's been considered in the budget, with what we've got.
Okay.
And we may be able to use a lot of the existing power. Again, during the Joe Griffin days, the cart barn, it was, I mean, it was down to just all-out safety. The entire electrical system got redone.
Fire hazard, right?
That's, back when during the restaurant or renovation and everything, the whole cart barn got rewired, and that was an extensive job.
Well, I would tell you, the golf course is an extremely important asset to this city. I firmly believe that. There are a lot of people who say, why do we even have a golf course? It's it's an asset to this city, and we should do everything we can to keep it at the level it is and keep it operational, without bankrupting us.
Well, right. And I
Well,
think-
they're self-sustaining right now, and yeah, I get it if
Well,
we have
I-
something
yeah.
major, but.
The fact that we could pull $100,000 a year out of there to repay that loan is a major improvement over what it was 3 years ago.
And that actually helps make that point. If the golf course is extremely important to the city, if it's paying for itself, and if we give that loan, back or whatever, then in my mind, we're telling the people that it's not paying for itself. So.
Right. That's true.
All right, Greg, let's move on to Greens
Okay, yep.
Division.
On to greens, obviously, we went through the golf course maintenance contract quite extensively over the last several months, so you see that number there, slight increase from last year, but all things considered, not too bad on that. I had jumped the gun. There's an electric charge on the green side. I had mentioned the pumps earlier, but that 21,000, 99% of that number is earmarked towards the irrigation pumps. The admin, of course, was strictly the clubhouse and the cart barn, of course, with 80 electrical chargers in the cart barn. But you see irrigation, we knocked down irrigation a little bit. I certainly hope, you see that $12,000 number. I would love it if we only spent $6,000. But you can't really put $6,000 down on you just have to be prepared. When we did redo the irrigation system and went to that HDPE pipe, that has been phenomenal for the irrigation system. We don't lose one drop of water. It's been working extremely well. So again, hopefully we don't have to use all that 12,000. A couple other smaller numbers there. The grounds maintenance numbers in there at 2,500.
So let me just point this out, because I know someone's probably looking at it. It says projected in FY '25 is 26,650. Well, when we did the air injection of the greens, that money came out of the project, the capital project for course renovations, and went into R&M grounds maintenance. So that's why you see that 20,000 or more than 20,000 additional in that amount, because we did use those funds for that.
On the capital, Brian and I have, decided to try to just, keep $50,000 in there, and kind of determine what needs to be done. Again, this is an outdoor sport. sometimes you never know what may come up. I've already been looking into fertigation. That would be an extra like supplement to the irrigation system. That could be a big game changer for the condition of the golf course. If you can, the fertigation system involves a huge tank, and any of the products used for the turf would go into that tank, so it gets dispersed into the irrigation system. Number one, it's way safer to do it that way. There's not an operator spreading anything or whatever. Number two, the coverage is just phenomenal for fertigation. It could really help keep the golf course looking extremely green and healthy. Some initial prices I've got on an installation of a fertigation system would be, I think it's going to be around $25,000. So we would have a little more money left. Maybe. One thing golfers want to see at a golf course year in and year out is just things need to improve. Maybe it could be as little as adding 1 or 2 tee boxes. That golfers really like to see, even just nominal improvement. So if we have a little money left and we can do a few tees, or again, Brian and I can determine what could be done, we can make that $50,000 go a long way.
Plant some flowers around the tee box so the golfers go, oh man, they're nice.
Yep. And then the maintenance of it. Hold on now. So I do want to point out though, this year, the air injection, in my opinion, was very successful. Being out there the last few weeks after they did that, the greens are softer. They're in really good shape. So I know that was very successful. So that'll probably be something that we look at as we go into the future again. And then also we used additional funds this year to replace the snack shack behind the 9th green. So that project is done, it's completed. The new snack shack building is there, it's built. To get a chance, go out there and take a look at it. I know Paul Chaplin, he created the fencing on the sides of it as you walk up to the window. He made it out of golf clubs.
Neat, yeah,
so it was pretty cool to see that and do that. And it's a little personal touch from our staff. Shout out to our staff for taking that ownership and that, taking a personal touch to that project. So it's a great new, snack shack they have there. But we did use course renovations dollars for that as well this year.
And I think running the fertilizer through the irrigation system is a really smart move to do that. As long as you don't irrigate during the play. But
right.
And I don't know whether you water your greens periodically during play or not, because I don't play the course, so I'm not sure what they're made out of. But if you're not using a bed or any of that kind of stuff out there, so
right.
Doing that, okay.
No, it's mostly the irrigation system. It's on a timer. It takes a full 12 hours.
Right.
So it will start around 7 p.m. and just make its way over 900 irrigation heads all join in. Not at the same time, of course. That would be the end of our pumps if we had all 900 going at once.
So any questions on the greens division? All right, we'll move on to the cart division now. Greg?
Okay. Carts are pretty, very set. Nothing really has changed drastically. We've kept everything as nominal as possible. I don't know, there's not obviously the majority of carts is the salaries, of course. Everything else is kept as low as we can on the, let's see, we should mention the other contractual services on carts. Let me get to,
It's the Club Connect.
right, that's the GPS on each cart. I always say each cart, it's almost like each cart has DirecTV, but at $30 a month times 80 carts. I've had a lot of other golf courses call me over the last couple of years now since we've had the GPS, and even I thought that $30 a month was a lot of money. It's not. It's a fantastic deal. It's almost like you have a ranger on every single hole from sun up to sundown, with that GPS system. It is really worth its weight in gold. And there are a couple other courses in the area that have since gotten GPS. Sand Ridge is one of them. When they got their new fleet of carts, they also got GPS on their carts. It is extremely valuable. It really is, really is. But everything else is pretty, kept quite tight. We just got a little bit on R&M buildings, R&M operating equipment. Just that's for, we need some tires or whatever for the golf carts.
So we actually, we purchased these carts.
Yes.
Because there was a cost comparison done between leasing and purchase was the way to go with that.
Yeah.
And that was done in 22, 23, and we're right on the verge of having to rethink doing that again, right?
Sure.
Okay, so we'll consider leasing versus purchase when it's time to do it at that time?
I think so,
okay.
yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
And of course, the three major players are there: E-Z-GO, Yamaha, and Club Car.
Yeah.
There are some other, there's several other companies out there now. A little worrisome about what they, their quality and whatnot. There's enough of them on the roads right now, though, too.
Yeah.
Driving around, so.
Well, they're becoming popular vehicles for people to drive around town in, so there's a lot of people, a lot of companies trying to get in that marketplace.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I know the electric, of course, is the way to go. I know, Mr. McPartland, you had mentioned the natural gas at one time. I had looked into that for any of at least the three big boys, the three main companies, they won't do it themselves. They would still give you a golf cart with either a gas engine or electric, and then you would have to turn around and re-outfit it for natural gas. It would really jump the cost up a good bit, even though it is an excellent idea. If they did it out of the factory, it would be good. But yeah, none of them are doing that. But
I guess when you go with the cartborne, either you're gonna be electric or you're gonna be gas. You gotta, facilitate the cartborne to go either way.
Sure.
You can't switch midstream.
Right. Oh yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
So any questions on the cart division? All right, so what we'll do, just some direction from you all, Greg and I will look at the cart barn and see what possibilities there are for potentially moving that up. And then we will also bring back daily rate increases, recommendation from staff within the next couple months before we get to the end of the budget cycle. And that's where we'll go from that, and we'll continue to make the payment to the general fund out of the golf course beginning this year. And does anyone want to revisit it annually? Seeing none, okay. There we go. Cross that off my to-do list next year. All right, thank you, Greg, I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your
Greg.
support, everything. It means a lot. Believe me, you can Google, like golf, you can go to Golf Digest, Golf Week. You can pull up article after article on city golf courses. Some are great stories, some are extremely sad stories where the city just didn't support the course. Maybe, and the next thing you know, it closed up. So I really do appreciate the support. I know all the golfers do, too. Really do.
There's golf courses all over the place closing right now. Yeah, they're really, municipal and private courses that are closing. They just can't. I mean, the Masters, that blew my mind when that course closed up in Palm Bay. That was a beautiful course.
It's just
That's
a crazy story.
It's
just crazy.
They built too much course, I guess, for what they could charge. I don't know what the deal was, but I mean, back when I was playing several years ago, it was $55 to play around there, and I thought it was a $90 course.
Right.
So it was like playing one of the South Florida courses. Mm-hmm. It's gone, just gone.
Yeah, the person that owns that is still intent on building a subdivision.
Yeah.
The city of Palm Bay is fighting her tooth and nail.
Yeah.
And of Of course, we talk about Turtle Creek.
Yeah, Turtle Creek, which,
Turtle Creek,
that was
well, it's
the
gonna be
dire,
something.
that was a beautiful course. It was tough. It was a lot of water. It was a hard course to play, but it was a beautiful course.
It's funny that they're fighting it because they're building subdivisions everywhere.
Yeah, I know. They're closing all over the place. And my friend, of course, now as you get older, my friends my age now are playing the executive courses, Plantation Vista and places like that.
There is a huge niche for, like a short course. That's all there is, especially in Florida.
I was wondering at one time, thinking about Sebastian course, all it would take is a set of tee boxes that were in front of the red tees.
Sure.
To turn most of those holes into an executive hole. That's all it would take to do that. Now, all you're doing is you're facilitating people who can't hit it as far as they used to and want to play a shorter course, but you could literally do that. Now, I don't know whether you could charge them any less, but
Right.
I don't know whether they do it any less or not, but, so.
Yeah, that's a dream of mine to have a little like par 3 golf course.
Yeah, I know.
Even a little 9-hole par 3 would be.
Yeah.
And again, it is, there's a big niche now. Just
Yeah.
because you can play it quick.
I've got a lot of friends who
land.
didn't quit playing when I did and still play, but they play, like I'm saying, Plantation Vista and those places, those short courses, so.
I mean, the airport will be happy to rent you more space, sir. Thanks, Craig.
Between planes.
Maybe we should sell the airport to the federal government.
No, we're doing good out there.
You guys have a good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
So real quick, I failed to mention it earlier whenever I gave my overview, and I want to do this as Alex is coming up, just so I don't forget to mention it. But as you all know, this was the first year that we collected our solid waste through the tax bill. And there was a lot of unknowns going into it of how much we were going to end the fiscal year in a deficit and have to utilize reserve funds. And that was always our discussion was, hey, we'll evaluate throughout the year. As we get to the end, we're probably going to have to dip into reserves. We had thrown around some different numbers and all that. Well, I just want to report, I got the latest report yesterday from the finance department. And based on our current overview of this, we are going to have an overage of $86,960. Now, please remember that doesn't mean we're overcharged. Residents have paid that. That includes our residents, but then also the franchise fee from commercial. So we are using the franchise fee from commercial and the residents' payments to all pay for that. So we do have, and we will continue, it's all in a separate fund. It doesn't, spill over to anything else.
It's a pleasant surprise.
We are not, after some of the other news I got yesterday, this was like gold.
I was thinking we were gonna lose $100 grand on that thing.
Yeah, we had all of everything we had kind of calculated as we went through it. But yeah, some of the railroad news and a couple other things that came to my desk yesterday, this was gold when it came. So, that's good news though. We don't have to dip into reserves, and we will have, funding to fund the first payment in the next fiscal year, because as you all know, the tax payments don't start coming in until November, December. But we should be, we'll be kind of close on that because our payments are more than that. So we may have to, do some upfront, a little bit, but we will have enough there. All right, we'll get started with community development. We've got Alex here. She'll start with community development, which is page 87. And then we will discuss the CRA after that.
Good afternoon. So what you'll see before you is the proposed budget for next fiscal year. When we looked at putting this together, we were mindful of where we were at this year, what we've accomplished, what needs to be accomplished for next year. And so we really scaled back on our overall arching goals and objectives, and the biggest ask this year is going to be under consultants, and you'll see two lines for that. Well, one line for consultants, another line for other contractual services. Those are very, very much earmarked for a rewrite of our land development code. And when we've looked at numbers for rewriting our land development code, which hasn't been updated since 2000, so just a day or two, the estimate has come in at basically around $170,000. So the idea being is that we would split this over a 2.5-year period to accomplish that and still get the job done. So that's the big thing. Everything else is pretty much on point for that. Don't see anything. That was the first thing that, if we're just talking about community development, not CRA. So we'll
Also,
talk about
Alex,
that in a second.
make sure you bring up the, your capital request.
Right. So, well, one is CRA, the other one is CDBG, and so for the next year, we're looking at having $116,000 come for community development block grant funding, of which will be used to help offset people who need rehabilitation on their homes. So we've been working with some great consultants this year. I was really glad that we got some new consultants on board and we're able to really, they're sharp and we're very happy to have them. So in fact, you'll see coming up next week at the council meeting, you'll see our 5-year consolidated plan and our annual action plan coming before you. So.
And then I have one other thing that I just want to highlight within this budget, and it falls underneath sustainable, Sebastian. You'll see that there was nothing budgeted in regards to their operating budget. In the past, we did have it funded in a different element in the past. But this is really for Earth Day. We needed to fund Earth Day. We needed to provide additional resources for that. And the best place to place that was under this within the Sustainable Sebastian. Oh no, I'm sorry, I just jumped over, I'm sorry. Sustainable Sebastian is Sustainable Sebastian dollars. 2,500 together in two items had me a little confused. So let me skip back. Special Events NRB, Natural Resources Board, has 500 for Earth Day in the past. We increased that to $2,000 for Earth Day, or 2,500. We increased it by 2,000. So that's where you get the Natural Resources Board for Earth Day.
Okay.
Then Sustainable Sebastian, we began budgeting $2,500 to implement any of the things that come from their action plan. We felt like that was a reasonable amount to kind of get it kick-started, and then we'll see where we go once they start making some movement on the action plans within the plan. Sorry about that confusion there. That's my fault.
But are you looking at expenses now, which would be page 91?
Yeah, that was page 91.
Okay, so I was just gonna ask a question back on 89 on the personal services schedule.
Yep.
It shows about a 19% increase between 25 and 26 on salaries. Is that because of that you filled some positions, or is that?
Yeah, what you'll realize from this is from the amended budget, we calculate obviously
We need to take a break because we only have 2 council members here now.
Okay, we will take a break and reconvene when Councilmember Nunn or Jones gets back.
Sorry.
All right, welcome back. So, before we had to take a break, Councilmember Dodd had requested some clarification on personnel services. So the reason for this is whenever you look at the difference is calculated on projected expenditures from 24-25. Remember that based on last year's budget and in projected expenditures, we did have a senior planner position a principal planner or senior planner? Principal planner position that was open for a majority of the year, and was recently filled within the last 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
So that's where you see a big discrepancy there, that budget was, that position would have been budgeted for the entire year.
Right.
And then also, insurance costs are increased there, and then, suggested, pay increases for this coming year. But the majority of that really is that open position for the majority of the year. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers it, yeah. It's just that percentage was higher than many
Then-
others, so.
Right, exactly.
I question it myself sometimes, going like, how do we come up with 127 when the budget last year was only 82,000 less?
Yeah.
But it is based on projected
See that,
expenditures.
in the staffing chart, it just shows what was budgeted for a year. It doesn't show the principal planner was zero in there, yeah.
Yeah,
So you don't see a change in the count of personnel.
Yeah.
understood, yeah, definitely.
All right, and then there were, 4 items, capital outlay items that are in community development department that are funded out of the CRA. And I'll just go ahead and take those and discuss them real quick.
Okay.
And then we'll show them in CRA, because I know Alex had planned to talk about it in CRA. But just for clarification, pedestrian crossing signs, those are the flashing ones that we've started to install along Indian River Drive. We've got additional locations, and I think that will get us 3, maybe 2.5, of those.
It's a total of 4.
Oh, total of 4, okay, there we go. Based on current pricing, let's just put that caveat in there. But that'll get us 4 crossing signs to install elsewhere within the CRA. Working waterfront expansion docks, this is a grant match for the working waterfront. As you all are aware, we've been in design for a while on those docks, and then also submerged land lease expansions and things like that are all in the works. Permitting, it's currently in permitting, trying to get approvals for the design and stuff for that project. So these are grant matching dollars for that. And then you'll see we've added in the Fisherman's Landing / working waterfront facility. These are funds that we are dedicating out of the CRA budget to assist us as we move forward with the plan at Fisherman's Landing building. So, one of the things that I want to highlight real quick, sorry to jump you.
It's all right.
Is CRAs were a huge discussion point this year in legislature.
Yeah.
So, you see some odd little numbers here. That's allocating every dollar that we have in the CRA is being allocated within these projects. So we'll talk about that when we get to the CRA, but I just wanted to, because a lot of times we look at it 978, well, that's a really weird number. So the other thing that I wanted to point out and kind of bring up, and I know I'm taking all of Alex's thunder away with this, but we also have what was listed in the master plan as a North Central Avenue catalyst site that we have had $500,000 in the budget for that for probably the last 3 or 4 CIP years. It's been shown in there. What we may potentially look at doing is we'll leave it there for this year, but then start to transition those dollars over to that Fisherman's Landing project with that as well. So
Okay, now,
just wanna highlight that.
you're anticipating that you're not allocating, but by budgeting these dollars, that if some legislation takes place, that you're gonna be able to save these dollars. And, I don't know, I guess my thing is that we're showing 25-26 at $435,620 for the Fisherman's Landing. I'm thinking that's Hurricane Harbor, am I
You are
correct in that?
correct. Yes. Yes.
And the only thing that we're gonna get done in this next budget year, starting October through next October, is that planning document, that design document, $100,000.
Well,
That's the only thing we're gonna get done, because we're not talking about, as we talked about that when we did that project the last council meeting, we're talking about going through a process now, starting sometime later this fall and stepping through that, going through by the time we get to where we have a consultant that's produced a document that's been through public review, that's been through the whole thing and gets to the council, it's gonna be next July, August timeframe.
Possibly. a demolition project could happen. I mean, if the building
Right.
is coming down, we don't have to wait for plans to do that.
Well, okay, but that needs to be, I guess, that hasn't even been proposed to council
No.
yet. So I'm only questioning, and I know it's a CIP thing, okay? It's a capital improvement thing, and capital improvement dollars can sit around forever, and we can reallocate them later if we need to. But I don't know that we're effectively gonna spend $435,000 in this current budget cycle on that project.
But let me clarify what we've done here. We have allocated every dollar.
Yeah, we
in
haven't
the
allocated
25
because it's
well,
not been approved by council.
In this proposed budget,
In the budget, you've budgeted every dollar.
we've
That's
budgeted
correct.
every dollar for the fiscal year.
Yeah.
So we would be at 0 at 26. Then the money that comes in next year, allocated it full to
Okay.
0.
We need to clarify the difference between budgeting and allocating, okay? The fact that you've
Well,
budgeted
but
the $400,000.
it's just on a piece of paper, but it's budgeted.
Well-
It's not technically approved by council.
But it
with
doesn't
a-
give you the authorization to spend it.
Well, we know that.
Okay.
We don't spend dollars until it comes to
Right,
council.
and so-
Or the CRA board in this
Yeah.
element.
Right.
And so, I don't know. To me, we're over budgeting.
I don't think so, because if you watch the legislature last year, they point blank said, if you don't have funds budgeted for a project,
Okay.
you will lose it. So I don't think that that's overreaching based on the legislature that was out there before us last
Right.
year.
To me, it sounds like you're trying to cover us in case they do this crazy thing.
It's gonna come
Talked
back
about
up next year, I guarantee you
Yeah, yeah,
CRAs are.
it-
All
And then we'll
right,
be
so we're gonna hear sometime within the next 2, 3, 4 months, we're gonna have a project come to us to demo that building, basically, and
We
spend
didn't
these
say
monies.
that. That's not what we said.
Okay, so,
The demo portion came from another council member.
Yes.
Didn't come from staff.
No, I'm just saying.
Staff hasn't said anything about
Anything.
doing
Okay.
any project down there other than design, which was discussed at the last one, which still has to go out to bid and still has to come back to the CRA board and the city council.
right.
So not a single dollar is being expended on that whole project whatsoever until you all fully approve it. This is similar to how we've gone through every other budget so far today. This is budgeting dollars, and our goal was to get it to the point to where every dollar was budgeted for a project based on what we have been told and been hearing from Tallahassee in the most recent legislative cycle, and what we have recently heard is going to come back again. So that's our whole purpose for this. It is not to say we're gonna spend $435,000 at that site this coming fiscal year. That's not accurate at all.
All right.
I mean, when you talk about working waterfront, that could lend itself to the entire waterfront, right? And so perhaps it's,
Okay. I'm finished with this. I don't need any more justification on it.
okay,
I'm agreeing with what Brian said.
okay.
I'm going to clarify my point for sake of discussion. We're at a budget meeting, a budget workshop, and the purpose of a budget workshop is to discuss ideas, opinions, and thoughts. It's not to make decisions. And my idea and thought is to say there's nothing that could be spent additional down there because the plan's not done. All I'm saying is there are things that could happen. We could make a decision to demolish it, and that could happen within the next year. Within reason, well, at this point, year and a half, because we're not there yet. So there are things that could be spent down there if we move that direction and make that decision during a council meeting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Correct. I mean, and I'll just clarify, the demolition's not gonna take place until we have a semblance of the design, because we need to know what architectural features we've gotta preserve in the demolition.
Right.
So that will
Correct.
100% go forward. All right, moving on to, any other questions on community development before we go to CRA? So CRA, I will turn it back over to Alex on the CRA budget.
So what you'll find is everything is pretty standard as it was last year. Not a whole lot to talk about. You'll see that we have our facade and landscape improvement grants programmed for $25,000. We've also allocated or programmed the potential for sewer connection at $100,000. You'll see that other contractual services is for grant writing, which you guys spoke about a little bit earlier this morning. and how well that was going. And CRA maintenance expenses, there's two categories here. One's non-fisherman's landing and the other one is, you'll see that that's come down a lot. And that has to do with the fact that the previous leaseor has moved out of that building. So it has taken our expense level down as well. So that's where you'll find a shift in that number. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I do just want to have a brief discussion on the sewer connection program. So we did get some information and discussions with FDEP over the course of the last week. We're waiting to get that agreement to bring to you all for the grant that we were awarded. However, it has come to our attention that the county had made the agreement with the city to waive connection fees, but still charge the impact fees. Well, the county, the state will pay for connection fees, but not impact fees. So we've kind of gone back and forth with DEP on this, and we're trying to get the county involved to see if there's any mechanism we can utilize to kind of make those adjustments on that. That comes to the amount of about $4,000 to a typical homeowner in impact fees is what the amount is. So you will see we did budget an additional $100,000 in here. Overall, the course of the entire project down there, the impact fees would be in the range of $500,000 to $600,000 is what we're estimating between businesses and residential. So we did include an additional amount in this budget for $100,000, and that would give us $200,000 to work from for any of those grant program that we do for impact fees for our residents to the county on this subject of sewer. Just wanted to, still conversations are happening. We haven't received the approved agreement yet because that's really the number one, that's the holdup on it at this point is our discussions with DEP and the county to see if there's any mechanism. And we've tried to see if DEP would make an exception for this since they are paying the connection fees and it would be an exception to pay the impact fees. And as of now, we've been told no. So just wanted to bring that to your attention, and that's why we have additional sewer connection program grant in the budget.
Was the county potentially amenable to changing our contract with them and change the amount of, because right now the connection fees was like over $6,000 and the impact fees were roughly $4,000. Yep. So it was a better deal for us for them to waive the connection fees. Yeah, so we have had that discussion with them, or Karen has. And so I know the first attempt was to try to have the county was willing to go to DEP to try to explain their funding mechanism and how that all works. That was the first attempt. And then from that, then we will then readdress it with the county to see if we can make an exception. Have they started work? No, they have not started work. We have received, I think August 15th or somewhere around in that nature is their first plan at this point. They have started ordering materials. They have started applying for some of the permitting and everything, but they have not started work on the project. Any other questions on the CRA, or any questions on the CRA, sorry? The swing park. We're gonna do that this coming year, you think?
The swing and bench park, so that one that was originally budgeted, and that one had kind of taken a turn on us whenever we had the hurricane damage that eroded the shoreline. So shoreline stabilization is scheduled to take place this year. Okay. Once the shoreline stabilization project is complete, the swing and bench park will be done as well. Okay. So they'll have to, we're waiting on the shoreline stabilization at this point is what we're waiting on.
Okay, and so that shoreline stabilization, which we had in 24-25, is probably going to slide into 25-26, and then the swing park follow on beyond that. Yes, sir. I just heard them mention it. They were talking about that in Parks and Rec last meeting, I think, about that park.
Yeah, so you know, we've got a lot of things. We've got the dredging of Main Street boat ramp. We've got the shoreline stabilization and the swing and bench park are all activities along that area. They all will probably work in conjunction with each other to a certain extent, with the swing and bench park being the last phase because we have to have the shoreline stabilization. That design is complete, and we are just trying to finalize how funding, but then also how we're going to utilize some of the dredge material on that as well.
Okay.
And if you cut, so I know we had a discussion about us allocating the funds. So if you look at page 189 in your book, this is really what will show that we're allocating the funds and not just, I don't want it to think that we're just throwing money at things but I felt the direction from the state was pretty obvious in what they were trying to do. And I think some amendments that were made to the initial bill wouldn't have allowed it to continue pretty much at all. But later amendment said if you have a project that is budgeted, it could still, it was in your 5-year capital budget, it could still go forward. So our thought process immediately goes to, let's show all of our money tied to a project, so that we can continue to utilize those funds and we don't get caught up in any
You never
issues.
know what they're gonna do. They may well come back and say, well, good, Sebastian, you're a friend, you have zero money left in your CRA, we can do away with it.
Sure, they could do that.
That's,
It's a chance either way.
that stuff happens. So we're fine. Okay.
All right, any other questions for Alex? All right.
Good job you guys do.
I think we've got Jeanette next. She's gonna take her minutes while she's sitting here.
So, I want to start with city council.
Yeah, we can do
Okay.
that. That works.
So, not too much has changed in your budget. I'm not aware of any extra traveling that you guys want to do. I do have 2 emo classes scheduled, one for the new council member and one in case I get another new council member, but I'm not planning on that, you guys. So I have the annual conference, the emo Leadership Academy, Legislative Action Day, Legislative Policy Committees, and the big the legislative conference in November. So then cellular telephone doesn't change, internet doesn't change, promotional, I have some money budgeted for the awards and the proclamations that you guys give at the council meetings. Departmental supplies, I have some money budgeted for business cards, paper, plastic boxes to protect our vital documents upstairs. And we go on down. Dues and membership, I have the Treasure Coast Council local governments dues. And then the training and education is kind of mirrors the travel that you guys are going to do, the annual conference, the EMO, Legislative Action Day, Leadership Academy, and Legislative Conference. So unless you guys want to put anything else in there for you guys, that's it.
It's good to me.
It's good to you? Okay. All right.
We'll move on to the city clerk.
Okay. So the contractual services, I'm going to continue to recycle the paper with Southeast Secure Shredding. It becomes toilet paper, which I think is really sustainable, Sebastian. Awesomeness. And then I have the subscription for the codification services. That's the codes. That's pretty cool how they're doing that now. They're letting me submit as many codes as I need to 3 times a year, and then they make the supplements for us. For travel and the city clerk budget, I have a conference for my new hire, Bridget, to train her and get her up to speed. think she's working out really good for the succession planning. Cross my fingers. I have a cellular phone cost for me. Postage, that doesn't really change. The office equipment doesn't change. Clerk of court filing fees are kind of, those are the vacation of easements and the parking in lieu of programs that I record at the courthouse once you guys approve them. The legal ads, I have to put some money in for the ordinances and the charter review notices that are going to come up just after Christmas. And this is my big election year, $3 per voter. So I have some costs there. Going on down to departmental supplies, that's the normal stuff, paper, stuff that just happens in day-to-day business. Dues and membership, I have the memberships for me and Bridget for the Florida Association of City Clerk, the International Institute of Municipal Clerk Association for both of us, and training and education, another conference for Bridget. And that's kind of it. It's a plain Jane kind of budget.
Where's the election?
The election cost,
It's under election costs.
534. So
Oh, I see it. I see it now.
I
I was just trying to see, what's the cost to us this year?
It's $3 per voter.
Yeah.
And right now we have about 19,000 voters, but I budgeted too short this year because we got more voters. So I went up a little bit more. So I budgeted for 21,000 voters at $3.
Okay.
So, and then I have to, because we have the, that's the assessment fee. So each candidate I have to turn in $36 to the state. And then the newspaper ads for the charter review.
Okay, so the 66, basically it's $65,000 for this year. Okay, and if it was a normal year, it'd be $21,000 roughly.
I noticed legal ads like almost doubled. Do we anticipate a serious amount of extra ads this year?
The newspaper is, I do, because of when Alex does her changes to the land development code and it comes before you, I pay for that ad, and the newspapers increase their fees. I mean, I guess because nobody's buying papers, so they're trying. I know, that's how they're making their money now.
Didn't they change that statute last year, or this last session, that said that you can advertise it online in your website and so forth?
They did change that, and the county considered that. When Dylan Reingold worked there, the county commission, you have to use the county's website, and the commission considered that, and they voted against it because they didn't want to use their IT people to set up the website.
So we can't use our own website to advertise that?
No, there's something in the statute that if you're a county of a certain size, you have to use the county's website. I didn't go too far into it, but there's a Shores, Indian River Shores wants to change the county's mind on this, so they're working on it right now. Their mayor has written a letter asking them to reconsider this.
Maybe we should join them in that request.
I can share that letter with you if you guys want to take a look at it.
Just a suggestion. The county needs to realize they represent all of us, not just themselves.
And they have some new leadership there too.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe. Same commissioner, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Awesome.
Any questions? No? Okay.
Thank you, Jeanette. City Attorney.
Brian, are we required to have a quorum for this meeting?
Yeah, we have a quorum now.
That's all I was saying, are we
I mean,
required to have a
we're
quorum?
not taking any formal action, it's more informational, but it is good practice to have a
Okay,
quorum.
just asking.
Just to stay
In
on.
30 minutes, I will have to step away for probably a half hour, so
Okay.
just giving you notice now. 3 o'clock.
All right, Jennifer?
Good afternoon.
Before Jennifer starts, I still think maybe we should bill the county $10,000 for forcing us to put newspaper print out.
I agree.
Jennifer will draw up the paper.
Perfect timing for her to be here, huh?
I mean,
Whatever
come
you-
on now, they make us spend 10 grand on newspaper advertising when we could do it on our website.
More people would see it too.
Although they're gonna want that $10,000 for their IT department.
Yeah.
Nothing's for free.
At least.
Nothing for free.
More would see it too, I'm just saying.
And sometimes can't what you pay. They may not do, anyway. Anyway, so not many changes here, much to Mr. Benton's dismay. The biggest change is probably the contractual services, and that was done to reflect the accuracy of what's been happening in the past year. Other than that, things went down a little bit, I think, and don't need quite as many office supplies. I did ask for a monitor, but Mr. Benton struck it. Other than that.
A monitor, what kind of monitor?
Computer.
A clearer computer monitor.
Oh, you wanted one of those.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I want one of those too.
So I can see.
Just expensive.
When I saw that first one in the growth department, I thought, man, if I could afford this for my home computer, this would be fantastic.
It's really not that expensive, but, well, we can't afford anything right now, can we? Anyways, not a whole lot here, travel and training and office supplies and outside counsel and salaries. Have any questions for me?
When you have other contractual services, and I think there's a note in here that talks about the special magistrate,
Correct.
is that primarily the cost of the special magistrate?
Yes, because the other costs are covered underneath the police department.
Okay, so the special magistrate's gonna cost us 70 grand this coming year?
No, 20 budgeted, outside counsel 55. Or I don't know what it ended up in the final. I think it was.
I may have missed that note. I just read someplace in there where it's
I think
talking
the
about.
total, that was the total for outside counsel.
You requested 50,000 or what?
So 70
made it to
total.
this point is
Yeah.
50,000 outside.
So I
and 20
requested
special.
55 and it got reduced to 50. So we're at 70 total, 50 representing outside, 20 for the magistrate potentially.
Okay, let me get my mind straight around this.
But it's not actually broken down. Now it's
This is
just how
under
we came up
operating
with the number.
expenses.
So it says 70 total. And the thought process is 20, potentially towards the magistrate fees, depending on, if we end up with a big case of any sort or a big Massey hearing, which might be upcoming. But it's
The 20,000, though, that pretty much covers what you anticipate all of the special magistrate costs to be for the next year?
for the legal fees.
For the legal fees, yeah, for the
Correct.
next year. No, I'm not counting the cost that you incur putting together stuff or whatever the code guys do, but just the legal, okay, so.
Right.
And then you're anticipating $50,000 worth of expenses.
Based on the fact that we had around 40 so far this year,
Okay,
and that was including the finance attorney for the pension board, or not board, but to look into the pension options.
and okay, you're talking about, not the police pension board, but
No.
the
The-
reviewing, okay, that's the guys working with our finance department.
Correct.
And how much of that was tied up in that single case that we've had going through in the major appeal process?
About 40.
So if we don't have that next year, you're anticipating not
Well,
having?
that case will go back for a second round potentially, because it's a two-step process.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we have, that has to be brought, that particular case has to be brought back to a special magistrate as though it's brand new.
Correct. Well, no, I mean, just on the bifurcated part of it, but I anticipate the potential for an appeal of that, just like we had on the initial decision.
Okay, so
Which could go all the way back up to the.
right. So what you're saying is that assuming that it goes against the business owner at the special magistrate, second magistrate hearing, that you anticipate we're gonna possibly spend another $40,000 in defending that city's position in that?
I hope not, but it's possible. Unless you want me to stop doing everything else and then I can just do that.
I'm sorry?
Just the litigation part is, in addition to all of the other duties of the city attorney as one attorney.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to understand. You're anticipating in this that you're going to spend possibly up to another $40,000 on a case like that.
I would just rather have it budgeted, whether it's for that or a different case. I mean, last year we had two big cases before the magistrate that took up a lot of time. One didn't end up in litigation, but it did take up a lot of time. Could have ended up in litigation. So I would rather have the money budgeted rather than coming to you to ask for it. I don't feel like it's out of line based on my research of neighboring jurisdictions and what some of the other cities are doing, and based on what the spending was this year. I mean, you can look at it over the past few years and what it's, I mean, it's inflated because of the interim position, but
Yeah, we went through a window of time several years ago that we were spending a lot more money on that because of the way what we were doing with the attorney and.
They just looked back 3 years ago, so there is a possibility that it could be that amount of money. So better to budget it. You can always give it back.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
I can always give it back. I just don't like. I prefer the optics of having the money and giving it back rather than coming to you and asking for money for it. But I mean, I understand times are lean, but I just feel an obligation to bring that to you.
Okay. All right. I mean, the year-over-year increase, except the only reason I even question is I knew that 24-25 was kind of exceptional because we had one case that we spent a lot of money on.
Right.
And I would hope we can come up with some strategy not to do that again, but, so, okay. All right, I'm fine.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all need to take a break?
No.
Well, if you need.
Let's go for the next 15 and then I'll.
Well, we'll do like the cemetery, somebody to get a quick one in.
Apologize.
And then we'll save Parks and Rec and Facilities for when Councilmember Jones goes back.
And maybe Fred will come back.
Because Fred may actually be back.
Yeah,
Before you have
possibly.
to leave, because he said he had that 2 o'clock thing where he has to do a blood thing.
It's close by, so.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with cemetery, because that'll be the quickest one, hopefully.
Which page?
Looking for it quick. Page 84.
That was close.
Afternoon, Council. Quickly, I'll go over some of the accomplishments in the 2025 budget for the cemeteries. We completed the cemetery leveling project, and they continue to maintain that status of those areas that were leveled. We're in the process of replacing, or we did replace the original irrigation well and pump, and we will be adding a second one in this next year's budget. And then we reorganized staff, so we went from 3 staff people to 2, and it's worked out very well. This year's goals, and we will continue to plan and design and hopefully go out to bid for the new administration building. It should be going to P&Z either August or September. And then once we get through that, things will start moving. We're in the process of developing an online information presence, and I think Lee mentioned it during his time. Ross, our GIS technician, is creating a part on the website so that people can go to the cemetery. They can look up they can go to a plot, they can see whether it's available, they can look up a relative or whatever, so that's in the process right now. And we're excited about that. And then as a part of the building of the new building, we will connect to county sewer. We connected to county water last year, and we will connect to county sewer this year.
So, Richard, I just want to clarify one thing. We did a reorganization at the cemetery, but we didn't reduce staff. We only had two positions budgeted.
Correct.
So it's been 2, and it still remains to be 2. We just reorganized. And basically, with that reorganization, put additional responsibilities of the cemetery on our park superintendent. So now, Parks has more of a heavy oversight of the cemetery where they were involved before, but not the complete oversight. So just wanted to clarify that.
Is there going to be a capability to do a chargeback for the GIS work that's being done for the cemetery to the cemetery trust fund from the parks department, the road department and so forth? Because they're paying for the GIS technician and so forth. Is there going to be a...
Correct. That's something, we'll look into it. I'll make a note of that and we'll look into it.
All right.
Yep.
As far as the operating budget goes, it's pretty much, there's about a $7,000 reduction, but it's, any increases were in those things like fuel and electricity, and everything else was based on trends on what we've spent over this year or maybe the last couple of years. So it's fairly stagnant, and we're really looking forward to that new administration building. And unless you have anything else, Mr. Benton, I'll answer any questions.
You want to highlight all of the capital outlay items? Right down there.
Dump trailer.
So this year's just the administration building. I'm sorry, in 25-26 is just administration building. And then the next year is the dump trailer, irrigation pump. Following year is a zero-turn mower, and then columbrium niches, if we see that the inventory is such that we need to add those. We've had it in there a couple of years. We keep pushing it out to see where inventory is, and so that's why it's in the year that it's in.
And we have started to have a little bit of a discussion in regards to the irrigation pump. We may move that up to this current fiscal year, or 25-26 next year's fiscal year, just because of the irrigation pump we have out there now runs about 23.5 hours a day. So it is running nonstop. And when they developed and they created Section 5, which is the newest northern end of the cemetery, they should have installed a new irrigation pump at that time. However, to save cost, they decided to connect that to the existing irrigation. And we've already had issues. We had our well collapse on us with the original irrigation site, pump and well. That well collapsed. The pump burnt out. So we had to dig a new well and go through that whole process already with the other one. So it is very taxing on the well and the pump at this point to irrigate that entire cemetery. So we will more than likely be looking at some point to potentially move that project up and get it done quicker, so that then we can split off 2 sections of the cemetery off of the existing one and put it on a new one.
That's what I was gonna ask. So this isn't for a new irrigation pump for the existing one. This is for an additional.
Correct. It would be we've already replaced this fiscal year. We replaced the well and the pump on the existing one, because the well did collapse, and the pump did burn out on us. So this would be an additional one that would take over certain sections of the cemetery.
So right now we're having to irrigate during ideal times of the day to irrigate.
Yeah.
And so we split it, we'll be able to do more efficiently.
Good.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, in case there's, anyone out there thinking, it is coming out of the cemetery trust fund. So it is not general fund related for that.
Move on to parks.
Any questions on anything within the cemetery?
Cemetery trust fund's in pretty good shape. I mean, it's $660,000 for the administrative building. Sounds like a really big hit. Of course, it always amazes me when I hear about what people charge to build stuff anymore, but the trust fund's got plenty of funds in there to handle that. So it's not like it's a big hit on the city. Right. It's coming directly out of that trust fund.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the cemetery?
I hope you get a great building for $660,000.
I hope we get a building for $660,000.
You'd think it looked like the Taj Mahal, but
I
these
don't-
days,
well,
that's
I wouldn't
normal, I
want to say
guess.
that, but
Yeah, in the old days, you'd think, oh my
ought
God,
to at least
what are
be
we
nicer
building?
than that trailer shack.
Is that gonna have more than sewer hookup there, sewer hookup there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and let me, and since that was brought up, I'll go ahead and answer some of the questions, because like, yes, $660,000. But, you know, think about the moments people are at the cemetery visiting for a reason. You know, a recent death of a loved one, more than likely, or something of that nature. And for them to go into our existing building is an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So one of the sections of this new building is a nice little conference area that is going to be for families and for meetings, and we'll have a TV on the wall so that we can do everything inside the building instead of now, oh, well, here's this map that was printed 30 years ago, and let's point this, now let's walk out here. That's part of our GIS updates, is so that we can have it all on a computer screen, we can talk to people through the whole process, show them everything that the cemetery has to offer in regards to plot availability, and do it all in the comfort of a reasonably accommodating building. We all are also required to offer ADA accessible restroom. Our maintenance guys are working out there, they're stationed out there, that's their home base, so there will be a small break room, there will be an office for a staff member, and then there will be a garage area to keep and maintain our equipment that's out there now. So yes, you know, when you think about it, but that's really the idea behind this is to provide for the staff there, but then also really to provide for the public that's visiting the cemetery and making decisions about, you know, a tough situation for them.
So will the cemetery plot purchases still happen here, or will they happen there again?
Yeah, so we've had numerous discussions about that. I know whenever Kathy was in the clerk's office and having discussions with Jeanette, we don't have a firm solution to that at this point. I think it will be more beneficial, at least for people to have the entire process done there, and they may have to come here and make the payment. Or we could potentially in the future look at sending a staff member over there during certain hours, being able to utilize obviously the office to work in. But we would notice that the cemetery is available for visitors to purchase lots during these times, and potentially do that. That's not something that I want to put on the hands of our maintenance workers. It would have to be a staff member from City Hall. That has not been worked out yet, though.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say that we come to that agreement. That might not work out with schedules and how everything's laid out here. Obviously, when we were having those discussions, the clerk's office had 3 employees at that time. And now with reorganization of that department, there's only 2. So that changes the dynamic a little bit on that.
You can move the park and recreation director's office over there. He could handle all
He may
of
end up there
those.
sooner than later anyway. Parks and Recreation, you know, some of our accomplishments this year, we did a lot more programming than we've done in the past. The projects that the parks guys, Antoine and his guys got done were remarkable. We replaced the backstops at Barber Street Baseball. You know, we went out to bid and that didn't work out, and Antoine said, well, I've got an idea. And if you go out there today and see his idea, you wouldn't know that it wasn't the way the engineer drew it up. And it was a third of the cost. So we had a lot of those successes this year. We've been able to get some grant programs completed or at least underway. And then we're able to apply for several more grant opportunities. Our goals and objectives upcoming is the dredging of Main Street Boat Ramp. We had our kickoff meeting this morning with FBIP. The design was funded by Find, and it's in the process, and we have applied for permitting. The FBIP money is to actually do the construction, and then we have another Find grant to go on top of we haven't been awarded yet, but we've applied for, to go on top of FBIP to do, so we can do more, dredge more than what we can for what we got from FBIP. Another objective is to complete the design of phase 1 of Riverview. You know, we were notified almost a year ago that we got the Land and Water Conservation Grant. Didn't hear much until about 2 weeks ago. And then it's like somebody turned the switch on and we started getting questions, we started answering questions, and I anticipate an agreement any day now. So when we get to that point,
Is that on a construction grant that you're talking about?
Construction.
Okay.
And design and construction.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, we haven't actually had the design grant funded yet, right?
We have partial design from Find.
Yes.
And then once we get the land and water conservation, we can complete it.
Okay, so
with
the
that.
money from Find, though, is sufficient to do what was talked about at our last meeting and at the Parks and Rec meeting, where you're gonna work with those guys on trying to do some stuff?
So, we're talking about two separate projects.
Two
here.
separate projects?
So what Richard's talking about is Riverview Park. The land and water conservation grant that we got last year for 1.5 million is for Riverview Park.
Right.
But the one that you're talking about is Fisherman's Landing that we
Okay.
gave direction.
That's a different one.
To, Richard is moving forward with that. He's going to discuss with them at Parks and Rec meeting next
I saw it was on the
Tuesday.
agenda.
And then I think he's scheduling a site tour for Parks and Rec Advisory Committee to go down to Fisherman's Landing and tour the facility.
Right.
And then hopefully in later August, have a meeting to kind of come up with some ideas. So that portion is progressing as well. And now we've also, Riverview Park is progressing. We have spoken with the consultants today. We're trying to get a secondary design, changing one element, that then we will bring it to council within the next, as soon as we get this secondary design element completed, it will be coming to council for you all to approve one of the conceptual plans of Riverview Park, so we can start moving forward with design.
Is that going back to Parks and Rec before it comes to council?
Yeah,
again?
we'll take it back to Parks and Rec in August will be our plan. It's just one change that I'm recommending that we show, and Richard smiles.
I'm laughing.
But it's one element I'm recommending changing, so we will have both of those, and we'll take them both to Parks and Rec at the same time. And we will make an effort to meet with the business owners, since that's been brought up.
A couple other goals and objectives is to expand efforts to host, not necessarily sporting events, but, you know, I'm an advocate of amateur sports as far as economic impact. Just trying to get more heads in beds, however we do it, through sports or through whatever. Make those efforts.
One of the things I've heard from, you're doing more stuff now for younger audiences in the parks area, and I think that's really a good thing. I don't know whether it's a matter of, I don't even know if this coming year is the time to do that, but at some point in time, I think the city should be more than willing to invest more money in trying to do more stuff for the younger audience if need be. I'm constantly amazed as I go around the city about how many young kids are here now. When I moved here, there weren't any young kids. I think when I moved here, I heard somebody said there was as many people 95 years old as there were 5 years old.
I think that was just stories they were telling you.
Oh,
and
was it? You think so?
The dynamic has shifted some, because
Yeah.
when my kids were growing up, there were lots of kids. And then after that, there's a lot of seniors and other things. Now it's
Now it's
coming
a lot of
back
kids,
again
yeah.
to where there's a lot of young families that have
Yeah.
moved here and participating in the community, so.
Yeah, it's good that you're doing stuff, starting to do stuff for that group, yeah.
And, you know, we brought I-9 Sports here, which is a different type of, it's football, flag football, soccer, baseball, but it's very low competition level.
Yeah.
You practice for an hour, you play for an hour, we'll see you next week. And we had almost 100 kids in that. So there's a need. On the capital side, we have replacement of park restroom doors. If you want to see something get beat up around a park system more than anything, it's the restroom doors. So we'll replace those. We have our typical $20,000 allotment in the budget for, I won't say emergency, but for things that just come up in parks that are recognized by the advisory board or other citizen that need to be addressed and haven't been budgeted. And then playground improvements, I believe that is Hardy Park is for that $80,000. Under the Parks Trail Equipment Grant, Tallahassee really threw a wrench into to communities like ours as far as Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program by not funding it. So they didn't fund the Trails Program, they didn't fund FERDAP, which was not a non-matching. And then for a Garden Club Park, we applied to the Recreation Trails Program, but that's a federal thing, and I don't know, we're over here, from that. But then there's Main Street Boat Ramp, which we have one award, and we anticipate a second award to get that done.
So let me real quick, we had a discussion earlier, and I know this is jumping across areas, but we had a discussion earlier with Lee in Stormwater in regards to a cost increase for his vac truck trailer. So Richard had disclosed to me yesterday that the Parks and Trails Equipment Grant Match, which is shown here out of DST, $50,000, was a no-go this year because it was not a funded program through the state. So we're eliminating that $50,000 out of here in DST, so that's gonna more than make up the difference in what Lee needs for that back trailer. That he needed an additional, I think, $40,000 if I remember correctly. So I knew this 50 was coming. I didn't want to say anything earlier, but Richard had informed me yesterday that it was being taken out. So that will be eliminated from his budget. And so that way we won't have to dip any further into the DST funding.
And
then
you're
for
saying
next
there's
year-
an opportunity that this $90,000 may come out also?
Correct.
Is that a?
We just don't have any communication from
Okay,
that
all right.
group yet of any type.
Okay.
The next year, I just want to point out, we've got budgeted for Schumann Park upgrades and Friendship Park tennis upgrades, both of them tennis upgrades as far as lighting, court conditions, fencing, and then another piece of Riverview Park master plan.
Is this resurfacing the courts back there?
Back here
Yeah.
is resurfacing, relighting, refencing, relining. Clay courts are, they take a lot of maintenance.
Yeah, I know. And we've got the only ones around, so I don't think we would want to get rid of them.
And
we need to charge more for using them, maybe. That's just something that the Parks and Rec Committee could talk about.
And that will be coming up shortly.
But, I mean,
Richard's on top of that one, I can tell you
There are no
that.
other clay courts around here that I know of, and
I know Schumann, new lights, I mean, the lights that are over there are well past their lifespan. With the two courts that are separated have Musco lighting, but the main courts that are utilized are well past their service life. We've upgraded them with LED light bulbs, but it still is not sufficient lighting for tennis, and it, probably doesn't meet this, close to not meeting the standards.
And you know, at the time to redoing Schumann Park, spending the money to redo the lights and so forth, might be an opportune time to talk about whether we want to take that one set of courts on the, I guess that's the north side, although I'm not sure, and turn those into pickleball courts at that point in time.
So they are currently double striped.
I know.
But, I think that there are good times that tennis does use all six. So that would be something that, we'd have a discussion with the community on how they want to do it. We could fit probably 4 to 6 pickleball courts there.
Yeah.
But, they are used by the tennis community, so.
Yeah, okay.
I know the high school uses them a lot, because they're in much better shape than the high school courts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Swing and Bench Park, that's a legitimate match. The design is done, we're in permitting. The design is done for the shoreline stabilization, which is really the key to the whole project, because if we don't get the shoreline stabilized, we really don't need to be doing anything else. So the design is done and it's in permitting, and we should hear something around the same time we do from FBIP, which would be the 1st of September.
Do you have a design for that park yet?
Not for the upland part of it. We want to make sure we get the shoreline
I'd say
stabilization done.
but
and
has
then we'll
have
get-
you any talked about what the layout of the park would be and all that kind of
Not
stuff?
yet, but it can't be much, because it's a
Little
sidewalk
sliver,
and benches and.
I mean, we've talked about preliminary, nothing formal on a drawing. But I know Antoine had some ideas, and previously, when we were originally planning to go forward with the swing and bench, Antoine had a design ready to go. It was obviously created by us, by the staff and stuff, but, as I mentioned literally 30 minutes ago with CRA, the swing and bench portion is very heavily dependent on that shoreline stabilization.
Yeah.
That has to happen. And once that happens, then we can move forward to swing and bench.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about swing and bench, because I think it's gonna be one of our premier parks immediately and areas
And
there.
you're
Just-
including both sides of any river drive in this, right?
No, we're only
Just
including
the
one
river-
side.
the riverside.
Yeah, just the riverside.
Okay.
But also that dirt in the sand there, that shoreline stabilization gonna include pulling out all those broken bricks and blocks that are under
We call
there. I'm
that,
not sure what it is.
That's a
but
stabilizing.
It is stabilizer?
Yeah. They'll be covered with sand or maybe more riffraff.
Right.
And then we also have planned, ADA access to the water, which doesn't sound like much, but if you go to communities that don't have it and you go to communities that do have it, that's a big
difference.
difference for folks that don't have a way to get in the water.
And is the slowdown on that the permitting process or the fact that the grants are not
It's
fully
ju-
approved yet?
Oh, no, the money's there.
Yeah.
The slowdown is, it's more third party than we have nothing to do with
Third
this.
party,
It's taken time from our consultant to the permitting body to get it done.
is that solvable?
I know how Mr. Benton would like to solve it, but that's a
Well,
little.
sometimes that's the best way to
It'll be
solve
solved
it.
after we get the
Does the
permit.
Main Street boulevard have to be dredged first before that?
No.
It doesn't have
okay,
to, no.
okay.
They're not connected.
But what I will say on the design is, right now, we're too far along to make the decision that I want to make, because of the permitting is already in process. It's already going through that process with the permitting agency. And to now say, hold on, stop, and we pull that party out of it, we then have to restart the discussions and restart the process with them. At this point, we need to see that process through. Once we get the permit, we're ready to go. So that's really where the breakdown's happening right now on this.
It's a contractual issue, or is it?
Yeah, yes, I haven't been happy with the contractor or with the designer, and I think it's taken way too long. But we're a little bit too far in it to pull out of it at this point.
Right.
And it really, they're in the permitting discussions with the permitting agency. So it's not far off, we're not far away, but we've been told one thing at one point, that we would be eligible for an exemption, and now we're not. And so it's kind of gone back and forth, and we're just too far in it now to pull them out and us to take the design and do it ourselves is gonna take too much, so.
Moving on to the operating budget, much like cemetery, this is really based on trends. Where we were this year, or where we've been historically, or Mr. Benton would say, do you really need that much? And when he says that, you know the answer is no. Any questions on Parks and Recreation? Do we need to do the CIP?
So I really want to highlight, and Richard, he's going to be, you know how I talked initially earlier today that there's going to be a couple departments that are going to have some trouble with operating cuts. If you just look at the bottom line here, he's projected this year to spend an operating of $351,000. In '24, spent $345,000. Well, next year he only has $310,000 to spend. So I've already cut him substantially on this. So you are going to see some things. There's going to be things that come up that, and I'll just use parking. At Barber Street as an example, we installed a fence there to stop the parking in the swells. Well, that won't happen next year because we're not going to have the funding immediately. It's going to have to be something that waits for the following budget cycle. So there'll be things that pop up that normally we get right on it that we're not going to be able to. And I just want to clarify that he's not going to have a lot of wiggle room on things that aren't dead set on maintenance for parks. But Richard's great when it comes to this stuff. I mean, he's done a really good job. He's increased the programs. Our programs are still going to be funded. We're still going to continue to handle the maintenance, the daily maintenance and stuff like that. But it's those little special touches that we've been able to immediately jump on in parks that I think we'll start to see a little bit of a slowdown. And I just want to be clear on that in this setting here on how that's going to happen. So.
And then I just want a couple more comments. We took over maintenance of the CRA last year. We added 2 staff and some new equipment, and our guys have done fantastic. I don't think that area has looked that good since I've been here, but it looks very good now today, and I appreciate Antoine and McNally and those guys down there that really take it seriously. And then the second thing is, to combat cuts, because cuts happen, we haven't been very aggressive with sponsorships or asking the business community for money. We do a little bit, and we've gotten a little bit, but just before I came down, we were notified that Walmart has agreed to be our major special event sponsor. So that's an additional almost $5,000 that we've already cut, but we've gotten it back a different way and we'll be able to do, a similar menu of programs that we did this year. But we'll keep doing that, and I have to credit Lisa Phillips and Ron for putting the See My Legacy program together and getting it out there. So now you can go to See My Legacy Sebastian, you can buy a brick, you can buy a bench, you can sponsor an event, you can all of PD stuff is on there now. So if you want to donate to the police department, that's already online and ready to go. Shall I move on?
Brian, do you have any numbers about, and perhaps you don't, the difference between the contractor we had down there, the difference in what we were spending on the contractor when Richard and his team took over the mowing and all of that, the difference between that?
Yeah, so I had all that last year, and I don't have it in front of me this year, I'm
that's
sorry.
fine.
But I can tell you
But there was a big difference,
the
though.
first year, it was gonna be pretty much even. It may cost us a little more because we
Had
had
to buy
the capital.
Equipment, yeah.
But now, now that we've got the capital, I wanna say, the cost has been decreased 20%, 25%. But I'll get you all those numbers, and I'll have them shared with you all on that.
Ready to move on to facilities? Yes. All right. Some of the accomplishments.
What page is that?
75.
Paul and his staff upgraded part of the lights at Friendship Park tennis courts. They were so bad that we couldn't wait. So we purchased some LED lights off the shelf and put them up. And they're sufficing, but they're not the quality that we would like to provide. But they'll get us through until other decisions are made. The doors here at City Hall, second floor, have been upgraded. These doors over here have been upgraded. If you haven't been by the community center, I recommend you go by just to see the painting, the planting. If you get inside, you can see the new carpet and the floor. It's not a new floor, but it's we've heavily maintained the floor, stripped it and shined it. We've added several maintenance-related contracts. One being the maintenance of our generators, of our big generators. So now we have a third party that comes out quarterly and runs them through a series of tests to make sure they run. And then once a year, they do a full load. So one day, we'll notify everybody here on this campus that be prepared because the generator's about to take a full load and see what it does. But we'd much rather know now what we have than when we need it. We're continually replacing HVAC systems. This campus alone, we have 23. 14 of them are 7 years or older, and they don't have an extended warranty. So what we've begun to do is when we have to replace a new unit, we buy an extended warranty to go along with that to buy us. These extended warranties are 10 years, so they buy us some time. And then as Mr. Benton mentioned earlier, Paul and his crew replaced the golf course concession. So some of our goals this year are, speaking of the HVAC, analyze some performance contracting. So right now, we have a company that's doing an energy audit. They're referred to as a performance contract, and they will come back to us and say, okay, if you do this series of things and you change out these series of things, you'll save X amount of money. And, I don't know how to explain the financing, but the savings pays for the work. So we would get, this all started because we looked at the feasibility of doing a chiller unit for this campus. Instead of having 23 different units, have one big one with 23 air handlers or whatever. So they're in the process right now. They came and did their site visit last week sometime, and they first have to determine whether it makes sense in general, and then we'll come back for further discussions. Paul and his crew started on hardening the EOC operations over here at the police department this week. We had the roof of the police department evaluated. We're now writing a scope of work to go out to bid to replace that roof, because that's what the report recommended. And I believe that's in next year's CIP for replacement.
Now, is that part of the hardening project also?
No, that's
separate.
that's different. The issue at the PD is not the flat roof, it's the tile roof.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll continue to convert as many lights as we can to LED for that simple savings.
Some of the lighting, the LED stuff that you're talking about, they have issues with temperatures. If the temperature gets down, something that starts flashing, is that what you're talking about, the bulbs? Because some of the ones that we have downtown and some of the other ones, they're flashing when it gets cooler or something on somebody.
These are interior lights that's
No,
referring
I'm
to.
talking about the exterior ones that we have. They changed and put the new bulbs in there.
Yeah, they put new bulbs in it. I hadn't heard of the flashing yet, so did it typically happen in the cooler times?
In the evening time, some of them, not all of them, some will sit there and flash. I don't know if those are the bulbs are going bad, but I was told that it was something about the bulb and the temperature, so.
Are those LEDs or are they the
We
vapor?
did start converting them all to LED down there.
They're LEDs over there.
And when they blink, I believe that means they're about to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can, members of the public or anyone can reach out to us and we'll send our staff immediately down there to assess the lights and the poles.
Capital projects, the Art Center roof replacement is next year. The community center flooring, I think we can get another couple of years out of it, so we've got that pushed out to 27, 28, and then another vehicle in 29 and 30. We always budget for air conditioning replacements because we always, we'll exhaust that fund. We've already replaced this fiscal year, I think, at least 3 units, maybe 4. So that's been a lifesaver to be able to address system failures when they happen.
Now, that tile roof is actually, as new as it is failing to the point where it has to be replacement?
Mm-hmm. And
is it the underpinning of the, or is it the tiles?
The tile itself is not, I mean, we learned this through this evaluation, the tile itself really doesn't prevent leakage. It's the
underpinning
roofing that is the key, and that one's not very
and it wasn't built
substantial.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay. And is the hardening project part of the police budget, or is that part of the facilities budget?
The hardening project, where is that one at?
It's in our CIP.
Yeah. Is it in facilities?
Yeah.
Facility.
Let's see. There.
Back.
Well, you don't actually have.
Oh yeah, it's going to show under the police department.
Under the police department,
but
right?
It shows under facilities maintenance in the CIP, but it'll show under the police department.
Okay.
So the roof hardening, that is the area only over the EOC over there.
Okay.
So
that's not part of the overall.
It's not. It's only on the one corner that houses the EOC and dispatch. Basically, what the hardening portion of that, and we've applied for a hazard mitigation grant through the state for that. But that roof is not a hardened roof that would, be able to sustain a, tornado or a major hurricane.
But that part of the roof was built okay, so we're.
So that's where we're at on that one over there.
All right.
And then also the police department.
It says hardening here, that's why I wanted to, under facilities management, it says hardened police department roof and exterior for EOC operations. But
so
that's
only
actually
the
showing
EOC
up,
portion.
Yeah, but that's actually showing up under the police department budget.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
But it's a facilities oversees it.
Okay, all right.
But it'll show up under the police
see.
department
Okay,
budget.
I see.
But it will be a
So
facilities
it's part of your
project.
goals, but the financing for it's gonna fall under the police department then, okay.
And then
That's where because I didn't see it in the dollars here anywhere, so it's, okay.
You approved a grant at the last meeting, or grant application.
Right.
For FEMA to do that. As far as operating for facilities, again, it's similar, it's based on trends. Now, there's one item that did go up quite a bit, that's the operating equipment. I just want to point out that is the maintenance of the 13 additional AEDs that we put in parks. And it's not the maintenance of the AED, it's the replacement of the pad, replacement of the battery, those type of and not only for those 13, but for all AEDs we have in the city. That's where that.
How often do you have to do that?
You should do it biannually. It depends on how often they're used. And I don't think.
Okay.
Aren't they required to be checked
Oh, we have to-
periodically
we
too,
have to
right?
test
And,
them
and push the test button, right?
several times
And make
a
sure
year.
that they're still functioning and charged.
You
and
want to
all that.
volunteer to be tested?
No, I mean,
Does it
test
work
the
for-
equipment
does it
itself,
Yeah, I
just to
mean,
push the test button on there, make sure
If
that
you
it
go
lights
around to our
up.
AEDs like upstairs or out here, you'll see there's a placard on it that has our staff's initials and the last time it was inspected.
Yeah, that's
We're
how
gonna
they
let
get off.
Ed test the rest of them.
That's part of the fun. Ooh, it works.
But once again, I probably hit Richard the hardest. Facilities budget, took a pretty big hit based off of the amended budget last year. And kind of gets us back closer to where we were at in FY '24. But a lot of that has to do with projects that are taking place, but then also, you know, some improvements that have been done that hopefully are saving us money, and looking at that.
During that evaluation of the police department roof, did you look at this building?
No, just the police department.
And
They
the
were
reason,
built by the same people at the same time.
yeah, so the reason we looked so heavily at the police department is we have leak issues, and we have had roofing companies come out probably 20 times over the last year, 2 years, and they never can figure out where it is. So we felt our best, you know, the number one thing is let's do a roof evaluation. So the company came in, they did a full evaluation of the roof, gave us a full report on their recommendations, and where we go from that. We don't have those major of an issues here. If we have large storms, we do get some, but usually our roofing contractor comes over here and can pinpoint exactly where it's at here.
Yeah, okay.
So any other questions on facilities for Richard?
No, sir.
Oh, good job over there, Richard, and
Thank
your
you.
team.
Got a good team.
Yeah, but appreciate all the grants and everything too that, you're bringing to the table, so.
And there's more to come.
Yes. That pretty much finishes us up for today. Do you all have any questions, comments, concerns from anything that's been discussed today? So our plan will be to reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll start off with the police department, and kind of go through the remainder of those departments there, and have those discussions tomorrow. All right?
Thank you,
Well,
Brian.
thank you.